Good morning. Good morning to you. Well, it's good evening still because we've got 5 minutes to go until the match is about to start. But good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to Guerilla Cricket South Africa's coverage of this New Zealand versus South Africa Test match. It's the second Test match in the Test series. The first Test match was a nightmare at Hagley Oval, and today we are awake, ready to make sure that it's not a nightmare, that we have some sweet dreams. Just to give you, my name is Mpho Mutlani, and I've got Anis Mohammed here joining us, and we'll be taking you through the next couple of the next hour or so. Actually, the first session in this match. News in the middle for those who are joining us is that South Africa have made 3 changes to their side. Zubair Hamza is out with an injury, and he's replaced by Vian Mulder. He's got a thumb injury, and he's replaced by Vian Mulder. Luto Supamla makes it into the side for tactical reasons over Duan Olivier. Keshav Maharaj is in for Glenton Steedman. And that is the South African side. Sadal Avia, Aiden Markham still keep their places in the side. And so South Africa going in with a spinner as well as 4 pacers. New Zealand are unchanged. The news in the toss was that South Africa won the toss and ending the streak of 10 Test matches in New Zealand where the captain has bowled first. Dean Elgar chose to bat first. This is in 45 Test matches, the captain who's won the toss has bowled 41 times. Feels a little bit of muddled thinking there, Anis. What do you think about the team changes as well as the toss?
For a batting lineup that failed to bring in 2 extra bowlers, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Also to bat first on this in these conditions because it is cold and it is partly cloudy and a bit of a breeze. The conditions do suit the bowlers first up. So that's also a head scratcher. But at the toss, Dean Elgar said that he wants to have this batting lineup front up. And I'm hoping this is like a Rocky 3 moment.
They front up by taking off another batter. Okay, that's going to be quite.
Team management is great. It's a great play in hindsight. I think that the South African, the Proteas are hoping that this is going to be like a Rocky 3 moment where in the first fight, Mr. T beat up Rocky, and in this game, New Zealand is Mr. T. So they've gone and they've slimmed down their batting lineup, and hopefully they want to make an impact. It's weird because for the first time in a long time, I think ever against the Proteas team, this New Zealand team is actually the favorite going into the series. They were the favorites. And that's the first time I think ever versus South Africa. So South Africa like being the underdog. They like being looked at as the underdogs, and now they are the underdogs. So maybe they can pull something out their head.
Yes, that's one thing that we're hoping to get through, and we're hoping that that the Dean's decisions pay off for him as he continues to lead the side. So we've got Sadal Avia and Dean Elgar walking out into the middle. Dean's getting ready. Jagannath on Twitter says it is a brave or stupid decision to persist with Markram.
It is bravely stupid.
Yeah. Okay, we'll find out, because in the press conference before, and we'll talk about it, Dean kept on talking about the batters being one knock away from succeeding. The players are taking the knee of 4 Black Lives Matter. And we're ready. Tim Southey has ball in hand. And you've got The umpire getting ready to let Tim Southey, who is a right arm over, get the game underway. Here we go. To the left-handed Algar, 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and an extra cover catching. It's going to go down the leg side. A good ball to the right-hander. First ball down the leg side off the bat of Dean Algar. Those are easy pickings. It's 4 runs to South Africa.
Yeah, just a loosener straight up from Saudi. The ball did move quite a bit in the air, so there is swing on offer. So this first hour is going to be very, very important for the confidence of the South African batting lineup. Will they front up? Will they try to break the game open like New Zealand like to do? It's going to be intense first hour for this batting lineup. They need to knuckle down.
Yes, they really do need to knuckle down as we get Tim Southey coming in to bowl his next ball to Dean Algar. This one's outside the off stump, coming into the left-hander, right arm over, and this one's on that off stump and defended by Dean Algar back to the bowler, no run.
That ball is big. I'm expecting.
I feel like we've played into New Zealand's hands. This is what New Zealand wants. Next ball on that off stump, swinging into Dean Algar, getting an inside edge down the leg side for no run.
One of these ones, Southey's going to look to take away or just hold its line because it's moving a massive amount in the air.
It is.
But Dean seems to have it covered for now. But all the balls have been coming back into him. I'm just wondering when the one that's going to come across him and if he will chase it.
Tim Southey in again. There's another one. This one's slightly wider of that off stump on that fifth stump line, cutting back into Dean. He lets that go through, shouldering arms to the keeper for no run. Remember, New Zealand is unchanged if you're just joining us. South Africa making 3 changes. They've gone for an all-rounder Vian Mulder instead of Zubair Hamza, who has a fractured thumb. We've gone for Keshav Maharaj as the spinner, as well as Glenn Luto Sipamla in for Duan Olafir, and so Glenton Steeman also sits out for Keshav Maharaj to come in.
This is
recurring. Yes.
This is a recurring thing for South African players. Remember Kemba in New Zealand hurting his thumb.
No, I'm with you. And I just don't know if we're just it's the start of idiocy, but I feel as though it's a this team is stubborn, and he's very stubborn. As Tim Southey comes in to Dean Algar, this one goes on with the arm, no swing in, goes out, end of the first over, 4 without loss. Yes, because if we're thinking, it's as though they thought the bowling was the problem in the first match and not the batting. That 95 and 111 were par scores, and we just let New Zealand score 300 more than that 95.
But that's the thing. Traditionally, after South Africa gets bowled out 95, the bowlers find a way to keep South Africa in the game. The bowling looked flat. And that allowed New Zealand to run away with it. So maybe they're thinking, okay, if we had less of a lead to chase, we could have been more competitive. But
and the man with who got 9 wickets in the last match, Matt Henry, who's in for Trent Bolt, who isn't ready for this match, is on paternity leave, is going to bowl to Sadal Avia, 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover. You've also got wideish mid-wicket, square leg in front of the umpire, as well as fine leg. First ball in, shortish ball, and Sadal plays that ball that was going across him out to the leg side. Devon Conway picking that up, and 2 runs coming into South African call. So it's 6 without loss. Sadal would be happy to get off the mark. If you look at this pitch, we're having a view of this pitch now, Anis. It's green. It's got a green. Yeah, it's like very green.
Compared to the first, but it's a lot less green compared to the first test. So there's a lot more dead grass on it, but it's still green. And I don't think it's hot enough for the sun to break down and dry it out as much. Oh, well,
yes. Yeah. Next ball in from Matt Henry, who finds his length now and his line on that off stump, forcing Sarl to come forward to defend that on the off stump for no run. 8 balls have gone. No wickets have fallen for South Africa, so that must be a plus. We've got Dion Richards saying, "Awoke to see Markram in the team, going back to bed." Well, if these two bat the whole day, you might not see Aiden Markram.
Yeah, 8 balls gone, 9 balls gone now, holding time. That these two can bat long, see out this first hour, just take the shine off the ball. Just a message from Werner on YouTube. There's only been one captain in the last century, that's not that long, who has won the toss in New Zealand and who has decided to bat first and then actually won the test
match. And we are changing. We're trying to bend history to our will. It's typically South African, and we hope that it pays off for Dean Alga as the next ball goes past the off stump of Sarl Avia. He's leaving that on length as it goes to Tom Blundell with a little bit of late swing in to the wicketkeeper. Henry into Sarl Avia. Next ball just goes out wide with the arm and goes through to the keeper. No run. Sarl will be hoping that what happened in Hagley the week before doesn't happen again. The only problem is they're playing on the same pitch.
The same ground, yeah.
Well, not on the same pitch, but in the same ground.
Yeah. Oh, they're just showing a replay of his wicket. But more to the pitch. I don't think that it's going to be hot enough to dry out the wicket ball. I don't think it's going to be hot enough to dry out this wicket for Keshav Maharaj to make that much of an impact.
He's not going to. He's not going to. You need to take your wickets with your four seamers, and I don't get this fascination. They saw Aiden taking wickets, and they thought, "Oh wow, maybe." Last ball of that over, defended back to the bowler by Sarl Advia, 6 without loss after 2. South Africa winning the toss and being one of the only teams in 10 matches to choose to bat first. It's that old adage, Anise, win the toss, bat first. If not, and you're unsure, bat first again. As Southie continues, third over of the day to Dean Alga. This one outside, way outside the off stump. Dean letting that go through. He thought of playing it, but he decided against it.
That was my old that was an adage that was ingrained in me with that first. But last week that was proved wrong. Dean Alga watching that one really closely, maybe fighting against every instinct he had to chase it, and letting it go through to the keeper.
Yes. Next ball, Dean Alga just lets that go through to the keeper. Anissa, I'm going to ask you to just do ball by ball as I try to get some of the gremlins out of this thing. We're just trying to get ourselves live on 1WSR.com, which is one place you can listen to us, but it's a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, that one was outside off, rather full in the block hole, and Dean Alga smothers it, and it dribbles square of the wicket. No run, score remains 6 for no loss. As Southie comes in for the third ball of the over, running in hard. This one, good length, outside, off, straight through to the keeper. Not much swing with that one. That one went on with the arm. Dean Alga very happy to let it go through. Being very watchful. This time, Dean Alga isn't making things look harder than they normally are, which is not the Dean Alga that we know. With South Africa batting first, they are actually trying to chase history. New Zealand's chasing history. So if South Africa win, it would be history. If New Zealand win, they have history. Yes. This one is straight on mid-stump, middle stump, and Dean Alga keeps it out and works it to the covers for no run. Score remains 6 for no loss after 4.
Yes.
Dean Alga is just keeping himself very compact. It's very good to
Yes,
see.
but that's what he needs to do. He's at his best when he's compact, when he forces the bowlers to bowl at his legs and at his pads.
But that's what South Africa need to do. Have New Zealand bowl to him. Saudi comes in. This one a bit straighter, and it is worked to mid wicket for no run. Dean Alga takes on the front foot. It just works it gently off his pad straight to wicket for no run. That's 6 for no loss of 0.5. 1 ball left in the third over. South Africa have made it 3 overs without a wicket. Not trying to say anything with markers on it, but that is a decent start. Another 10, 15 overs to go for them to feel like they have any like they've accomplished something. Saudi comes in for the last ball of the third over, running in. This one, good length on off stump, and this one is sliced down to gully for no run.
Yeah, there was a catcher in there on the leg side, catching a little bit of a shortish mid-on, a silly mid-on actually. But this last ball was just a bit of a double bluff coming around across the left-hander. So really good. You can see that the New Zealanders are starting to think as to ways if Dean's going to be compact, how do we get him in? Okay, then force him to play straight. But when he plays straight, he needs to think about that silly mid-on.
I think the best thing that South Africa and what they've got to work is keep things quiet, even if they're not getting run. Just keep New Zealand quiet, like we said in the last test, like you said in the last test. New Zealand like to break the game open, and if South Africa can control the pace of the game, that they stand a better chance of getting the result they're looking for.
Yeah, and the key to South Africa is try not to lose wickets early. I know Dean loves to say that. Dean loves to say that. What is it? That he must he must last like 45 overs, and so you want that between him and Sarl as they try to get this going.
As Henry comes in, sorry. As Henry comes in for the second ball of the over, we missed the first. It was outside off and left alone. The second ball of the over is a carbon copy and is outside off. A touch of swing into Sarl Erwee, but he leaves it alone straight to the keepers, who remains 6 for no loss.
Anissa, I just need to greet our people on onewsr.com. We're back. We're now finally live on there. I do apologize. It takes like 20 minutes to get ourselves going as Sarl plays this next ball with Henry coming around the wicket down to square leg for 2. If you're just joining us on the onewsr.com, 3 South Africa won the toss and chose to bat, the first captain to do that in 10 tests. And he is in 45 tests, 45 test matches in New Zealand. 41 captains have bowled first, but Dean decides to go against the grain as he always does, and him and Sarl are 8 without loss right now. As the next ball coming around the wicket, inside edge onto the pads from a back of a length ball from Erwee that goes out to the point, no run.
A message from DJ Softer on YouTube saying, "Let's go," with a lot of hearts. RSA.
DJ, are you softer this morning, or is it just all the mornings? It's softer. Like that's a really cool name. Henry into Sarl Erwee. He leaves that on length, hits him on the thigh pad outside that off stump. A little bit of a stifled appeal, goes out to a point, no run. Yeah, changes to the South African team. If you're just joining us, South Africa on the toss, chose to bat first. Hamza's out with a thumb injury. That's disappointing. He's replaced by Vian Mulder. Siluta Supamla comes in for Duan Olivier, and Keshav Maharaj, the spinner, comes in for Glenton Steeman, who made his debut and now will be watching from the sidelines. Last ball of the over is full, going in with a little bit of swing there around the wicket to Sarl Erwee. He derives that one back to the fielder at mid-on. End of the 4th over, 8 without loss. Erwee on 4, Dean Alga on 4.
Yeah, it was well played by Sarl Erwee. I like that what the South African batters are making the New Zealand Quicks bowl to them. bowl into their areas, and they look a lot more comfortable when they're playing. They're leaving anything that when they're leaving anything that they don't have to hit or don't have to play at, and that's taking a lot of concentration. We just don't need any brain freezes with the amount of concentration that these two are putting down. Both face 12 balls, face 4 runs.
You can see the New Zealanders with the South Africans refusing to play anything outside of Tim Southee, coming around the wicket. This one with some very big swing. He's swinging into the pads of Dean Alga, and he plays it out to the leg side. Will Young, the fielder, at square leg. Some really big swing from Tim Southee, and he's seeing that the South African captain does not want to play anything in that channel of uncertainty. So he's going to try use that swing to try and eke out a wicket of the South African captain.
Just a bit worried that Dean Alga is playing that far around his front leg now. They're just showing a replay of coming over the wicket.
Next ball, oh my word, this one pitching 6-stump line and just coming across Dean Alga. Nearly took off his off stump. Well left as Dean was shouldering arms. He's leaving that on line alone. And he shouldered arms so much that his back foot came all the way out into that 6-stump channel where the ball bounced. It was a beauty of a ball coming in. And you can see that Tim Southee is enjoying bowling with this ball. Third ball of the over, Southee with 3 slips and a gully. This one is a lot straighter. Not a lot of swing as the previous two. And Dean just defends on that line of off stump back to the bowler, no run. And to a certain extent, Dean and Sarah are the same type of batsman. Anis, both want to stay in. They want to beat you with patience and force you to bowl yourselves into the ground as the game goes. And then once you have bowled yourself into the ground, they'll start enjoying by scoring runs. Yeah. Next ball is short. A checked pull from Dean Alga. Was trying to pull out from that, but he ended up still trying to go through with the swing. It was checked. There is that fielder at mid-wicket who's slightly catching on the square, but it bounced well square of that fielder. Good evasive action actually from Dean to pull it and also make sure that his back
down. Rolled his wrist, the wrist and kept it down. But that's why Dean Alga seems to get hit a lot. Because he tries to pull out of shots quite a bit, but he's not too sure. Oh, they're dropping.
All Southee needs is one to jag away, and he gets that one that jags away. Beautiful ball outside the off stump. First play and a miss as Dean comes out on that off stump, defending that off stump with his life. Luckily for him, he didn't get an edge to that because all the balls he's been getting have been coming in. This one, a peach going away.
As soon as that ball beat Dean Alga, he shrugged at Tim Southee and it's like, the ball didn't even reach the keep yet. Dean Alga was already telling him good ball. Wow.
Final ball of this Tim Southee over, just some incredible swing bowling. This one outside the off stump, a lovely push by Dean Alga, was too full and overcooked. And it's pushed between the fielders at cover and extra cover for a single. End of that over. It's 9 without loss.
Oh, that was great. What would the old commentators say? Oh, a better batsman would have put an edge. But wow,
I always find that weird because I think poorer batsmen would have found the edge. That's what it is. Because that ball was just so good. It was so delicious, unbelievably delicious.
I hope that doesn't change Alga and Ev's mindset to there's a ball with my name on it. We got to go for it. And they just keep on keeping on it. As Dean Alga walks 3/4 of the way down the wicket to have a word with Sarl. Oh wait, Sarl walked 3/4 of the way down to have a word with Dean. Hey, just relax.
Yes. So Dean's gonna face the next ball. From Matt Henry comes around the wicket and it's just on that 6-stump line, and Dean's being forced to play at that because of the angle. He manages to punch it out to the covers for a single to move up to 6. The South African total moves up to 10. Diva Singh on Facebook says out. I don't know which match he's watching, but so far no wickets have fallen after 5 and 1 ball into the 6th over. Maybe he is seeing something. Henry into Sarl Avia. Sarl did not know anything about that ball. He brought his bat through the line, gets an inside edge down to the fielder at fine leg, a bit of a Vatican slice to go to Carl Jameson, who's fielding at fine leg. You can see Matt Henry trying to get the ball to swing as much as possible into the left-hander so far in this over.
Henry cranking it up. That last ball was 141 k's an hour. Maybe put the effort ball, which beat Sarl for pace.
Yes. Next ball from Henry, just going on with that swing down. Dean Alga just playing that down the leg side for no run. I think New Zealand may have missed a trick here, trying to come around the wicket. I know you want to bowl balls coming into the left-handers and have that one that holds its line like Tim Southee did. But I do think they could have persisted coming over the wicket to the left-handers to see if they could would have enticed them to come forward with a ball that was probably they would think was spearing into off stump, but actually would have gotten the edge. Next ball does hold its line on the back of a length out to Tom Blundell, the keeper. No run. Erwee letting that go through because that was way wide.
Yeah, Henry. And that one did swing a bit. And Henry's pace dropped to about 133. The previous one to Dean Alga was at 139, and it didn't move that much. And it just was a bit too straight. Dean Alga had no problem working it with him. So maybe
next ball, Matt Henry. This one didn't swing as much as he wanted. Just played out to the offside for a single. We're seeing Tom Latham talking to Tim Southee about how to get these two out. It's going to be quite interesting. Obviously, Kane Williamson, we saw in the last match, was doing some shuttles. He looked like he was getting fit, but he wasn't fit in time to play this game. This one inside edge again. Sadal Ave coming forward to a ball that was swinging in, going and getting that inside edge coming forward, going down to the fielder at mid-on. End of that over, 12 without loss, 6 overs gone. South Africa already putting in a much better showing than what was provided in that first match. The one thing that yes,
SA not getting off to a flyer, but they don't have to. Like I said, they need back time, and they need to grind out. They need to grind out these New Zealand bowlers and make sure that they don't make the breakthrough and try to break the game open. South Africa need to dictate the pace of this game.
Southee in again, and he's bowling balls that are swinging so wide, so well into the left-handed Dean Alga around the wicket, and Dean's just letting that go through. I'd feel very uncomfortable, but I think that's one of the plans that the New Zealanders are trying to do, to try and get South Africans to play with that ball swinging into off stump. You don't know if one might just swing too much and rattle your off stump away. So it's a game of chess right now with the South African, with the two South African openers, and to test that off stump, which is what Test cricket is. It's that level of intensity that was missing in the South African game. Tim Southee coming in to Dean Alga with the 3 slips way wide this time. Dean easily letting that go through to Tom Blundell for no run.
And with what New Zealand do since South Africa are trying to do, it looks as if they're trying to dictate the rest of the game, not really scoring freely. So New Zealand are going to try to, and they're not rotating the strike. So that gives Southern the opportunity to set Dean Alga up. And with these two that have been wide outside of stuff but coming back, I think that's exactly what he's going to try to do.
Southee into Alga, this one on outside that off stump, that 5th stump channel, but it's swinging in. This one not too much as the previous ones, and Dean just defending that outside his off stump on that 5th stump line back to the bowler for no run.
Solid defense there, and Sorrel going for more. just
it's a gardening trip.
And mentioning to Dean that one's gonna hold this line and go away. Just be mindful of that.
It's just very, very wild to see the South African captain having bat first. And then we have the first stage of the day. He's come forward to a ball on that six-stump line, played it with soft hands, luckily for the South Africans, and it bounced in front of first slip. Dean Alga is a very, very lucky man. First chance of the day, bounces just in front of Daryl Mitchell at first slip.
And if you notice, that one held its line, not springing at all. A little bit of in drift and then straightening, which was what we were talking about, setting Dean Alga up. All the balls leading up to that ball were whooping into
next one again. Oh my word! Just Dean is now fishing outside his off stump on that fifth stump. No foot movement, and this ball beats him outside the off stump. This one, like the previous one, did not straighten. And so the doubt is now crept into the batsman's mind as to which ball's going to straighten, which one's not. And you can see with that he's just now fishing, because now he's trying to defend that off stump and he's moving further and further away. Tim Southee may have the South African captain in the palm of his hand, setting him up. Final ball of the over with those three slips. This one's way wide, and Dean letting it go through. A little bit of respite for the South African captain, as that's the end of the over. 12 without loss, maiden over for New Zealand there, and South Africa surviving. South Africa surviving 6 overs.
It's so weird for me to say this, but Sarl needs to go over to Dean and just like reassure him. The guy with his second test going up to his captain and saying, just whoa, you're still here. You survived that. Now you need to move on. That feels so strange to say that the guy who's got one test under his belt needs to have a word with his captain.
Yes, Matt Henry resuming the 8th over of the day. He's coming right arm over the wicket to Sarl Erwee, a little bit off middle stump line on a back of a length. Sarl's just defending that off the back foot out to leg side for Naran. He still has those three slips. Does Matt Henry to Sarl Erwee. Second ball of the over. There's a lovely crowd building up on this Friday in New Zealand. Next ball, this one slightly wider on that off stump, played out to the leg side for no run. Good defense from Sarl Erwee.
Have you also noticed the back foot of both of these batters? If they get beaten or if they're unsure and it's not a forward defense, that back foot comes right across to outside ball.
Yeah, and I don't like it because they get squared up and it's easy edge. Next ball in rising on a leg down the leg side, Sarl Erwee flicks that off his hips down to find leg. Carl Jameson, the fielder, for a easy single. He gets to the non-striker's end as his captain faces the danger of the man who took 7 wickets in that first innings at the Hagley Oval.
Yeah, he's had a couple balls to think about it, and I'm sure that Olga of the Saudi opening up in that last over would rather be facing Henry right now, unless something goes very wrong.
Next ball slightly wide now of that off stump. So Dean Alga lets it go through to the keeper for no run.
Well left, I guess, on length. But again, that back foot trailing the outside off stump post shot or post lead. And this is something that's not just crept into South African cricket, but it's being crept into most teams now. Most teams from in the southern hemisphere, it seems.
As that, I just really do hope that this plan works. As Matt Henry came around the wicket on that last ball, and it's jagged back in with Sarl Erwee just letting that go through to Dean Alga, letting that go through to the keeper. So you can see the plan from the New Zealanders for Dean coming around the wicket to cut him off a room and not give him anything. as this next ball down the wicket, Dean down the leg side, and Dean plays that to the leg side for a single. End of that over, 14 without loss.
Getting Dean on strike again for another Saudi over. He's getting brave. Henry getting that one a bit too straight, allowing Dean Alga to work off his hip. If I wonder if Chris is still awake. Maybe you could tweet in first. When's the last time South Africa made it past 10 overs?
Made it past 10 overs?
Yeah.
Look, we can ask him if he's still awake, but we shall see. We'll see if somebody else can give us the number. As next man in is Tim Southee to bowl the 9th over. As this one's a lot straight around the wicket to left-handed Dean Alga. He plays it down the leg side to the fielder square leg for no run.
A bit worried about that. Dean Alga leaning over and playing all around his front head with his front foot planted, trusting his eye and his reflexes on that one. Yeah, that's a bit concerning. There might be the New Zealanders might pick that up.
Southee into Dean Alga, who pulls this one square. It's a lot shorter, and he's pulled that with authority through that mid-wicket region for 4 runs. Second boundary for the South Africans, and it's one that shows a lot of control. I like this rhythm that Dean Alga is in.
That is, Dean Alga was committed to that shot, not pulling out of it this time. His eyes lit up. He's been there for a while. He's seeing the ball better, and he's feeling seems to be a lot more comfortable to take on the bad ball instead of just surviving, dictating the pace quite well.
Okay. Just next ball in from Tim Southee. Just a lovely ball from Tim Southee, just beating Dean Alga on that off stump, going through to keeper, no run.
Beautiful comeback from Southee. Beautiful
comeback. So we at One World Sports Radio have opened up a Patreon account. We love what we do, and we want to keep doing it. Please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on air, get us to the venues, buy broadcast rights that help grow the game. Please go to www.patreon.com/OneWorldSR. Next ball in from Tim Southee, defended by Dean Alga out to the offside for no run.
Coming forward, it's it down, compact, coming line, come on.
Denise, I'm just losing your sound there a little bit. Just try and move the mic closer to your mouth. Yes. Fifth ball of the over. Dean Alga for facing up to Tim Southee. Next one in is a lot straighter on that middle stump, defended to the fielder at wideish mid on for no run. Looking at we've got a shot map, a beehive of the shots left, played, and defended. New Zealand will be not happy with what they have because a majority of the balls are not hitting the stumps, and they've been left alone, mostly on length. And there are some ones that are very, very wide. So you kind of feel like New Zealand needs to try and bowl a little slightly fuller to the South Africans to draw them a little bit forward and get those edges going. And that one is full getting Dean Alga to play, coming into the left-hander around the wicket to him. Defended that back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, the clusters there look good scattered from the first test. So the New Zealand bowlers have been as well as they did in the previous game.
Yes, we've got 5 minutes until our stint ends, Anis. So we've done a good job so far.
We've kept them out.
Yes, of South Africa getting unscathed. Let's hope this over might not bring a lot more drama. But New Zealand,
Rolling change.
first roll of the dice in this game from either team is New Zealand going to Kyle Jamieson. Remember when Kyle Jamieson came through, he took a wicket in his first over of the game at Hagley Oval. Very tall man, and he'll be looking to add a little bit more aggression to this opening spell from New Zealand. We're still seeing that beehive with everybody showing us how New Zealand have been. Kyle Jamieson coming in, right arm over to Sadal Avia. First ball gets a wild swing away this time. We've been seeing balls coming into the left-handers. This one well away as Tom Blundell picks it up in front of second slip. Bit of a loosener.
Yeah. And here we're being there for 20 balls now, being there for about 40 minutes. No, he's been there long enough and seen enough to know that he doesn't have to play it, and it is well lived straight to the keeper. Just don't forget to tweet us at 1WSR or at Guerilla SA.
Yes, next ball going across Avia. He's letting that go through on a good length to the keeper. No run.
It helps to keep us awake at this late hour, and we love to read your tweets and we love to interact with others.
Yes, we do love to read your tweets and we do love to interact with you. So please do. A lot of people asking for the live stream. We're a radio station, so we do not have the rights to broadcast this game. We just brought the scoreboard and the two commentators that you see who are bringing the game. Jamieson with 3 slips gets a ball that is slightly full but has a little bit more extra bounce as Avia coming forward to defend that. I was a little bit surprised by it as it hit him high on the bat and it just rolled out to the offside for no run. Onke Diasi says, so far the Proteas look promising, but I don't want to be overconfident. I think a lot of South Africans are feeling like that, Onke. We just don't know. We don't know if Dean Alga made a mistake at the toss by choosing to bat first, especially with New Zealand's track record of opening games up in the first morning or in the first day. Next ball on that off stump, slightly back of a length and defended on the front foot down to the leg side by Saro Advia no run.
Yeah, Dean Elgar said that Erwee has the capability to bat long and knuckle down, and I'm hoping that both these guys do that project. Just see how.
Look, if they bat 40 over, South Africa will be on just 80, but they won't have lost the wicket. This ball pitching on off stump, jagging away across the right-hander. Sarl just letting that go through for no run.
Just a tweet from Baron 28 minutes ago. It popped up my feed. It's hard to see the logic of going in a better light after not being able to make 200 runs in total and picking a spinner on this pitch, not picking records in absence of Hamza, batting first, but when has Proteas ever decided common sense? Ow.
Oh, look, nothing ever makes sense with this team. It's like you're a gambler in a casino. This ball down the leg side, Sarl playing at that one, but no edge there. Luckily for him, end of that over, 18 without loss.
Yeah, no loose shot. The shot was on. We didn't get any back to it because it would have been an easy nudge, a release shot down to find a ball, maybe one. But we'll see what happens now. Will Saudi continue to another one?
Yeah, Anis, I'm going to add Dave in because this is a stint. Once a corner comes in, we will swap him out. You can take a break, Anis, if you'd like, and Dave and I will continue for the next 4 minutes.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks, Anis.
Yeah. Dave, you can take us over.
First ball of the 11th round, the wicket from Southey, and this is tucked away off the hips of the South African captain. He gets one for it down to Jamieson, 19 without loss. And Ports, it's been a cautiously optimistic start for the South Africans.
Look, it's been a better start and a much more. It's as though they were now they're awake. In the first game, they were asleep. And now you can see that they are applying themselves. Hi, Akona.
There's a corner. There's a corner.
Okay.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Second
morning,
ball
morning.
Just left alone outside the off stump, and Akona's channeling some WWE he watched earlier this evening. How are you, Akona?
Oh well. Nothing much to complain about. South Africa has started well. Long may continue. How are you, Dave?
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you to Mpho and Anise for getting us underway in this second test. It's one that South Africa need to win to keep this series alive. Saadi now over the wicket, and this one's going down the leg side, swinging delivery into the leg stump of Erwee. He swats at it, but doesn't get anything for it. Don't forget that you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, at Guerilla SA. But most importantly, we love what we do and we want to keep doing it. So please consider subscribing to us, or supporting us rather, on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on the air, get us to the venues, and buy broadcast rights that help grow the game. Go to patreon.com/OneWorldSR. Saudi, 0 for 10 from 5.5. He comes again now to Erwee. This is pushed hard at, but it's just straight to the man at mid-on. Akona, right decision to bat?
You can argue it, but I think looking at the wicket in the second test, there's not too much grass on it. I think that has made South Africa think twice of bowling first, because it looks a bit drier than the first test. So I think they've made the right decision and taken the positive route.
Saudi now, 2 balls in the 11th. He's in again, and this is full and driven at hard. It's caught the outside half of the bat and goes on the bounce to Devon Conway at a forward point region. It's an interesting one because South Africa, I'm just thinking about the connotations or the permutations of this series. South Africa have to win this in order to prevent New Zealand from getting a victory. And is South Africa looking like this is a squad that will be able to win this game outright with the selections that they've made? I'd love to see Lutu Supamla in. I would have liked to have seen him in combination with Glentis Tierman. Not to be the case. This one's full and defended on the front foot. So 11 gone, 19 without loss. Dinelga is on 13 from 36. Sarel Erwee is on 5 from 30.
South Africa have started well in the second test against New Zealand, 11 overs for 9 for no loss. I think South Africa might have thought of bringing Vian Mulder instead of Stearman because of the batting. Maybe it's a like for like, but Vian Mulder has more strength in the batting, although he hasn't batted much in the recent past. Hasn't done much.
I think that's the key, Akona, is that we've yet to see Vian Mulder really show his talent with the bat. Jameson, who got a maiden in his first, he comes now for the first ball of his second. It's left alone outside the off stump by Algo as it goes through to Blundell. You know, that important point about Vian Mulder coming to the fore with the bat is something that South Africans have been looking for. What we've also seen is that Ed Markram's also kind of been put on notice, so to speak. He's been given his final notice, if you could call it. That eviction notice is nailed to his door. I think he knows he needs to come right in this game, but he won't be there just yet. This one is squeezed out, Yorker length delivery, 130 k's an hour. Dinelgas just squeezes that out into the cover region where a fielder does the collection work. So no changes yet to the score, 19 without loss.
Yes, definitely.
South Africa crucially, South Africa crucially haven't lost a wicket yet. It's just, knock on some wood there. So they'd want to continue with this watchful and miserly approach to this game so far. Jameson in again, 1.3 now bowled, and that's just defended off the hips of Dean Elgar. No run.
I must say, I must commend the South African openers at the moment. They have played everything that has come their bodies, and they've let the bowlers bowl at them. And everything that's been outside the off stump, they've left alone. And to give them credit, and I must give them credit. There's a couple of close calls where Dean Elgar has left some balls, but he's trusted the bounce of the wicket. And the New Zealanders, you might say, they bowled a bit too short, a little bit full, might have been in business. But the South Africans are
This
doing
one
it
just hitting Dean Elgar on the body. He tried to leave that one alone outside, or not rather outside, or on the line of middle and off. And that one, I think, just surprised Dean Elgar. He was hoping for it to go across him, but it didn't. It came back and hitting right at the top of the hip adductor. Yeah, that's the hip flexor on his left leg. Trying to think which one.
Left on height,
Yeah, he's going to rub it. It'll be sore. Jameson yet to concede a run. This one is not going to be the one that he concedes it off of. It's just tucked onto the onside. Now at square leg is Devon Conway. So he collects that one on the bounce. No run. It's a very much a South African type of decision. You know, you take the game by the horns. You really front up to the challenge by batting first. There's obviously a lot of discussion around the fact that almost nobody, decides to bat first in New Zealand, and more often than not, it's the South Africans who decide to do so. This one's left alone outside the off stump, straight through to wicketkeeper Blundell. 12 gone. It's 2 maidens in a row for Jameson, 19 without loss.
And it's very important from a South African point of view, as a lot has been said in the media about the team, how they performed the last game. In the team dynamics, it's very important for them to shut the noise down from all corners and just focus on the job at hand. As much as they're under pressure, they're under the pump, but it's very important not to get distracted and focus on the job, knowing very well they haven't done well in the recent past in terms of the batting lineup. So this start will probably give them a boost in terms of going forward.
Absolutely. First ball of Southie's next over, and Erwee's been bowled, but it's nothing for South African fans to worry about. Erwee actually put his hand up to say, "Hold on, fella, just not so quickly there." So we just saw that the bails dislodged, and Erwee wasn't even ready. You know, you could see that he was still looking down by the time Southie was coming back. 2 steps away from just delivering that ball.
Dave, what do you make of the South African 11 that's playing today?
I think there's a couple of
surprises.
No, I think somewhat surprising in terms of the selections that they've gone with, but I think it's also with Zubair Hamza not fully fit. Again, we're going to bang on about it again. Ryan Rickleton, surely a batter for a batter, but they've gone a batter for an all-rounder in Vian Mulder in that switch.
Yes.
Looks like one of the bails has been broken, and so the square leg umpires had to retrieve a fresh one. But I mean, the inclusion of a spinner, I don't know. I don't know that this wicket merits that. That one is just defended by Southie as we finally get underway with the 13th over. I'm not sure. What do you make of it?
I think for me, this wicket will warrant a left-arm spinner or any spinner, particularly because looking at the wicket now, where the end Kyle Jameson is running on, you can see some foot marks in there. In those ends, for me, I'm looking at the wicket. It's a bit drier from the last wicket. Not too much change of grain.
Yeah, certainly not as sharp in its green color. But I still, want to look at the history and say most captains decide to bowl. Brave by Dean Elgar, but it's a South African thing. It's. I think the description is sheer bloody mindedness. I think is exactly what you would think about it. We're not afraid to take on a challenge head on. So South Africa going at 1.5 to the over. Really, just a pedestrian approach to this, but certainly something that they'll be cognizant of. This one's down the leg side and through to Blundell with 3 slips waiting. I think it's one of those that South Africa, if they are able to do the very least in terms of not losing a wicket in the first hour, maybe 2, then they might set themselves up for at least a better showing in this second test match at the Hagley Oval.
Definitely. At the moment, it's only seeing out the new ball and making those bowlers coming with
this one's driven hard. It's beaten the man at mid-on. They're going to have to do a bit of collection work there. It's Matt Henry who cleans it up at long on region. And they'll get, it looked like 3 there. Interesting. It's rather 2. It was Erwee who gets the second there. But one of the commenters, Onke Lademi Diaz, he said she heard that, or he heard that rather, Christchurch pitch is equal for both batters and bowlers. But once the partnership starts to crack on, it's difficult to break. So some positivity there for the South Africans.
Definitely, and the way they started.
This one's just driven on the bounce to Neil Wagner. And Blundell thinks about changing ends, but he's 1 ball shy, so he'll just have to wait but a moment. Yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Yes, I was just saying that the South Africans, the way they started, for me, the very important thing is make those bowlers come back to second spell, third spell. It's very important for the first session, first hour now. They haven't lost a wicket. They've done well. The score is irrelevant at the moment. It's just seeing out the new ball and making those bowlers bowl and come back for a second spell and third spell.
3 slips, 2 gullies. Southie to Erwee. It's driven hard, but there's a hand on it there by Southie, and so he cuts that off. 13 gone, 21 without loss. Dino gone 13 from 42. Sarel Erwee on 7 from 36. Like you said, you just got to be patient in that first hour, maybe even 2, and the reward will be forthcoming, no doubt. These New Zealand bowlers have bowled well, but not by any stretch of the imagination their best. I think of Matt Henry picking up the career best figures in the previous game with the 7-fer and 9 from the game. No such repeats just yet here. So, but New Zealand fans will certainly not be too discontent with how this test has started. I think that you any test fan knows that you're not going to be able to immediately get a duplicate type of bully performance, I don't think, anymore. Jameson, to begin his third, he comes round the wicket to the left hand, and oh my word, he's absolutely
what a beauty.
Squared him up there. Lovely delivery there.
What a beauty. As we all know about Dinaga, it will never look pretty, but he finds a way to get past that outside edge.
Sounds like most South Africans finds a way despite challenging circumstances. Rafiq Marani's keeps calling a wicket. He keeps thinking there's one coming here. This one is a drop and run from Dean Elgar, and he gets away with just a single there. He goes to 14 from 44. So yeah, Rafiq on Facebook is commenting wicket. He seems to be a New Zealand fan thinking that there's a wicket coming. Maybe he's a man who's supporting the Kiwis here.
It can't happen this time, mate.
Absolutely. I mean, if he said that, a couple of times, in the previous game, I wouldn't be surprised. He wouldn't be far from it. This one is a handbrake from Jameson as he slows down and pulls out of that one. Crucially, Akona, it's the first runs off of Carl Jameson was a drop and go. So really, in order to get some momentum going here, the South Africans had to be innovative in the way they went about their work. Yeah, this one's pushed it hard. It's full and on leg stump, but not able to beat Colin de Grandhomme at mid-on, 22 without loss after 13 and a half. And Rafiq is now saying, please wicket. So he's become desperate.
Come on, Rafiq. I think South Africa have made some technical decisions here in terms of leaving the ball outside of stump. They made a conscious decision doing anything. I can't remember them driving or fending balls outside of stump.
Yeah, it's really been intelligent in terms of the way that they've approached it. This one is defended off the back foot and no run on offer there. And I mean, I think it was you and I that were on commentary early on in the first test where South Africa were really going through the most. But you know what I realized is that once we'd kind of wrapped up our stints, that things just went sideways. I realized in both the South African innings and the New Zealand innings that once we'd finished and wrapped up, things just went sideways very quickly. I remember we'd taken only 1 or 2 wickets at best, and then there were like 7 or 8. This one is driven out square of the wicket by Erwee. He's gonna maybe get a 4, but he does actually. The ball wins the race there to the boundary. He just jumped up on his toes and played this through the covers.
Beautiful square try by Sir Erwee. He didn't force it. The crucial part of that shot, he didn't force it. He let the ball come to him and just guided it. He didn't even trust it. He just let the ball come to him. Beautiful shot, square of the wicket for South Africa 26 for no wicket.
Timothy Lee has just joined us. Hello, Timothy Lee. He's saying South Africa batting really slowly, and then Erwee just punches it off the back foot for 4. Jameson in again. It's overpitched, but not directed as well as Erwee would have wanted. So 14 gone, 26 without loss. Alga on 14 from 44. Erwee on 11 from 40. And Timothy Lee is also saying, Rafiq, no, bro, about wickets. And Rafiq is now responded by saying, well, there's a wicket coming here once 26 runs are on the board. Rafiq is clearly not a fan of the green and gold, and we like that. We like to have some competition, and Timothy Lee will, I'm sure, give him a little bit of his mind. But Akona, this is...
See the change of ends here?
Yes, a change of ends here. Jameson... 5 from his first 3. Nat Henry is the change of bowling. 4 overs, 0 for 9. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. Now Rafiq is saying a wicket on 29 for the score. He's begging for a wicket, but he's not going to get it, I don't think, just yet. This one is an absolute screamer. That's pushed at hard by Dean Elgar, and it's flown past the man at backward point, and they're going to get 3 from that. But it was overpitched, and he just kind of pushed at it hard.
Did you see that, Dave? As soon as the ball went a bit fuller and outside of stump, you can see Dean Elgar, he chased that ball. As much as it went hard outside of stump, the difference is between the New Zealanders and this test match in the morning now, the fuller length. They haven't bowled the fuller length enough to threaten the South Africans and make them play outside of them because they're vulnerable outside of stump. Fuller balls.
This one to Erwee is just left alone as it goes through to Blundell. A little bit of in-nip, 139 Ks. Matt Henry is not gonna hold back, I don't think. I really don't think we're gonna see that from Matt Henry, just to just bowl within himself. He's feeling confident. He's got 9 in the first game, and he's not somebody who's going to keep things on This one is driven hard, and it's going between gully. It's taken the outside. It's gone between gully and third slip, and that's going to race away to the boundary. And it's cut off there in the end as Conway is assisted by his skipper there. And they get some runs for it. 32 without loss. Alga on 17 from 45, and Erwee on 14 from 42. Samkelo Mkhize saying, please turn the camera to the screen for at least 5 minutes. Unfortunately not, Samkelo. We are a radio station. We are One World Sports Radio. So we only bring you the audio for the game. And we are absolutely enjoying this. This one's left alone outside the off stump through to Blundell. No run. But thanks for joining us, Samkelo. And good morning to you. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in South Africa. And we are privileged to bring you this. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, or alternatively at Guerilla SA, Guerilla. Our very own Wahid Vadi had a lovely, insightful chat with the boys on our Cheap Seats podcast. You can find that on YouTube. That one's left alone outside the off stump. 14.5 gone. He really had a wonderful conversation with some of our fellow analysts. The Cheap Seats is a footballing podcast, so please go check that out and make sure that you like our Facebook page, like this Facebook video, as well as the YouTube channel. Like the video, subscribe, and we'd love to see your thoughts. This one is into the body of Dina Alga. He just works that away off the hips. 15 gone, and it's time for a drink. So an interesting start to this first innings of the second test at Hagley Oval. Jordan Makubu has said very surprised with the inclusion of Markram. Second surprise is the choice to bat. I think it's warranted in this case. So, it's a surprise to the opponent. And second, it has been very, very hot there. So he's saying that not the decision he would have initially made, but maybe after a second thought or a second opinion, that Jordan deciding that he would go with a bat as well. And also the inclusion of Aiden Markram in how he's gone about his test career of late. Aiden Markram really struggling with the bat, and South African fans and media really just putting the selectors under pressure in terms of how they want to see the South African team being selected. Just a reminder that we are also going to be bringing you the Women's World Cup very shortly. Remember, this test series ends and the Women's World Cup gets underway shortly. It's something that we will be bringing you on this platform. We love every single moment of every single game, and we will be bringing you all the South African games at the World Cup. South Africa, remember, coming off of a wonderful performance against the West Indies women, in which they were victorious, and so they'll want to put in a star performance really at the World Cup, also in New Zealand. Just a reminder of the selection. South Africa won the toss and they'd have a bat first. Alga, Erwee, Markram, Van Edison, Bavuma, Verena, Mulder, who is in for Zubair Hamza, Maharaj also in as well. And so, like John Makubu said, changes in the South African squad. And he's also saying that the inclusion of the spinner will make a difference in the last innings, he thinks, given the weather. I would hope that would be the case, Jordan. It's an interesting selection, to say the least, but I suppose South Africa looking for some sort of edge to take on this New Zealand team that is really riding on a high. Tim Southey, 0 for 12 from his 7. Matt Henry, 0 for 15 from his 5. And Kyle Jamieson, 0 for 5 from his 3 overs so far. So really a miserly group of bowling figures so far. 32 without loss. South Africa after 15. And these two have applied themselves nicely so far. They've really just been patient, been focused. They've been attentive to how things have panned out this morning. Not been in any rush. Erwee will face the first ball after drinks from Jameson. Just Fuller this time, outside off stump, and driven to find Neil Wagner on the offside at mid-off position. He's the dedicated shiner, as one of our fellow commentators, James, would say. He's just maintaining the ball. 15 overs gone in a test match. First hour done and dusted. Slightly behind in terms of over rate. You normally want to have an hour for 15 overs. Jameson in again. This one is about a 6th or 7th stump line, and Erwee shoulders arms on its way through to Tom Blundell. South Africa going at just over 2 to the over. So a slight pickup there just before the drinks break, and they'll want to make sure that they don't allow the game to be shifted too much in terms of an interval. We've often seen that that can be the case, where an interval can kind of upset the flow of things. This one again, almost a carbon copy from Jameson, and Erwee just strides down the wicket to Garden after leaving that alone outside the off stump. Halfway through the 16th. Erwee on 14 from 45. His skip at the other end. 17 from 48. You really have to challenge yourself. Do these South African batters have to ask the questions? Do I leave? And do I play at it? This one is driven hard through the covers. It's a lovely shot by Erwee. It's running away, but not going to go all the way. They're going to get 2 for it, as Wagner does the cleanup work there. 15.4 overs gone. 34 without loss. Elgar on 17. Now, it was a delivery that was maybe slightly overpitched, and Erwee just on the up, punching it through the covers. Not able to get as much from it. John Makubu's asking, what do we think about the bowling attack? And I'll give you that thought after this over. This is short and pulled down to fine leg, and so they'll just get 1 as Matt Henry does the fielding. Akona's back with me, and I'll ask Akona at the end of this over what he thinks about the bowling attack in this in this game, and then I'll ask the second question about what do you think about the South African fast bowling stocks at the moment. There was a lot of conversation during the India series around the Indian fast bowling stocks and how that's grown in real explosion, really. I mean, the number of fast bowlers on offer to India has really just taken off in the last couple of years. Jameson into Elgar. He just defends that one for no run. 16 gone, 35 without loss. So let's talk about the 11. Are you happy with the bowling attack?
Definitely, considering how the conditions have been in the first hour and looking how it's going to pan out, it looks like that wicket is going to get runs on it. And South Africa, from my point of view, have made the right decision to bat first. It's up to them to make the runs now. There's no complaints about the wicket. In terms of the 11, I think it's a mixed bag. It's a balanced attack. The wicket warrants a spinner, I think, from the last innings, the 4th day and the 5th day, if it goes that far.
And South Africa's bowling stocks, fast bowling talent, are you happy with it? Do you think there's something lacking? What would you like to see? I'll just get that thought from you now, or after this delivery, rather. This one's left alone outside the off stump, no run. You were saying?
Yes, from a bowling point of view, South African, when I look at the fast bowling stocks, I look at KG Robada, look at Ngidi, look at. You must remember we lost the guy like Anthony Nokia also. He's been a big blow for us in this test series and the previous series against India. I think from a consistency point of view, I think we're still
Henry
lacking.
just to Erwee, this one jags back into the left hand, and a great bit of work from Tom Blundell to take that one. Diving to his right, there was no bat on it, but it really nipped back off the surface, and a good bit of wicket keeping there. Now the comments are invoking deities to try and get wickets or not get wickets, depending which side of the fence you sit. So just go check out the Facebook comment section. This one's on the pads. This has worked very fine off the wicket, and there's going to be some cleanup work there for Kyle Jamieson, and they get 2 for it. 37 now without loss, halfway through the 17th. So you're happy with where South Africa's fast bowling stocks are?
In terms of talent, but the main question is, from a consistent point of view, the guys hitting 6 balls out of 6, that we can question that looking at the previous test and looking at the Indian test series also. It's only KG Rabada.
This one's left alone rather through to Blundell. It's a bit of a, forgive me for this one, but a blunder because yeah, it was a ball that nipped back in, and he really didn't enjoy that one. But no blushes for him just yet. And 2 balls remaining in this over. Henry coming right arm over the wicket, and this is whipped away off the pads of Erwee, square to the wicket. It's going to race away to the boundary. It's a lovely shot. It's overpitched, and certainly it's been dealt with wonderfully there. Erwee goes into the 20s, and he's starting to look far more relaxed.
Yes, definitely he's looking far more relaxed and looking comfortable. Great partnership with South Africa at the moment. Yes, coming back to the point, I think from a consistent point of view, I think we're lacking there. From a talent pool point of view, we do have talent in South Africa in abundance in terms of quick bowler, but we need to grow that.
Henry into Erwee, and he just defends this off the back foot. Nothing there for him as Young does the cleanup work. 17 gone, 41 without loss.
Yes, Dave. Just to conclude that, I think we need to grow that pool of consistent bowlers. As much as Glenton Stillman is a type of bowler where he's compared to Vernon Philander, but he doesn't put 6 out of 6 at the moment.
Yes,
that's a difference between
a guy like Vernon Philander. But you're absolutely right. He needs to be. You've got to be consistent. You've got to be line and length outside that off stump. Nati Skosana said, so it's on YouTube is saying, so far it's been a reserved but great start. So, welcome to you, Nati. A pleasure to have you alongside us as Jamieson begins his 5th. He comes around the wicket to Elgar, who just pushes this onto the onside. I think there was a delivery that Dean Elgar didn't enjoy there. And he just tried to push that to the onside. No run there. 41 without loss. And yes, Nati, thank you for being with us this morning. Really a pleasure to have you up with us, as it is a pleasure to have guys like Rafiq and Jordan and Timothy. Thank you for sticking it out with us. I know wherever you may be, that it's never an easy one to stick around when the cricket is in the middle of the night. Maybe you're coming back from a night out. This one's left alone outside the off stump through to Blundell. No run. And Rafiq is brought to tears. It's just that good, test cricket, you know. When you're brought to tears, it's just so beautiful. That's what I'm picking up from Rafiq.
Yes. It's good to have them guys.
We've got about 6 minutes left in our commentary stint. So we will hand over to our competent colleagues. In fact, they're more than competent. They're excellent. And Jameson round the wicket to Elgar. Oh, this one, he just inside edge onto his pad there, and some support from the men behind the stumps. Dean Elgar just rubbing his bat. Maybe a bit of an inside edge there for him. So Chris
Africa
TV,
doing
our
well
resident
too.
statistician, saying he doesn't want to jump the gun, but he's going to bed soon. South Africa haven't had an opening stand of over 50 in an away test since 2015.
My goodness.
So we won't say anything about that. I mean, he's on the right trend. This one is defended again. It's into Elgar from around the wicket. Just defended off the back foot. So no run just yet. Absolutely.
The boys are looking far more accomplished at the moment. Must commend the boys after the first hour, and especially after drinks, because there's always something happening after drinks. But they're pretty standing tall there against the New Zealand bowlers. Good start
This
from
one
South Africa.
just catching the shoulder of the bat, but going square of the wicket. And Young does the fielding. No run, square of the wicket. One ball remaining in the 18th. And we'll probably get one more over in before Mpho and Anis return. Don't forget, you can tweet those two and myself and Akona at One World SR. Alternatively, at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. Jameson for his final delivery, and it's left alone through to Blundell. So that's 18 gone, 41 without loss. Alga on 17 from 55, and Erwee on 23 from 53 deliveries. These two applying themselves, but nothing guaranteed. Akona, do you think that South Africa have missed out on an opportunity to give a guy like Ryan Rickleton an opportunity to put his hand up and perform, or do you think they're waiting for a Bangladesh series if an Aiden Markram fails?
It's a tough one, Dave. I think a guy like Ryan Rickleton has fully deserved his place in the side to play, but I think the Mark Boucher and the whole group are probably thinking of the balance of the makeup. But I think, to be honest with you, today, for me, he should have played in place of Zubair Hamza.
Yeah, this one is just defended as the first ball from Matt Henry is a length-ish type delivery. And Claude McNeese joined us on YouTube. Good morning, Claude, or good afternoon, or good evening to you, depending where you're coming from, wherever you are around the world. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us on this broadcast. Lovely to have you in our midst. This one jagged back. Wow, that hooped a million miles. What a peach of a delivery. Great leave by Erwee, but
great leave.
Wow. Oof. Dive.
He left it on length. Just beautiful.
Wow. I mean that's hooped around a corner. Literally, you know when commentators say it's hooping around corners, that has gone around the stumps as if it had gone around the corner. My goodness.
And look at the wicket.
Absolutely. This one is left alone by Erwee outside the off stump through to Blundell. What did he do to that one? My word.
Absolute jeffer. Well played by Cyril Erwee.
I've got it for you. He bowled a banana. I've got my appropriate fruit with me here. I'm ready to go. Nothing better. I feel like this is a quotable statement, but nothing better than a midnight banana. That one is chopped inside edge, and it's beaten the keeper, and that'll go down to the boundary for 4. So fortuitous runs for the South Africans, but they'll take them nevertheless. Erwee moves to 27, and South Africa 45 without loss.
Dave, what does a kind of start like this give to the dressing room? Start like this.
It's strange because it's almost against the run of play. Well, it is against the run of play. We saw that stat from Chris TB that South Africa, as Matt Henry bowls a bouncer here to Erwee, just ducks under it. It's been a while since South Africa have had a really good start, particularly in the first couple of games of Keegan Peterson's career. I mean, that West Indies Test series was a challenging one.
Definitely.
Rafiq is saying good night to us, so good night to you too, Rafiq, and we'll
Cheers,
see you a little bit
Rafiq.
later, perhaps. But it just shifts the mindset of the team. It can lift the team. This one's short again, but pulled expertly by Erwee down to a deep square, and they'll get just a single for it. So South Africa now move to 46, but it just changes the way the team views the way in which this game is going to go. That's it from us. 46 without loss after 19, and Mpho and Anise will take over from us. I think Mpho is still.
Thanks, gents.
Hello,
Thank you very much.
Hi. We are back.
Yes, we are. Looks like South Africa survived another 40 minutes
Thank you
in this game.
Thanks to Dave and Akuna for keeping the batters honest. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 40 minutes to lunch. Hopefully, the Proteas can keep it going.
And you've brought a friend.
Oh yes, she decided to come watch with us as Jamison comes in. This one straight on the stumps to Soro Erwee, keeps it out, and a block straight back to the bowler for no run.
So Werner on YouTube says Matt Henry has already conceded more than the 23 he conceded in the first innings of the first test, at which point he had taken 7 wickets as well. Much better start this by the Proteas.
Yes, but this is also the third highest total that the Proteas have had, as Jamison comes in, this one outside off stump and straightening away from Soro Erwee, left alone. This is the third highest partnership since 2015 away from home that the Proteas have had. So let's see if they can get going. And the runs will come. These two just need to grind out a bit more.
Yes, they will come. Nadis Kosana has a comment on YouTube after this ball.
As Jamison comes in for the third ball, this one a bit shorter. Soro Erwee rock into the back foot and just defends this one just off the square, and no run. Score remains 46, no loss after 19.3 overs.
Timothy Lee says, thank you. Jordan Makubu says, I think there is a right and left arm pace, fast medium with swing in Mulder, left and right arm spin in Markram if needed. I'm happy with this tack. We only need runs on the board. My problem is Rian Mulder's batting. I honestly don't think he should be in the side as a bowler. I don't think he's done enough to be in the side as a bowler, even as a batter.
As Jamison comes in for the fourth ball, and this one is slightly overpitched, and Soro Erwee onto the front foot and caresses it down the ground for 4.
Oh, hello.
Well
Caressed.
Well
caressed it all the way through. That brings up South Africa's 50. That's a 50-run partnership between the two of them. Erwee on 32, Dean Alger on a 17.
And that's the first 50 partnership since 2015. Away from him. As Jamison comes in for the last ball of the over, and this one is defended to mid or for no run. Sorry, that was the fifth ball of the over. The score remains 50 for no loss after 19.5.
Yes, really, really good start from these two, settling the nerves in the dressing room. The commentators on the telecast are talking about how South Africa wins the game from here, having chosen to bat first in a place where the first day the game is won by the ball.
Yeah, this one Jamison in, and it strays onto Erwee's legs, and he works this one just back of square, and the batters crossed for 2. So the score moves on 52 for no loss after 20. South Africa is going to have to break a couple of things. They need to score over 300, and this lineup hasn't scored over 300 in a long time, or has consistently scored over 300 for a very long time. So, does this batting lineup have the firepower to make it over 300? And that is something, speaking about a test team that is, how can I put this? That is weird to say. Can they make 300? As Henry comes in, and this one is angled away by Dean Elgar to gully for no run.
Chris TB says South Africa's first 50 plus opening stand in away test since 2015 in Chattogram. That is Bangladesh, by the way. Jordan Makubu says you might be.
So that was Dean Elgar and Stian van Zyl.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
As Henry moves in, Henry comes in to Elgar, and this one is on the hips, and it is worked backward of square for a single. The score on 53 for no loss of 20.2. They moved. I think in that was.
I remember that series.
That was series. It was after the first test. I think that was the second test, and then Stian van Zyl decided to be an opener, and then they went to India straight after that, and then England, where I think that was basically the end of Stian van Zyl's career. As Henry comes in to Sorrel Erwee, and this one hits him on the spot. It hit him on the mark, and in the lower abdominal region, and Erwee down on his knees, checking that everything is still where it needs to be, giving it a bit of a stretch, not rubbing it like showing no, he did. Oh, that's painful. Every man in the crowd and at home let out a collective. Yes, that one.
Yeah, they let out a collective ooh. So Chris was speaking. Yeah, so Chris was speaking, saying that let's go get our first away 100 opening stand since Adelaide 2012. That was between Alvira Peterson and Graham Smith. They scored 138 in Adelaide on the 22nd of November 2012. Away from home, so before them, Alvira and Graham 120, Jacques Rudolph and Graham 120 in the UK. Stephen Cook and Dean Elgar scored 100, but that was in South Africa. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long
time.
Yeah. Since so there's that 58. Stian van Zyl, I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. And then then you see what happened if you look at that list. If you see what happened in the next series against India, and then England.
Yeah. Jordan Makubu says you might be surprised. I don't want to be surprised. I want consistent runs from either Vian or Aiden Markram.
As Henry comes in, this one outside off, and Erwee leaps onto his back foot and punches this one to the covers of taking a single. Erwee is still stretching. Still stretching below the belt. As Henry deciding to come around the wicket to Dean Elgar. This seems like a tactic from New Zealand.
Especially to Dean Elgar, because he likes to play away from his body, so he presents both edges of the bat, inside edge, outside edge. There was a ball in the last stint that Dave and Akona did, where he inside edged it, leaving the ball outside to fend for itself. Jordan Makubu on YouTube says, especially after giving Markham such a long line, he's been given a long line, and I kind of feel the selectors are hoping that he comes right. He has to surely come right, but when you don't have a great technique, you get found out at this level, and he is being found out.
As Henry came into Dean Elgar the previous ball, and Dean Elgar just plonks onto the front foot and pushes it gently into the cover, and then take a sneaky single. And the last ball of that over, Henry outside off stump, Sorrel Erwee staying around the wicket, and Sorrel Erwee leaves this one alone, straight to the keeper. The score is 55 no loss after 21. yeah, I'm loving how these guys are putting a price on their wicket, and that is what they're setting an example for the rest of the batting lineup. And yeah, this is very, very, very positive sign for this South African batting lineup, as the run rate has actually ticked up to 2.62. As Jamison comes in, 3 slips and a gully, and this one outside of stump to Dean Elgar, and it is left alone, leaving on length. This one coming back into Dean Elgar outside of only 126.6 k's an hour. The score remains 55 for no loss.
Yeah, no, but that's what you want. You want to. It's going against the run of play. That's not your fault. And so you just want to bat and bat as long as possible. Give your team a massive foundation, and you have. They've done the job. Sal Avia and Dinalga have done their job. They've negated the new ball and the swing that it has, and now it's up to the rest of the guys, and them as well, to take the South Africa home. Not home, but to put up a score.
As this one from Jamison is outside off stump and well left by Dean Elgar, not bothering to play a shot wide, not chasing it. I think he admonished himself after chasing a wide one earlier on, and he's back in his bubble, which is a good sign for the South African.
And he's in the last 3 years, and this is from 2019. This team has only, the opening pair for South Africa have only put up a stand of over 50 4 times.
Total, home and away.
Yes, home and away in the last 3 years.
As Jamison comes in this one a bit straighter, and it is worked away by Dean Elgar to win wicket for no run. Yeah, there have been this batting lineup has been striking. But it's always, there was a stage when, as Jamison comes in for the 4th ball of the over, this one straight tucks up to Dean Elgar, and he plonks it straight back down the ground to the bowler for no run. There was a stage where we were calling the relationship between Dean Elgar and Aiden Markram, the relationship similar to the relationship between Voldemort and Harry Potter. Like, one can't be in while the other one is. So even though that one wicket fell, one of them would end up making a big run. Not big run, but would end up pushing on. As this one pops off a good length, and it surprises Dean Elgar, who manages to keep it out.
That's another good sign, ladies and gentlemen. Dean's starting to wear balls on the body, which means we're in for a big innings from our captain.
Yeah, when Dean Elgar starts getting hit, he's like the Incredible Hulk. The more he gets hit, the more runs he scores.
Yes.
In the last 3 years, as well, I think this is something interesting to check. Is how many times has Dean Elgar gone on to carry his bat? As this one is straight, and Dean Elgar blocks it straight back down the ground for no run. The score remains 55, no loss after 22. Dean Elgar's batted through in the past 3 years. Dean Elgar's batted through, mostly in the second innings, and we keep saying that Dean Elgar is the second innings batter, where Dean Elgar would bat through. However, South Africa, I think, have only won once when he's carried his bat. I'm not sure about that.
But he has done it multiple times, and doing it more than one is a big enough thing. Got a question on YouTube. Jordan Makubu asking, looking into the ODIs, what do you guys think about starting to groom Stubbs for Miller? He won't be here forever. Guys, David Miller's 32 years old. He is my age. Why are we trying to throw David Miller away? I do agree that Tristan Stubbs should be in the setup, but this idea that 30-year-old guys
are too old,
32-year-old guys are just too old is just wild. Wild.
As New Zealand have a bowling change, to Gronholm in for his first ball, and this one is a gentle outswinger to a right-hander. And Sarul Erwee has no problem just nudging this one down into mid on for no loss. For no
Harare's
run, sorry.
finest. Harare's finest, Colin de Grandon.
Oh, that was so gentle. As he comes in for his second ball. This one, a booming outswinger, and this one is misfielded at but off, but on. Sorry, and the batters, did they take a single? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They didn't run on the misfield. They are keeping their heads. It was a big in-swinger to Sorrel Erwee, but not much space to trouble him as the Grondon comes in for his third ball. This one goes on with the arm and is worked to the covers for no run.
So Max Klasana says indeed in Paul with 2 laughing emojis. Ethan Corral asks, how can South Africa possibly win this game batting first?
Quite easy. Just get 300 with New Zealand under pressure and hope the bowlers come good in this one. As the Grondon comes out for his fourth ball, and this one is played quite confidently to a wide-ish middle for no run.
But Anis, we are down under, we are on the other side of the world, and they do things differently. This pitch will not deteriorate over 5 days. You do not need a spinner in the second innings. Essentially, what you need to do is hope New Zealand have a clanger of a batting innings in the first innings in order for you to win this game. These pitches are set for New Zealand to win the game with the ball up front in day one, and they get better to bat as they go along.
As the Grondon comes in for the fifth ball of his over, and this one is slightly over-pitched outside off, and Erwee leans into this one and crunches it through the covers, all timing. And that is what we want to see from the South African batters. All confidence. That was and it was not the full pace of the bat, but it did come out the middle, a slightly horizontal bat. And Sorrel Erwee moves on to 39. South Africa on to 59. As the Grondon changes line and is beaten. It beats Erwee outside the off stump this time. And the score remains 59 for.
Yes. So those last 2 balls, Colin de Grandon right on over pitching and getting driven through the covers. Really lovely drive. We're starting to see that limited over Sorrel Erwee that we knew about 5 years ago coming through. Yeah, and then now the last ball of that over, Colin coming around the wicket, closing the angle, Paul coming in with the swing, but holding its line out to it. The problem I have with bowling, with batting first, Anis, is that you need to win the game. And the best way to win the game is by bowling first. Because New Zealand are comfortable in knowing that if South Africa posts 300, they just need to match them. And by the time they do that, the game's going to go to like a day 5. The pitch won't have deteriorated, and it'll be a lot easier for them to save the match, draw it, and win the series.
New Zealand don't have to chase the win to win the series, which is very important. As Wagner, change of bowling, as Wagner comes in, and this one is a bit too straight, and Algo works this one off his legs through mid wicket, running down, and they scamper through the ball.
First signs of Neil Wagner.
61 for no loss. He's also going to build up 3 slips. Gully, then square leg and a wicket.
Yeah, first signs of Neil Wagner, a little bit of a loosener there.
Oh, no, mid wicket and mid on. As Wagner comes in for his second ball, this one outside off, and Dean Elgar is happy to shoulder his arms, and it goes through.
Jagannath asks, what is the fitness issue with Ngidi? He seems to be injured a lot. He picked up a back issue on the day before the test, which is something that you can't necessarily fight as a bowler. And it takes 2 weeks to be fit. He didn't bowl this week. So his bowling loads aren't up. He'll be back to full fitness when they come back to South Africa. And Nokia also is still injured. That's why he's not in in New Zealand. He's also not playing for the Warriors, so that's also an indication of how injured he is.
As Wagner comes in for the third ball of his over, outside off, Alga doesn't want anything to do with his shoulders, his arms. 61 for 1 of them. It's good that he doesn't want anything to do with it. He's getting into that bubble, and that's very good to see. As Wagner comes in for the 4th ball, this one a bit straighter and a little bit shorter, and Dean Alga plays a controlled ball down to 5 leg for a single. Boom,
it's very
for no loss of 23.
A little bit of a mixed bag this over from Neil Wagner. He's trying to find his radar, trying to find that line and length, as happens with fast bowlers at the start of their spells. A little bit too short, a little bit too wide, a little bit down the leg side.
Yeah. It's an interesting where we're asking how can South Africa win as Wagner comes in. This one, shortage and outside off, and this one is punched through extra cover for 4 off the back foot of Sarel Erwee, and that is 4 runs, scored on to 66 for no loss. Erwee on to 39, looking the part, offered with and cashed in.
He's actually moved from 39 to 43 in those nervous 40s for Sarel. First time in international cricket. Good to have his captain on the other end to try and guide him through these next few runs.
As Wagner at the top of his mark, running in the last ball of this over to Sarel Erwee. This one outside of stump and is left alone straight to the keeper. End of the over. 66 loss of 4.
Jagannath says great chance for Sipamla to show his class. Unfortunate for Steeman to miss out. Yes, it is quite unfortunate for Steeman to miss out. I have a lot of questions around the selection in the C team, but we'll talk about that as the days progress, because I don't get. I honestly, it feels as though the South African Brains Trust thought the problem was the bowling in the last match, and not the batting. And this is what ended up happening. Duan, who actually thought bowled quite well, loses his spot. And then on top of that, we're bringing in a spinner for another bowler.
Yeah, but I love, they're calling it a tactical change as the ground comes in around the wicket to Dean Alga. This one is full in the block hole, and Dean Alga digs it out. Straight back to the bowler for no loss. They're calling it a tactical change, but what would Sipamla offer that one will if it doesn't?
A little bit more pace.
Or would he add a bit more pace? Yeah.
Yeah, but the question is, what has Duan Olivier done wrong to warrant him being moved out tactically?
Yeah. And this one is a dead ball.
Because I think he was one of the better quicks. I think Kagiso didn't have the best of games. I thought
Steelman was up and down.
Yeah, but it was his first game, so why do you want to drop a game after the first game?
As the Grotto comes in for a second ball, and this one is with no run.
So there was a point in the discussions after the game where somebody was like, guys, what were we thinking not coming in with the spin? And look, Aiden took 2 wickets. We needed to go back to who we truly are. And this is what ended up with this reshuffle.
Yeah. Look, we can discuss the batting after this. As Grotto comes in for the third ball, and this one is straight, and it is nudged down. Look, my question is, now with Kolpak not being a thing anymore, and the selectors do have the luxury of not offending players, and that being the reason why they are leaving the system, as the Grotto comes in for the 4th ball, and this one is straighter on Dean Alga's legs, and it is worked to mid on, who comes around and clears up, but they take a single, so it's 67, no loss. Why can't the South African selectors be more like the England selectors, who select guys on form? So you have guys like Brian Rickleton, who average over 100. Sarel Erwee is in the side and he's playing now. He averages 80. Kaya Zondo currently averages in the 90s as the Grondo comes in for his 5th ball. And this one is on Sarel Erwee's legs, and it worked behind him, and they scampered to a single as the keeper cleans up. Both Milan's average 76, ironically, the exact same average. And Peter Milan is coming off a double 100 and 100 against India A. what do these guys have to do to get because we say, yeah, you need they kicking the door down, but there's no one.
But you
There's no one
can't
there.
you can't just rip the entire thing and be like everyone who's on form comes in. You need to be able to,
I understand that,
because and that's the only problem. It's a team game, and Dean said something very interesting. He was like, "You can't expect a debutant to make a play in this game," which is the reason why Ryan will not be playing unless if they decide to drop a batsman and they give him like a full run in the side rather than just for this. And I understand that guys are making what is it? Guys are making runs and they are on form, but it's a team game. You don't want to rip this entire thing out, and then all of a sudden they've got 6 inexperienced guys, but no, they're there because of form. And it's one of the reasons why they keep on keeping Aiden in the side, even as Dean says, you can't carry more than one player who is off form. Your minimum is one.
But as Wagner comes in for the first ball of the next over, and this one is working for a single, and score to 70 dollars. But like I don't mean like wholesale changes, like where the
Ryan
guy
was never
is
going to play.
Oh yeah,
Ryan was never going to play, guys. Let's put it out there. Regardless of how many runs Ryan scored, his reward was to be in the setup for scoring those runs. Unless if there was a massive injury, it was going to happen, especially with Keegan Peterson out. If Keegan Peterson was in New Zealand, the guy who would have gotten the call up would have been Sorrell, and Aiden would have been out, and Ryan would have still been sitting out.
So as Wagner comes in, this one a bit shorter, and Algo just works this one down my leg for a single 70, no loss. 25 points.
It's become a lot easier. It's become a lot easier to bat now, and I think this is where Dean needs to start moving the rate, because you see them starting to push it up. It's 2.76. They now need to keep it at this level to put New Zealand under pressure, even push it to 3 a little bit more. YouTube comments after this ball.
As Wagner comes into Sorrel Erwee, this one straightish on off stump, and Sorrel Erwee is happy to get behind it and just block it back to the bowler.
So Jordan Makubu says, "Sorry, Mpho Duan, not for me, mate. Sorry." And he says there's variety in this attack. I think the variety would have been if Glenton Steeman still played without Luto. I think Glenton gives you that ability for somebody who can swing the ball prodigiously in this attack. I think Luto's very quick.
As Wagner comes in outside off stump, this one is wide and swinging away, keep going. So Erwee has no problem keeping that one alone. Straight to the keeper, will remain 70, no loss. I do feel more comfortable that we've got we're playing with 4 rounders. I consider Marco Jansen an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder, or a bowler who can bat a bit. So I do feel more comfortable that we have that variety. As Wagner comes in, this one outside off, and it is punched off the back foot between gully and point, and the batsman runs through 2. So that is the score over 2-7. No loss of
very well controlled, well controlled edge there from Sorrel, going in between gully and third slip. He's looking very comfortable right now. Really enjoy watching him bat. Spoke to us on our podcast, and I think I'll play that over lunch for you guys get a sense of who Sorrel Erwee is.
As Wagner comes in for the last ball of the 26th over to Sorrel Erwee. This one is banged in short. Sorrel Erwee knows exactly what to do with that, and then duck under it and not play around shot. Go straight to the keeper, into the 26th over. South Africa 70 for 2. Apparently, the average score in the first session is 82 for 2. I think the broadcast commentator said. So South Africa seems to be ahead of the game. But however, coming into my mind now is that yes, South Africa can put on that big score, but again, New Zealand don't have to chase this game. So unless they want to chase WTC points. But But what would they rather have? Would they rather have the World Test Championship points, or would they want the history of being the first New Zealand team to beat South Africa in a Test? It's a toss-up.
No, it is, and that's the interesting part, especially now as well with Sarl on 47, a couple of minutes until lunch, 10 minutes until lunch. This is where I think New Zealand may see themselves with an opening.
As the ground comes in and Dean Alga pins this one into the cover, and they steal a sneaky sink to the ground ducking their point doesn't throw directly, getting out of the way there.
No, the guys are
cheeky sink. It's good rotating. They're rotating the strike score on 7 for the last. So Erwee facing up to the ground of this one outside off stump, and it is left alone. 103.1, as we say, military pace. Not bothering Sorrel Erwee that much, but it's off a bowler like Rondo where you feel that you don't have to focus as much.
Anis, here's a question for you. You've got 10 minutes, 9 minutes until lunch. You're on 47. Do you want to go to lunch still on 47, or do you want to go to lunch on 50?
I wouldn't be thinking about that milestone yet. I'd just be trying to do everything out.
It's your second match in international cricket.
Yeah, I just want to be there at lunch. So if I get to 50, I get to 50. If I don't get to 50, I don't. I know, and every time you look at that scoreboard, you're gonna see that score. But you need to put that out of his mind. As this one from the Toronto is just put 2 extra cover for no run. As Toronto comes in for the third ball of his over, and this one outside of stump and pushed to mid wicket. You don't want to completely close shop, but you also need to think for. And I know that milestone is important to him, but you need to also think about what's going to be best for the team. You getting to 50, or you still being there to be able to kick on after lunch when it's going to be easier to bat. As we see Aiden Markram with his pads on.
Aiden Markram being shown what an opening batter is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Jordan Makubu says on 50, no doubt for me, on 50. Yeah, so we'll just hope that he sort of manages to get himself there, because I think there's some nerves now, and I think New Zealand are sensing them, and so it'll be quite interesting to see how De Grandhomme does.
This one from De Grandhomme a bit straighter, and Sorrel Erwee works this bit straight as the next ball comes in, and this one, they're bringing the fielders in. There's a close catcher that we didn't see, and silly.
There's a catching extra cover.
Yeah, catching extra cover, and that ball went straight to him on the half volley. Score remains 74, no loss. Erwee on 47. There might be a bit of a chatter around Erwee now, but he is relatively experienced and he knows his game. As the Grandhomme comes in for the last ball of the over, this one outside off and straight again to the catching extra cover, rubbing his hand. No run there.
Old man Tim Southey.
74 for no loss after 27.
Look, I think Tim Southey's like 34, so he's very old.
Not
he's
old.
About to retire.
As a bowler. Yeah, but how long has Jimmy Anderson been going at it?
No, we know, but in South Africa, 32 means you must
32 is old, yeah. That's Alga, that's Uma. That's so that's our most experienced 32.
Dean Alga's like 34, Temba's 32, Rassi's I think Temba's 31, Rassi's 32, Saddle's 32 too. He's having a very good day out in the sun at the Hagley Oval. No nightmares so far, at least. We've done well for the South Africans.
We've done well with this first session. Let's hope it carries on with the rest of our competition team. As Wagner comes in for the first ball, this one is short and left ducked under by Dean Alga. Not bothering to show that ball, showed Wagner any any say disrespect, but he's now batting for lunch. Over. Should be the second last over before lunch. 5 minutes ago. Might just want to tie his shoes at the end of this over as Wagner comes in for the second ball of the over, and this one short again down the leg side and left alone by Dean Elgar. Is Wagner setting Dean Elgar up? He's going to bowl another one short down the leg side. The next ball, they bowl a straight to one, trying to get
they've moved this. So they've moved. So they've spread out the slip fielders. They've got one slip. They've got a leg slip. They've also got a fielder at gully. Tom Latham's more in. He's in like run-saving mode, but I think he wants to be bowling to Sadal Erwee. But Neil Wagner's not giving him the accuracy that he needs to get Dean to the other end.
Wagner this time over the wicket and on leg stump, a bit short, and Dean Elgar just sways, sticking his leg outside leg stump as he lets that one go through to the keeper. 74 for no loss of 27.3. This line that Wagner's bowling now is rather negative. And I don't think that Elgar would mind.
Wait, what do you mean it's rather negative? This is South Africa's plan B, Anis. This is what South Africa does. You can see Will Young has the helmet. He's coming into short leg. They're going to bowl it short down the leg side and let Dean try and defend this ball with everything he has and not get caught.
Dean Elgar is probably going to get hit. And this one is straighter and fuller on middle stump, and Dean Elgar plays it away. No run.
So the double bluff from Neil Wagner. Everyone is expecting a short ball, and he got a full one on the pads there.
I wonder if there's going to be as much chatter from Neil Young as there is from Will Young as there is from Manus Labaskaki when he's building a short leg. As Wagner comes in, this one short outside leg stump and left alone.
Gotta make him play, Neil. You gotta make Dean play for this plan to work.
And Dean Elgar would be quite happy to just let it go because he'd still be there. Bowling short, yes, you're not scoring runs, but Dean Elgar's still there. And eventually you're going to let one slip and hopefully will cash it as Wagner comes in for the last ball of its over. This one is short and Dean Elgar ducks it. Score remains 74, no loss after 28.
Yes.
Next thing you know, they're going to be some verbals. Or is that the South African way of doing things? Nothing's happening, so we're going to have some chatter. I think this is going to be the last over for lunch. So here we are still on 47, Elgar on 25.
Look, I think
74.
I think what New Zealand should be telling themselves is, look, each team's allowed a good partnership here and there, even if it is at a time where we're supposed to be asserting ourselves into the game. I don't think they've bowled that poorly. I just do think that it's just, South Africa have applied themselves a lot, and you just need to have the patience to be in and around that off stump, and you will get something there. South Africa, on the other hand, will be happy with the response. They needed a response, and they got it. I think their captain, out of his own hubris, wanting to put the batters out there in some sort of show of bravado, has worked out so far.
As the Grono comes in, and this one is outside for whooping. And Sadal Erwee is quite happy to let it come on bad pitch for defense and no run. And that is a carbon copy of the first ball of the over, which was exactly the same, whooping in swinger from outside for Sadal Erwee. Big strike forward, full face to the bat, and defended back. As the Grono comes in for his third ball, two slips in a gully, and this one he strays onto his legs, and Sadal Erwee works this one down, pass back with forward of square, and he gets two. He is on 49.
Yes.
He's on
49. One run away from his maiden test century. Sarul told us, and you'll listen on the podcast, that he was told that only an injury would get him into the side. COVID got him into the side, the COVID case to Keegan Peterson, and now he's 1 run away from his maiden 50 in a second match.
As the ground over comes in, this one straight outside off stump, and Erwee slices this one through a gully, and he's going to get 4, and he moves on to 53. Well played,
Sarel. Get in. What an innings from Sarel Advia. Maiden test of 50 in a second match. Rewards are being reaped after waiting for a very long time. He's waited 4 test series over the span of 2 years to get this opportunity. He's finally gotten it, and he's making the most of it. It's going to be tough for the selectors when they go to England, or even when they come back, to decide who opens with Dean Alga, with Sarel batting this well.
As the ground comes in for the 4th ball of the over, and a forward defense by Erwee. 1 ball left for lunch. South Africa 80 for no loss, 4 runs, and then they better than par without losing the wickets. Erwee 53 of 93 balls, 7 balls. Well played, Erwee, as the last ball of the over, outside off, coming back in, but well left by Erwee, and that is lunch. South Africa get to lunch without losing a wicket. 80 for no loss.
Yes.
Is it?
And as Anis, yes, they have. As Anis tells you that it's 80 without loss, and we just give you the lay of what's happened today. South Africa won the toss and chose to bat against a barrage of history, letting them know that it was the first time in 10 test matches. First time in 10 test matches that a captain winning the toss in New Zealand choosing to bat first. South Africa needing a response are now 80 without loss. This is the highest second opening stand and since 2012, when South Africa scored against Australia in Adelaide, 114. That was between Graham Smith and Erwee Peterson. So this is a good start for the South Africans. They won the toss. They chose to bat. 3 changes to the side. Hamza's out with the injured thumb. That brought in Vian Mulder, the all-rounder, the bowling all-rounder, the quick bowling all-rounder. Luto Supamla came in for Duan Olivier, and Keshad Maharaj came in for Glenton Steenman. Looking at the scoreboard in this game, obviously, our friend Sarel Advia getting to 53 not out. Dean Alga is on there on 25 not out of 81 balls. Sarel Advia on 94 balls. He's hit 7 fours. Dean's only hit 2. And the bowling figures for New Zealand, Matt Henry and Tim Southey looked toothless this morning. The ball felt like it swung too much. Tim Southey bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 12. That economy rate of 1.71 is key in that initial start, because it kind of felt like even if South Africa got through the first 15 overs, if they lost the wicket, they would have been in trouble. Matt Henry, 8 overs, 0 for 28. He couldn't replicate the heroics of the last match. Kyle Jamieson, 7 overs, 0 for 14. That's a 2-run economy rate. I think he's the pick of the bowlers this morning for New Zealand. Colin de Grandon, 0 for 14 after 4 overs. And Neil Wagner, a little bit wayward, 0 for 11 after 3. It is advantage South Africa. They take the first session in this match. It is lunch, and we will now go to final comments. Jordan Makubi says, good night. Midnight for me now, lads. Logging off at lunch. Working in the morning. Thanks for a lovely comment, you guys. Good luck to the boys. Natis Kosana says, if Aiden doesn't perform here, he'll probably lose a spot when Keegan Peterson comes back. Lunchtime viewing, we're going to be playing the interview with Sarel Advia. It was our 15th episode on the Full Quota podcast. He tells us everything about his time in the Proteas, how he made his journey through England and South Africa to get to being in the Protea side, and also what the selectors had told him about how he was going to get an opportunity, the one as we see happening right now. So do enjoy that. We'll be back after 35 minutes.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Full Quota podcast. My name is Mpho Mutlani, and I'm joined by Tim Dale-Lace. We are back with our In Conversation series to lead you into the domestic season. We've got a very lovely guest we're going to be talking about today. But before you do anything else, remember One World Sports Radio will be broadcasting the Sri Lanka series next week. So please do make sure that you have subscribed or liked, as well as clicked on that notification bell so that you could get information when we do go live for those games. The Proteas are in Sri Lanka, and also we'll be broadcasting the SA women's team in the Caribbean. The times are similar to the men's time, so very normal 8 p.m. time slots and 4 p.m. for the ODIs. So that's going to be quite intriguing and interesting to see how the women's team prepare for their own World Cup going into New Zealand next year in March. Tim, how are you doing, my man? It's been 2 days.
I'm doing really good. I don't know if anyone else saw that I tweeted earlier today that we have a guest who was with Craig Govender, who we interviewed a few weeks ago in the Caribbean. So, without further ado, we have Saul Erwee.
Yes, we do. Hi, Sarah. Welcome.
Hello, guys.
To the Full Quota podcast. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thanks very much for having me on your show. Nice to see put some names to faces.
That's really good. Yeah, Tim's the guy. For those who don't know, if you didn't know and you're living under a rock, Sarah Erwee had a really good season last year. Scored 569 runs in the 4-day series. He was the 7th highest run scorer, and his runs got him into the Proteas squad that played against Sri Lanka, Pakistan, as well as got him to the Caribbean, which is probably one of the best holiday Saral's ever been on, but we'll ask him about that. Saral, we'll ask all our guests here, how did your cricketing journey start? Was it a bug? How did you get into the game?
Sure. It just started at primary school, I guess. You obviously get to choose some summer sports, and I think I picked up, let's try to smash this thing as far as you can. Ended up playing back in the day. It was called Baker's Mini Cricket. I know it's KFC Mini Cricket at the moment. But you play Baker's Mini Cricket. You're on a big field with all your mates, and you whack the ball, and there's no boundaries, so you just run. And I think I enjoyed that. Everyone gets a chance to bat. Everyone gets a chance to bowl. So that's where my journey started, and that's where the love of the game started for me.
And once you had got that love of the game, where did the progression start? When did you realize, okay, this is not just a bit of fun, I can actually make a serious go at this. This can actually be a professional. I can take this professionally and take this to the next level. When did that start to happen for you?
Yeah, I think during my school years, I was playing first team cricket, high school, quite early on in my high school career, from grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, obviously, and then grade 12. So I kind of had a feeling that, this is something I could pursue after school. So I put in a bit of work and a bit of focus into it during school, and then kind of left school. And a lot of people do gap years, then they go to varsity. I came to the Dolphins Academy and thought that, this is how I'm going to progress my career, and kind of went by the wayside, fell to the wayside, went to varsity college, and just kind of, just got caught up, in off-field goodies, should I say. And, cricket didn't really work out for me, but came back to Maritzburg, stayed with my parents for a year or two, and got into the inland side and was really doing nicely. I'd really started then kind of putting focus into my cricket. I just felt like I was wasting a talent, and all the hard work I'd done the years before, at school and at the Dolphins Academy. And when I started reaping some rewards from all this hard work and actually dedicating myself to cricket, I started reaping rewards, and that's where I was like, you know what, this can actually take me a bit further than just playing for inland or just trying to play for the Dolphins. I actually then started setting goals of, one day you want to play for South Africa no matter what. So, yeah, I suppose having some one or two faults after school, you learn, and that's probably where I thought, if I work hard and I see some benefits or I see some rewards, that cricket is actually then a game for me.
Okay. I read somewhere that you played in, I think in the Surrey leagues, cricket leagues, for some time. How was your experience playing up there, and what did you learn playing in that different environment compared to obviously being in KZN?
In South Africa? Yeah. So I went and played for Weybridge Cricket Club in the Surrey Premier League. And I mean, since the day I got there, I was like, this is, I love this place. Everything was just very homey. It wasn't, the clubhouse isn't massive. It's not a very fancy clubhouse. I mean, we play on a what do they call it? Like a public park. It's not owned by the club. So there's a road around the ground. People during the week can have picnics on the field, and but we're a Premier League side and it's strong cricket. So it just felt very, especially if you've played club cricket in Maritzburg or in certain parts of Durban, it's very rustic, if I can call it that. So it felt very homey to me. And I loved the experience there. The people were so good to me. And I think the big thing and especially, I suppose, every youngster that goes abroad is just kind of like, you learn things about yourself because you're in an environment where you're not in a comfort environment. You're not in a comfort zone. You've got to grow up very quickly. You've got to look after yourself. You've got to buy your own food, cook your own food, do your own washing, pay your own bills. So you grow up very, very quickly. So you start learning, mental aspects of yourself that you didn't think you had, because you don't have a choice. It's just you've got to do certain things. So I think growing up and just showing having a bit of independence, I think was very good for me, that side. And I started making really good friends off the field. So, everything can, obviously for us as cricketers, it's just like cricket, but, there's obviously a life after cricket and away from the cricket field. And I think I experienced that quite well. And I was fortunate to experience life off the cricket field as nicely or as well as I did. And I think it just made me grow up very, very quickly and realize that it's not just all about cricket and what your name is and what comes with cricket. It's there's life away from the cricket field, and you grow up quickly.
That's true. I did some commentary for the Guerilla Cricket UK guys when South Africa was playing England straight after the back end of 2020, and guys kept on asking about you because they heard of your stories. You're a legend in those Surrey leagues. And I'm like, how far is Sarl from this SA team? And I was like, well, not that far. But no, I've heard some great things about you, great stories.
Yeah, I've made some good friends over there. I mean, there's probably guys that I've forgotten their names, but if I see them in the streets, I like venturing into London and all the different little villages around. So, I'll forget people's names, but if I see their face, I'll go over and greet them. And it's just, I've got such good memories there, and I'm hoping to go back, hopefully next year, April again. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Hopefully we won't be on the red list by then.
Yes, well, that's who knows. Hopefully, I mean, if we've had the vaccine, surely, come on, get us.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Just to go back on your time in Surrey, I had a look at a few scorecards, particularly in that last season that you were there. You played against people like Ollie Pope, who's now a feature on the England side. So if you compare it to the sort of club system over here and over there, it's a lot stronger, isn't it? Because you get those sorts of guys who do play the odd game here and there to get back to fitness or for whatever reason. The standard is a good standard of cricket.
Yeah. I mean, we playing over there is obviously a lot different. Their club structure is a lot different than ours, and they put a lot of focus into their club structure. So whenever the Surrey guys weren't playing over the weekend, or they didn't have a game 3 days or 2 days after a Saturday, they would actually come out and play club cricket, which actually strengthens your club system quite nicely. So I think that's something we can do better in South Africa. I'm sure or should I say in Durban. I just know of Durban or KZN, Maritzburg, where guys are very reluctant to go and play club cricket on a Sunday because, I don't know, it's club cricket for guys, which is wrong, because I mean that's your feeder system. That's where that's where we were playing. So we need to go and give back and try to help the younger kids. I mean, imagine batting for, even if it's 5 overs with a youngster or an inexperienced first class guy. I mean, he'll gain so much more experience doing that. So they do it right over there in terms of getting guys to go and play club cricket when they are available. So to play against the likes of Ollie when I think he was still at school. I think, I could be wrong. Guys like there's loads of Surrey players. Jason, very good friend of mine. We played 2 games against each other. A lot of guys. So I think we could be better doing that as professional cricketers, to be honest.
I think that's something that we're trying to fix with this new provincial structure, but we will get there. Looking at, I think, your career, would you say that you are a white ball, more inclined to white ball cricket, or more red ball specialist? Because if I look at your career, it feels like there's like a chasm, and it started like last season when all of a sudden all the red ball player that we've all been waiting for has come to the fore. But which do you prefer, one, or is it just the way it worked?
It's very interesting. I often get this question, and when I first started playing for the Dolphins, I obviously started with red ball cricket, and I did okay, but I was still trying to kind of find my feet on how to construct an innings in red ball cricket, because it's actually it's a lot harder than people think it is. People just think, okay, go out there and leave the wide one, hit the straight one, hit the bad ball, leave the good balls, type of thing. But there's a lot more technical work and a lot more thinking that goes behind red ball cricket. Whereas white ball cricket, go out there, see ball, hit ball, run hard between the wickets. It's intense, and you're just on the go the whole time. And I actually, if we look at my because we're talking about stats now, if we look at my white ball Momentum One Day Cup stats, they're actually quite good.
Well, they are.
I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything, but they're actually quite good. It's my amateur stats that actually makes my all-round stats not look so good, which is very interesting. But so for me, I started off really enjoying white ball cricket, at the Dolphins in Momentum One Day Cup cricket and 2020 cricket. Like, I just felt I could just express myself and just be me, just whack the ball, play all these extravagant shots, and I just wanted to express myself. So it was brilliant. But I think over the years, I'd probably say over the last 24 months, I've really grown into red ball cricket. I've kind of found the process. I've worked really hard at it. So I'm enjoying that process. So at the moment, and I suppose I probably have to say this because I'm in a test squad, or I was in a test squad, but I'm leaning towards a red ball cricket. So let's say that I must say one day cricket's not very far behind. Let's go 51-49 red ball cricket.
51-49. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. That's good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so let's talk about that protest call up. Where did it happen? How did it happen? When did you get that call up? What were your emotions?
I think I've just lost you guys there.
Sorry, Tim was just asking about your protest call up. where were you when you received the news that you made it into the Proteas team?
Oh, sorry, it's just a bit. Sorry. Okay, I think you just wanted to know where I was when I received the call up. Sorry, it was just a bit.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So the first time I was actually we had a day off on the Friday. I think it was a Friday. We got given the day off. It has been quite a tough week. So I decided, my dad just had a shoulder replacement operation in Pietermaritzburg. So I said to my fiance, I'm going to actually drive through, go see my parents. I haven't seen them in a while. Let me just go spend the day with them. And got there early morning, and my dad's like, well, I'm just on my way to some physio. So I was like, okay, well, get in the car. I'll take you quickly, and at least I can spend some time with you. Otherwise, I'm going to have to sit here and wait. And so anyway, I drove him there, and we just started chatting cricket and started actually talking about this test series. Sri Lanka's coming here. You know, it's quite exciting. Bit of international cricket again in South Africa. And yeah, halfway through a session, I was sitting there just scrolling through Twitter, and I looked, there was a press release, or Cricket South Africa released the squad. So I kind of was like, okay, well, let me see who's made it. Obviously, the normals from our team, Cash, and we're obviously expecting Keegan to be in that squad. So yeah, just kind of scroll, try to look through, and then at the bottom, I was like, no way, is that me? So I was very shocked. Honestly, I was blown away. I could not believe it. So I actually jumped up and I tried to show my dad without like making any like racket in the practice or anything. Like, anyway, I just showed him. I don't know actually if he saw, because he just kind of like frowned and then kind of looked at the lady, and like they kept doing their thing. So I ran outside, phoned my mom, phoned my fiance, my gran, yeah, all the family first, and it was quite an emotional phone call to them, to be honest. I think they're the closest people that have known what I've gone through over the last 18 months or so. It's been a very roller coaster ride off the field. So yeah, for them it was probably more exciting, or more probably a happier moment for them.
That's an
Awesome.
amazing story.
Awesome.
That's really good to hear. Well, I wasn't surprised after you put the lines to the sword with that 199. I was like, okay, well, it's about time, and you cannot ignore such a very good score. Speaking about that, let's actually talk about that. So that 199, it was the first game of the season. What was going through your mind, like when you got past the what was it when you realized that actually no, I could put this team to bed?
Sure. I'll tell you what. I'm supposed you can speak to any batsman. That first game of the season's a nervy one, because you do all the hard work in the off season, and all you want to do is you just want to get off the mark and just kind of settle into your innings. And I got off to quite a good start, quite a flying start. And I think, from what I can remember, I played a reverse sweep of Panky, and I was just like, you know, today's the day. Today I'm going to make sure I get a big one. I don't know what it was about that shot, but I was just like, today's the day. Like, I don't know, something was just in my head. I'll remember that for a very long time. And yeah, when I got to 100, you know, it was I was probably relieved to get there, but also I think I had a little celebration. It wasn't anything over the top, because I knew that, you know, we had a job to do. And them, you know, the Lions were a very strong side. They were the 4-day trophy holders, and you know, it's a lot of South African players in their side. So you know, you want to make a statement, especially with us as the Dolphins at home, spinning conditions. You know, we wanted to really set the tone and send a message to the other side. So for me, as an opener and a guy that was in that position, to be able to, you know, lead the team to that position, I made sure I dug in and I did what I had to do to get our side to a good position.
Awesome. You talk a lot about the Dolphins and a lot about how happy you are sort of the last sort of 24 months. Tell us what it's like to work with Imran Khan as a coach. I've interviewed him on a different broadcast. I found him to quite be a sort of very engaging individual. So just tell us about him and the way he goes about things with you guys at the Dolphins.
Imran, I mean, I first got to play with him, at the Dolphins. I actually started opening the batting with him. So I got to know him quite well. And he's just one of those good human beings. I don't think he has a bad bone in his body, to be very honest. And he's such a calming person. He's just got a calm nature. Nothing flusters him. It's incredible. So to work with him, I mean, he's so knowledgeable. It's ridiculous. The cricketer Imran Khan that I know, and then our coach Imran Khan, it's like it's two completely different people. It's incredible. And a lot of guys that have played with me and now see him as a coach will understand what I'm saying. But he's a good guy. He's, like I said, very knowledgeable, and he's such an easy guy to speak to, about batting and about cricket. And you kind of sit back and you just listen to what he says, and you go, "Wow!" Like, I think he retired it way too early. But as a coach, he's doing incredible things. He knows what makes people tick. The Dolphins players, and he just knows what we need as a side. Not just each individual, but what type of brand we can play as a side. Every side has their different brand, but he just knows everyone so well that he understands what brand we need, at the Dolphins to succeed. And I mean, his record speaks for itself, to be very honest. He's busy rebuilding a squad every year. He's getting new faces, so it's exciting for him. And I think, I don't think we're going to see him in the franchise circuit for much longer, to be honest. I'd like to see him for at least another year or two, but I think he's wasted at franchise level, to be very honest.
When I spoke to him, that was my concern. I said, "This guy's on a different level." He spoke I was so impressed with him when I interviewed him. It was as I say, I agree. I think in a couple of years down the line, he's going to be flying the roost somewhere else.
Hopefully in South Africa.
Hopefully in South Africa.
Yes, all for South Africa. Well, he did go to Pakistan as part of that coaching side team there for the limited overs team, which I thought was really good.
Very good exposure.
Speaking about it is, and that's what you need, and even the players in the franchise circuit require that. Speaking about that exposure, so you arrive in the Proteas camp. What was your thoughts when you arrived?
Sure, my first tour, I was very nervous. It's a national side. You're always reading about them. You're always seeing pictures. You're in the stands watching them, or you're watching their bus drive past, on the way to the ground, or you see them at training sessions, or you're bowling to them as youngsters. So I was very, very nervous, and my first little interaction with Sri Lanka, I just stayed very quiet. I observed from a bit of a distance, just try to kind of get a feel of certain personalities, the people that I'll be sharing a change room with, and just spending most of my days with, being in a bubble. So I just try to kind of see what makes certain people tick. Who can you have a little joke with? Who can you be serious with? Who's approachable? Who's a bit drawn back, or just reserved, should I say? But it was. I think I went about it the right way, because the next trip I was a bit more. I then figured out, okay, this is the guy I can go and speak to, or this is the guy I can have a laugh with, this is the guy I can have a drink with. Different conversations I can have with different guys. And by the third trip, it was just, I think you're so comfortable with everyone, you can do anything with everyone. That great bunch of guys in that group, and I'm so grateful that I got to experience those 3 trips. I learned things that I don't think I've ever thought of. At franchise cricket or an amateur cricket, or that anyone's ever told me. First trip, very nervous, but came out my shell as the trips went on. I think you
hopefully more to come.
Yeah, exactly. I'm holding plans. I've just got to keep scoring runs, and good things will happen.
Indeed.
That is very true.
Obviously, your father's had a big influence on your career, and I've read elsewhere that you said that was the case. Was there anybody else in your career that had a similar influence on your career, either as a coach or player or somebody else within your career that's been influential?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned my dad. I think he's. I was very fortunate that he had played. Back in the day, I don't think it was as professional as it is now, rugby for Natal. So he made mistakes, and he tried to teach me not to make the same mistakes. And just try to instill the discipline that you needed to make it in a career in sport or career off the field, wherever it may be. And then I was very fortunate enough to, throughout the times in my life or phases in my career, I had different people, that were very influential. But I mean, to this day, I still, I think I owe Grant Morgan and Shane Berger a hell of a lot. They were very influential, such good people that kind of like just understood what made me tick and how they could get the best out of me. A lot of people are just like aggressive, like you got to do this, do that. But it was more a case of, okay, well, we're going to sit down, like, how do you want to go about things? And we feel like if you try this, it could work. If it doesn't, let's try something else. Like, they communicated a lot, and they gave me opportunities where coaches in the past never gave me opportunities. I mean, Morgs was the first one to say, listen, I think you can open the batting. I think your technique's good enough, and you've got all the shots in the book. So there's an opportunity. You might as well give it a go. And I agreed to do it, and it paid off nicely. And he spent a lot of time proving my technique against a brand new red ball, which is tough. Him and Shane also very influential. And I try to stay in touch with him as much as I can. It's obviously not as much as I'd like to, but they've obviously got really love as well. Morgs in PE, Shane in Scotland. So they were very influential. And then I've obviously had people, like I said, different stages in my career that I played with. Like Erwee was very good. Him and Van Vliet, as opening batters, they came and actually played for Inland, and they were, because I decided, okay, we're going to open the batting. They kind of taught me how to be an opening batter and how to think as an opening batter. So I owe them a lot too. And then obviously Morne Van Vliet, his older brother, who I still go and see now. He's at St. Charles College. I go and see him now, and we talk cricket, and he helps me with one or two things because he's involved with a bit of power hitting, teaching guys how to power hit. 2020 cricket is becoming massive now. So often I'll pop down there and just see if he can help me clear the road. So just a little bit further than I can at the moment.
And do you give some tips to the first team there while you're there?
I've actually, every time I go there, Master in Charge of Sports, Rowan Irons, and he gets me down to their nets or gets them to come and have a look how I'm training in their indoor center, and then you just chat to guys. One guy that I really got along with very well from the first team at St. Charles is actually Wesley. I can't remember. I can't pronounce his surname correctly.
Valentiano.
But he's the all-rounder that plays for Zimbabwe.
Oh. I think it's Wesley Madavere.
Madavere, yes.
Yes.
Oh, and he was such a kind guy. Every time I came and saw the guys at St. Charles, yes sir, thank you, sir. And I'm like, I'm not sir, I'm Hector. I'm not much older than you guys, please. But he was always one that was asking questions and wanted to learn and get better. So it's nice to see him doing very nicely on the international circuit.
Yeah, no, that is very true. I think he's one of the bright lights in Zimbabwe, which is quite exciting.
Yeah.
Speaking about the new season, you mentioned that obviously Imran Khan's got new players to deal with. I'm trying to sort out my I think the cracking's on my end. But how's the team shaping up for this new season?
Yeah, listen, we've done a lot of work. The new guys, I think, have got a bit of a shock to the system. Actually, how hard us Durban guys work, because people think of us Durban guys as so laid back, and we're at the beach, and we're only 5 minutes away from the ground, and everything's chill. But our strength and conditioning coach, he's shocked their systems quite nicely. So the guys have fitted in nicely, and the guys have been training really, really hard. Obviously, we had those 2 weeks of the looting that disrupted our preparation for our preseason, but the guys have been putting extra yards in. I mean, if I talk about this week, we've been given a week off, and I've gone in to do some rehab work in that, and the guys are in there gymming, guys are doing their fitness, the bowlers are in the net bowling a couple of overs, and they don't need to be there on their off weeks. So it's really good to see that the work rate is there from the new guys, and like I said, they're putting in beautifully. So it's exciting. It's very exciting times for cricket in South Africa in terms of its new structure and players that have moved around. So to have these guys fitting in beautifully at the moment, it's exciting for us as the Dolphins. We need to get them on the field, and let's produce some results.
That's what captain say. Let's get them onto the field.
Indeed, yeah. I'm a big fan of Jason Smith, and I'm actually delighted that he's made the move up to you guys. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Imi can do with him. I'm just hoping that he's going to focus on his batting. But just moving forward, do you have any particular goals in line for the season? For the Dolphins, have you got a goal in mind that you want to achieve? Any milestones around the corner that you want to hit?
Me personally, or the Dolphins?
Yes, or no, you personally. Have you got? What are your goals for the season?
Personally, I just want to be as consistent as possible. I just had a one-on-one meeting with Imran this week, and that's one of the things we want to have, like a real breakout season. Like I've been consistently doing just nicely, I've been helping the team nicely, but we want to really okay, sure, this guy's actually doing double what everyone else is doing. Well, okay, I'll say double, but not really. But he's just doing it's been like an outstanding season. A lot of people say, okay, he's got 200s or 300s, he's had an outstanding season. I think we want to up the ante a bit.
Welcome back to the second test from the Hagley Oval in New Zealand, in Christchurch, in Canterbury to be specific. My name is Coach Dave, and alongside me for this next stint is Akona Kula. Welcome, sir. Welcome back. Good to have you back with us again. What have you made so far of this first session?
Wow, unexpected. We couldn't have wrote the script any better. South Africa 18 without loss of a wicket. It's been hard graft for the South African opener, and I must say I really commend the two South African captain and Sir Erwee, the way they played, the way they left the ball outside of stump, the way they stayed disciplined, they let the bowlers bowl at them. and they've clipped away everything that is loose. Typical of the way South Africa used to play in the past. The great start from South African point of view. Now it's a new session. In this kind of pitch, Dave, if you ask me, if you're betting from a South African point of view, if you're betting on this kind of pitch, you fill your boots up and make it count and make it big. It's been a good launch so far.
It's been an excellent performance, and primarily from the man who was on that podcast that you were listening to in the lunch interval. If you want to hear more of that, or the end of that rather, check out our YouTube channel. You'll be able to find that interview there with Mpho and Tim. Wonderful podcast that they have. And really just an exciting period here for Cyril Erwee. We were listening to him chat about his his career and where he was at that time when that interview occurred. But a 50 in his second game, and not only does that take pressure off of him, but it really transfers it to Aiden Markram, because a guy scoring runs is difficult to drop for somebody who's not. So he'll feel a lot more confident, but Aiden will feel even more stressed, because a guy like Keegan Peterson, when he comes back, you almost imagine he'll come straight back into the squad. Then the question is, what do you do with Aiden Markram?
Most definitely, it's a good headache to have, but I must say, for Aiden Markram, it piles more pressure on him to make more runs, and Cyril Erwee can't be dropped at the moment. He has scored runs. We would like to make it big. Keegan Peterson comes in straight in. It's a shootout. I don't know where Aiden is going to bet. The key thing here, where he's going to bet, where he's going to fit in this team.
It's all about balance. Kyle Jamieson will be bowling the first over after the lunch break. And for those of you who are joining us from South Africa, good morning to you, and good morning to New Zealand listeners. And if it's evening where you are, good evening to you, and good afternoon if you're somewhere in between. This is a peach of a start for the South Africans. They'll love to see where they are. 3 slips in a gully, round the wicket, and just tucked away off the hips. And the first ball after lunch is not unlike the first ball this morning, where they get runs to fine leg. 81 without loss now, South Africa. Dean Elgar is on 26 from 82, and Cyril Erwee 53 from 94. Kyle Jamieson is wicketless for 15 in his 7.1 overs so far. And don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, or alternatively at Guerilla SA, GERILLASA. And on tweets, Werner, one of our commentators, he'll be with you a little bit later, saying a marked improvement by the Proteas as they go into lunch on day 1 of the second test without losing a wicket. Jamieson over the wicket now to Erwee, through to Blundell, no run. And he said, yes, you read that correctly. Elgar asked his players to front up, and he has led the way with Erwee to show the type of fight we expect from them. And he's tweeted that to Guerilla SA. So you'll hear from him a little bit later. It's himself and the legend, the doyen of South African cricket journalism. It's Ken Borland. He'll be with Werner to replace Akona and I, but we've still got a full session ahead of us. Jamieson, right over the wicket, full and over pitched and driven straight back down the ground there.
Beautiful.
We'll have to do a lot of hard work here to cut this off, and they do so through Neil Wagner, who collects that, and they get through comfortably in the end for what looks like 3. It was a great bit of running there from the South African opening pair, but he goes to 56 from 96 deliveries.
Yes, Dave. Coming back to Aiden Markram, don't you think the South African selectors, or maybe the coaching staff, created a dilemma for batting Aiden Markram at 3, considering Keegan Peterson will be back to take up his spot?
It's a difficult one, because what do you do with him? Round the wickets to Elgar goes Jamieson, who just defends this without runs. It's a difficult one, because where do you put Aiden Markram? Keegan Peterson not a part of this series, and he would be the incumbent at 3. And you might imagine that if they did decide to drop Aiden Markram from the top spot alongside Dean Elgar, that he wouldn't have gotten a selection at all if that was the case going into this test match, if Keegan Peterson was fully available. Round the wicket comes Jameson on the hips of the South African skipper, who just pushes this onto the onside where Conway does the fielding, no run. So you're right in assessing that South Africa have kind of put themselves, or at least the selectors have put themselves in an awkward position by putting Aiden Markram at 3, and you almost got to ask the question, well, what do you do with him ahead of the Bangladesh series? There's calls for Ryan Rickleton to be selected, and the question is, where do you put him as Jameson? Round the wicket again. This is Fuller this time, just punched down the wicket. They're going to run very hard. They run into each other, do the South African openers, and so they, in the end, get home safely. But that could have been calamitous for the South Africans. You wouldn't want that to be the way that you lose the first wicket, running into each other in the middle of the wicket.
Fortunately for us, the boys had more time. The ball was still going there. Yes, Dave, I must say, it begs to ask you that Aiden Markram, when it comes to the Bangladeshi test, might be dropped. You should look at the team dynamic and the balance of the team going forward.
Yeah, just to remember that South Africa have to play England away, and so you want a set batting lineup ahead of that series. You don't want to still be discussing, who goes where and what space everybody fits into. Just having a look at that one where Dean Elgar is doing a bit of ball watching and Erwee not moving out the way of the South African captain. There's a smile there from Dean Elgar, but I wonder if there was a bit of a comment to him. Southie to begin a new over, started the 31st, and Dean Elgar just defends that one with 3 slips waiting. 85 without loss. Elgar on 27 from 86, and it's a conundrum that South Africa find themselves in. If you're a selector, are you keeping a guy like Aiden Markram in the squad as a whole against Bangladesh, and you're saying, even if he doesn't play, he still needs to be a part of the mix?
I'll probably keep him. I'll keep him in the squad.
Southie to Dean Elgar. He's overpitched this one and whipped away square of the wicket on the onside. They're running hard. They're going to look for 3 here, and clean-up work there means that they just get the 2 for the South Africans. 87 now without loss.
Dave, I'll be keeping him in the squad, knowing that Aiden Markram has got lots of potential. But we're talking about potential now. It's the currency, his bank balance, to be honest, is on 0 at the moment. So even if he's not in the squad, and the 4-day games have already gone now, probably 1 game left.
Southie into Dean Elgar. He just punches this to the offside now through the covers. They're running hard, and they're going to get 2 once again as Neil Wagner does the fielding. So 89 now for the South Africans. Just having a look at that strip compared to the first game, where it was basically a green carpet. I mean, really, it's almost indistinguishable from the subsequent adjacent strips. But a much browner wicket, and South Africa have weathered the early storm here. A lot of work for them still to do. Elgar facing up to Southie, halfway through his 8th, and he just punches this up the wicket. A lovely shot there from the South African captain. That looks like it'll run away to the boundary, and it is for South Africa into the 90s, and Dean Elgar now on 35. What a shot.
What a shot. Beautiful shot. Waited a bit, and the check drive, on drive, into the boundary. Beautiful shot. South Africa started well on the front foot, guys. South Africa started on front foot. I must say, this first couple of overs, South Africa have started decently in terms of the run scoring. The runs are simply flowing.
Elgar now with Southie coming around the wicket and just defends this one. No run. 1 ball remaining in the 31st. So you're saying you're keeping him in the squad. Can I play devil's advocate with you and ask, well, is it a possibility to say, why not let him go play 4-day cricket for the Titans? Maybe get some confidence by bullying some domestic bowlers and then bring him back in for England? Or is it do you continue to play him against Bangladesh and hopefully he bullies there? Elgar now facing up, and he just leaves this one outside the off stump. No run, 31 gone, 93 without loss. Do you say that, the team you got your debut against, do you say to him, go out there and you've got to score massive runs?
Dave, it's a tough one. The South African domestic season is about to end. They've got only one game left until the season counts. It's almost done. For me, I would say to Aiden Marquand to sign a county contract to go and play in England, to get some confidence and get some runs. I'll probably have to drop him in the squad and probably bring in someone like Van Tonder.
Interesting concept or a thought there from Akona. Nati Skwasana saying, good morning, Dave. Well, it's not only me, it's Akona with me, and good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. He's been by our side throughout this first day of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch in Canterbury. This one is onto the pads of Erwee, and he just tucks this away fine. It looks like it's going to be cut off there. It isn't in the end. Great bit of work there to try and cut that off, but 4 runs nevertheless, and South Africa 3 away from a 100 opening stand.
Wow. Can you believe that? 3 away from a 100 partnership.
I think this is the first time in a long time that South Africa have had a 100 opening stand. I mean, we knew it was the first time since 2015 that they'd had a 50 opening stand away from home. So this is a lovely sight to see for the South Africans. They're not there yet. Erwee on 60. He faces up to Jameson, drives us through the covers. It's a great bit of fielding there to cut off a certain boundary. Neil Wagner or whatever you pronounce his name as, doing the work there, but a great bit of fielding there to cut things off. It should have been a boundary. It deserved a boundary.
Beautiful. Good shot there. Tell you why I'm saying Van Tonder must come in. I'm looking at the future. I know this season hasn't really done well, but if you look at the makeup of the top order in South African Pro, they're late in their early 30s, late in the 30s.
Jameson into Erwee, who just leaves this alone outside the off stump, no run. So then my question to you is, do you just pick someone on promise, or is it, I mean, surely the guy's got to score runs to be able to be selected for the national squad. You can't pick a guy on, well, he looks good.
Definitely. I must say, it's probably this season, probably the last 2 seasons, he has done well. He has shown everyone he's capable of, he's got the potential.
Jameson forces Erwee on the back foot there, just defends out square of the wicket on the offside. No run.
He's got the potential to play the highest level. But for me, looking at going forward, and the South African thing also, we always tend to pick guys after they pass their form, and not to pick guys while they're still in form.
It's an interesting point you make. Yeah, the balance. You almost want to not pick a guy before he's ready, but also not pick a guy after he's too late to the party. This one is left alone to go through to Blundell without much fuss. Nati Skwasana saying, Aiden's living on borrowed time in this test team, guys. We were not disagreeing with you at all, Nati. I do think the question is for the selectors. Well, where do you put him? Nevertheless, New Zealand have been a little bit lackluster. They seem blunted. Blunted is the word, perhaps, to describe their bowling compared to the first game. Granted, the surface helped a lot. This one is short and pulled away to the onside. Great bit of work there at a forward square leg to cut that one off. 32 gone. No runs from that final delivery. 97 without loss. Elgar on 35, Erwee on 60, and Jameson's wicketless for 23 in his 9. So they seemed toothless, Akona, has the New Zealand bowlers in this second test so far.
Definitely, Dave. If you look at the beehive they showed earlier on, the length of the bowled in this first session, especially the first session, it seemed a little bit shorter. It looked shorter. It was shorter, actually. They didn't even go fuller I must say, probably one drive I saw the South African openers when they batted in the first session.
Saudi to Elga, first ball of the new over. It's the start of the 9th for Saudi. He just defends that into the offside and they scamper through for a single. 98 without loss. Dean Elga on 36.
And I think the fuller length they've taken it away from the first test, and this second test they've bowled a bit shorter and it was easier for South Africa to leave it on length and make them bowl at them.
Oh, that one hooped back in from Saudi into Erwee, but he was up to the challenge and just defended that. No run. Do you think? I mean, Michael Holding talks about the fact that he doesn't actually care what happened in a previous test. Every test is a new opportunity for both sides to do this. You've got to ask the question: where was South Africa in that first test? Because comparatively, South Africa were all out for the score in the first. In the first innings of the first test, I think it was 98, 95 roundabout there. This one's left alone through to Blundell outside the off stump, no run. So where was this in the first test? Are we so jet lagged that we come out and have our second worst performance since readmission?
To be honest, I don't know how to put it. I don't know where to put that kind of performance out from last week. For a fact, from a player's point of view, having been played cricket before, I know for a fact no one just goes there and just plays like that.
Into Erwee, just swings in and he punches us down the ground. It beats the man at mid-off. That races to the boundary for 4. South Africa have 100 opening stand. 102 without loss, and Erwee is on 64. What a shot.
What a shot to bring up the 100 partnership. It's magnificent from South African pair. It's been organized, disciplined, batting performance so far. All I can say to them, fill up your boats. It's looking great out there.
Werner Rasmus on YouTube, one of our commentators, he's saying this is the first 100-run opening stand since 2012 by the South Africans, and I'll just give it to you again. It's overpitched and swinging into the left-handed Erwee, and through a fielding fumble, they're able to get 1 for it. It's the first time since 2012, Australia versus Australia in Adelaide, where Graham Smith and Alvaro Peterson were opening the batting together. Lovely little opening partnership that was, but I mean that shows it's 10 years since we've had 100 opening stand away from home.
My goodness, this is unbelievable. I must say, I really commend the 2 South African openers. And the big thing for me is the confidence that I have instilled in that changing room. They're probably breathing a bit better now.
Saudi into Elgar, and he just pushes this onto the onside, and they're going to race for 2. The first one was run hard, and that allowed them the confidence to be able to get through for 2. Elgar on 38, South Africa 105 without loss. Sorry, I want to take off where you stopped.
It's bringing confidence in that changing room. But looking at this wicket, Dave, you want South Africa to score 400 plus on this wicket to really put some scoreboard pressure onto the New Zealanders.
Particularly when you've got 100-run opening stand, I think it's a major sin. All too often we hear commentators or analysts saying, South Africa were set fair, as James, one of our commentators, would say, set fair at 105 without loss, and then they ended up on 200 all out, and that's I think it's a sin to waste a golden opportunity like they do have here. This one's left alone at the start of Jameson's 10th through to Blundell, no run. And Nutty's saying, I think South Africa sold themselves short in not playing a warm-up game before the first test. Excuse me. It's been an interesting trend where test teams have decided not to go for a warm-up game when touring, other than maybe England or Australia here and there. But it's really fallen away, the trend of going and playing a county side or perhaps one of the local state sides. Jameson in to Erwee, who just leaves this alone outside the off stump, no run.
It's been tough, Dave, because of COVID, because I look at the Ashes in England tour. They didn't even have a warm up. They tried to have a warm up game. Actually, probably 2 days. I think the other warm up they tried to play an internal game. It rained out. These days, because of COVID, we don't have even A games, even the Lions games at the moment for England also.
Jameson in to Erwee again, and he's happy to just shoulder his arms on its way through to Blundell. 33 and a half gone, 105 without loss. Is it something that teams should look to do in a post COVID world, in inverted commas?
Most definitely, it has to come back because it helps you to acclimatize the conditions, what the pitch is doing, what will you expect, and it's everything. It's very imperative for those warm-up games to be back.
Facing up to Jameson, he just defends this one and declines the run. Just having a look at Colin de Grandhomme there. It reminds me of 90s Chaminda Vaas. It's that not quite long, not quite short hair. And then a face full of sun cream, but only from his nose down. So maybe he can channel his inner Chaminda Vaas when he does get a bowl here after lunch. He has bowled a couple of overs, but he'll want to see the magic of Chaminda Vaas once again. This one is left alone outside that off stump through to Blundell. We forget so easily that it was, Lasith Malinga's proficiency with the ball in terms of hat-tricks is not an anomaly to Sri Lankan cricket. If I think it was Peter Maritzburg or maybe Harare, where South Africa was hosting the 2003 World Cup, it was Chaminda Vaas with 3 balls. The first 3 balls of a one-day international to dismiss 3 Bangladesh batsmen. And the first 3 balls a hat-trick. So this one is defended on the front foot. No run. 34 gone, 105 without loss. And South Africa currently going at 3 to the over.
Okay. And don't forget, he did have a hat-trick, I think, against South Africa also. Probably, I think so, yeah, definitely. I think he did have a hat-trick against South Africa.
Yeah, it was 2007 World Cup. That's when Lasith Malinga picked up his hat-trick, and we managed to squeeze that one away. I think it was Robin Peterson who was the man cometh the hour. It was actually on Valentine's Day in 2003 that Chaminda Vaas took that wicket. And we'll give you that. It was Peter Maritzburg. And this one, next delivery, is left alone outside that off stump without much fuss by Dean Elgar. South Africa are 4th on the World Test Championship standings, having played 4 and won 2. They're ahead of New Zealand, but well behind the rest. Sri Lanka, for some reason, are on 20. I don't understand these points. How can you be less points, but you're higher up
really
on the rankings? Yeah, I think it's the win percentage, but this one is just defended. No run. So Sri Lanka, Australia, Pakistan, South Africa, India, New Zealand, Bangladesh, West Indies, and England. Interesting to see that maybe that's according to win percentage, but South Africa equal on points with Sri Lanka, 24 points, but only 50% win ratio.
Yes, but I think we won 2 and played 2.
Chaminda Vaas ended up taking 6 in that 2003 World Cup game. This one's defended. Soft hands by Dean Elgar on the bounce to Gully. 38 from 96, 65 from 112. That's where Elgar and Erwee are, respectively.
Yes. How do you make of the wicket, Dave?
I think it's one to fill your boots. One to fill your boots. You're not gonna hold back once you get set. I think it's going to be tricky in the early stages, Southee round the wicket to Elgar, and he just pulls the handbrake there and decides, I'm not going to bowl that one. Yeah, I think it's one that if you're able to weather the storm, if you're able to get yourself in, you're A for away.
Yes, and I think New Zealand also missed the trick of not playing a spinner. Because if you look at the wicket now, it says to you, it's definitely going to go to day 4, and you're probably going to need your spinner.
He's just beaten him on the outside edge there with that delivery. Lovely stuff from the New Zealand bowlers to pull this one back, but Southee not able to find the edge. It's a difficult one because they're not going to be the ones who are bowling last on this wicket, and so you've got to think maybe. But Clayton Nielsen says, what a pleasant surprise to find live ball-by-ball commentary in the middle of the night. Great work, guys. Well, thank you, Clayton, for being with us. This one's left alone through to Southee, or by Southee through to Blundell, rather. But thank you, Clayton. A pleasure to have you with us. Insomniacs Unite. And if you're a true insomniac, there's about 3 sleeps left until Christmas. What if you made of this batting performance by Dean Elgar? It's quintessentially Dean Elgar-esque, because we see the last one here from Southee. He comes round the wicket to South Africa's captain, who just leaves this through to the wicket keeper. End of the over, 105 without loss. It's a maiden there from Southee, 35 gone. What have you made of this innings from Dean Elgar? He's won the toss, decided he'd have a bat, and he's been Dean Elgar in the way we know best.
It's been impressive, I must say. From the presser leading up to the second test match, where he's been honest and he's been straight to the point. And today the toss, he fronted up and said, we're going to bat, guys. He's taking ownership and taking leadership. And I like his style, the moment. It reminds me of Graham Smith, actually.
Mm-hmm. It's something Brendan McCullum was talking about. It's just a Graham Smith / Dean Elgar thing to do, is to front up. This one's full and pushed to the onside, find of the wicket behind square. And Erwee will get just one for it. He moves to 66 from 113. And South Africa's score is 106. Don't forget, if you are joining us for the first time, if you're not joining us for the first time, or if you're just a long-time fan of Guerilla Cricket South Africa and One World Sports Radio, don't forget you can tweet us at One World SR, or tweet us at Guerilla SA, GERILLASA, and please do go and like this video on YouTube and subscribe. Ding the bell. We'll know exactly when we're live. This is round the wicket, overpitched and punched down the ground. It's another check drive from Dean Elgar. That's going to race towards the boundary. They're going to have to do a lot of work here to keep it in. They do in the end. Good bit of work from Neil Wagner with support from Connor de Grandhomme. Didn't do all that much, de Grandhomme, but maybe just a bit of mental support. Elgar moves into the 40s.
Yeah. If you look at that shot, Dave, if you look at the 2 dismissal when Dean Elgar had in the first innings, and in the second innings, in the first test, and you look at this shot now he just played. The second innings, he pushed that ball and he went, balls dismissal, he pushed the ball. And if you look at this shot now, it's a check drive. He let the ball came to him. I think he made some technical adjustments there.
Next one is go. He lets that one go. Does Erwee through to the wicketkeeper. And Clayton Nielsen saying it's a very courageous day and innings from Dean Elgar. Only thing missing from it is making it a classic is taking balls to the body and hands, but proud to have him captaining the team. And Nati Skwasana saying with Elgar playing like this, it also takes some of the pressure off from Sarel. And I think that gives Sarel the freedom to perform the way he has. This one is, again, left alone through to wicketkeeper Blundell, 109 without loss. And there's 2 balls remaining in the 36th.
Beautiful. And a great point they made about taking the pressure off all Sarel Erwee, because he looks He looks assured. He looks free flowing. He's calm. He's living everything that's outside his zone. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's just a senior type of response. It's one that you always want. This one again is left alone through to the wicket keeper. One ball remaining in the 36th, 109 without loss. Elga is on 41 from 100. Erwee is on 66 from 116. There'll be a drinks break after this over, and we've still got just 10 minutes remaining in our stint. And to follow us will be Ken, the legend Ken Borland, and he'll be partnered by Werner, who's a man who seemingly doesn't sleep any longer, who's been commenting on the game the whole way through, and then has commentary stints all the way through to close, if I'm not mistaken. This one is a dropped and run. It was a dot and dash type delivery. South Africa now on 110, 36 overs gone. Elga on 41, Erwee on 67, and New Zealand still in search of that first wicket. And we love what we do, and we want to keep doing it. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us to stay on the air, get us to the venues, and buy broadcast rights that help grow the game. Go to patreon.com/OneWorldSR. That's patreon.com/OneWorldSR. One away from Nelson. And, it wouldn't be the worst thing if South Africa got all the more from this performance from these two. Bet on, we say.
Bet on. I must say the boys have done brilliantly. They've batted well. I don't have any words to describe it now. It's really satisfying to see a South African pair putting on a show like this. It's been far too long where we've been scratching our heads. Are we going to see a partnership like this? It's so refreshing from a South African point of view. And staying there all night and watching this, it's worth staying up for.
Yeah, a couple of painkillers there for Sarel Erwee. I think it was perhaps because he's been hit in that groin area a couple of times, and he's batted really well. But just a quick comment from Parasuram on Facebook. Live match. Yes, it is live. It's live radio broadcast. We are happy to bring you this broadcast. Doesn't matter the day nor the hour. We will bring you South African cricket from around the globe. Remember, there's an England series, which will be far more favorable in terms of time zones. But that December New Year's period is going to be an interesting one because it's in Australia. And so we'll be back hitting with the triple, quadruple, and quintuple night shift. Saudi, round the wicket into Erwee, tucks this away off the pads. Looks like it might be leg buys as they get through for one. And it's Nelson. So elevate your feet, all of you fans at home, so that if you're a South African fan, lift those feet. If you're not, maybe you're just a neutral, one leg in the air, one down. New Zealand fans, plant those feet firmly. How soon before we see a Neil Wagner change and to bring him on? He's bowled really well. He's fielded really well, sorry. This one, he's bowled him.
Oh,
no. Nelson has struck. Somebody didn't have their feet up. It's a ball that's come back into Dean Elgar, and South Africa have lost their first wicket on Nelson. It's 111 for one.
What a beautiful ball. Unbelievable.
You know what? I blame Werner as he popped into the back end here. That's a peach. That's top of off. That's exactly what your bowling coach would look for. And I'm blaming Werner as well as Nelson.
Where's that banana of yours? Where's that banana? Where's that banana? It looks like that banana.
Yeah, it's that banana. Wow. It's just hoofed back. There it is. It's South African captain's innings come to an end. He's gone for 41 from 101 deliveries, 111 for one, and there's 4 ones in a row here. Aiden Markram coming to the wicket. He's got some pressure on him. Nasis Kosana said he's on borrowed time. And we'll see how he goes here. And Werner promptly apologizes for his error in being that guy. That guy. You know that guy?
That guy.
That guy.
There's always that guy.
There's always that guy. It's Nelson that is struck. But Aiden Markram walking to the wicket with a serious platform here for him to show his prowess and his skill and his promise and everything that we've expected from him as a South African batsman. 31 matches, 1,900 runs at an average of 35.5. So with 500s to his name and 950s, the best of 152, he's not batting poorly in terms of his entire test career, but it's just the last couple of test matches and test series rather as well that he's struggled. I think of a guy like Virat Kohli, who's also struggled at test level, and how he'd want to be able to put 100 in. And really, there's nothing better here than Aiden Markram coming to the wicket with over 100 on the board. Southee into the right-handed South African. He just defends that with 3 slips in a gully waiting behind him.
He couldn't have asked for a great platform to come in, eh? 100 up, and then the first wicket comes down. And there's nothing much happening on the wicket. He just needs to apply himself. It's a great platform for him. You must be, probably he's feeling the pressure, but what can you ask for? First wicket partnership of 100 and you get in.
Southee to Markram, and it nips away here. I don't think this is completely demonless. I mean, that delivery that got rid of Dean Elgar was an absolute peach. I don't think anybody could have done anything about that. It's one where you just feel like, you know, it's a hard one to get, but nevertheless, it means that Tim Southee could pick up his 50th over at the 50th wicket rather at the Hagley Oval. He comes over the wicket to Markram, who just defends this, a straighter one this time. And he just defends that on the front foot. And just 3 minutes remaining in our stint here. We'll probably continue to see how things go. We might squeeze in one more over, or we might change. I'll see how we go in this over. You know, we'll be like the umpires. We'll see how long it takes us to get to our standing point before we call the change of overs here. Change of
it's not an absolute rule, eh?
Defending, Markram defending on the front foot there. No, Ryan, sorry, you were saying?
It's not an absolute draw this wicket. So looking at that ball, Tim Southee bowled. They still have to apply themselves, Aiden Markram, and bat and just bat and just switch off on the outside more than just bat. He's got the platform now. He just needs the runs, as his captain asked of him in the presser.
Absolutely. He's been asked to do it, and now the question is, will he be able to take over? We're going to get one more over here. Our umpire is at his mark, and he's ready to go. So we still got 2 minutes, but we will be replaced at the end of this over by Ken the Legend Borland, Kenny B, and he'll be ably assisted by Werner Erasmus. And Erwee facing up. Oh, my word. That was a rip snort of a delivery. It came back into the left-handed Erwee. A little bit of extra bounce there.
The first ball. Guilty.
Yeah, just having a look at that one. Just coming in on the angle on Dean Elgar's off stump. And he was squared up. There was nothing he could do about that, really.
Yeah. Absolute toilet.
Southee deservingly picking up a wicket here. We're still on that 111 for 1. Erwee facing up, and he just shoulders arms, just lifts his hands there, going through to Blundell. Nelson has struck. Nelson has struck.
We need to get rid of that Nelson there, Dave.
Yeah, we got to get over this Nelson superstition. Seppo, one of our other commentators, firmly a believer in the fact that Nelson means nothing, and that superstitions are only for fools. Jameson
Easiest
in
struck
again and left alone through to Blundell. So again, the dot ball, 3 in this over, and there's 4 ones on offer. South Africa's run rate dropping below 3 now, 2.96.
It's been steady. For me, the big thing here, Dave, I need these guys. I need Tim Southey, Carl Jameson to come back 4th spell, 5th spell. 4th, 5th spell. Then we've done our job. I don't mean we're better all day.
3 slips in a gully. This is driven out hard, and it's a great stop there from Wagner. And that means that Markram has to go back in his crease, and a bit of support there from his teammates. But he's had an absolute blinder in the field, has Neil Wagner, whatever you want to call him. I don't really care, as long as he produces fielding performances like he has. Lovely stuff from him.
He's thrown his body around there.
Absolutely. 2 balls remaining in this over. We'd love to break the Nelson before we get removed. That one's come back into Erwee, and it's just hit him on the hip. And no run on offer there. So 1 ball remaining in our stint. We will be replaced by Ken Borland and Werner Erasmus. They'll get the next crack at it, and hopefully they don't take too many wickets. I mean, we've done well, Akona. We've only taken 1 in 2 starts, so not a bad outing for us.
Not a bad stint there. We still got Sir Erwee keep going there. Hopefully the guys can hold the fort with Aiden Markram there.
Absolutely. This is the end of the over. They just let that one go through. So thank you, Akona. You will now be replaced by Ken, the legend Borland. And he's going to be partnered with Werner Erasmus. Ken, 111 for 1 after 38. Markram without a score, and Erwee on 67. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, Dave, and to Akona for the last 40 minutes. And it's seen the first wicket go down, Werner Erasmus, but otherwise I think we, from a South African point of view, all very much enjoying the batting so far after that surprise decision to bat first.
It's been refreshing this morning.
Tim Southey is continuing to aid in Markram, a bit of shape on that, but Markram is very solidly behind it, defends nicely, no runs, so still 111 for 1 at the Hagley Oval. Aiden Markram yet to get off the mark. He's just faced his 5th delivery. Sarel Erwee on 67, not out. Werner, what have been the high points of the batting display for you so far? We'll just wait for this delivery from Tim Southey. Sorry, he's in back of a length, outside off stump and left alone.
Yeah, no, I think it's really been a stark contrast with the first match, just the way that the batters have approached it. I think they've left a lot better. They've looked at it straight a lot more as well. I think the fact that the pitch is a bit slower has helped them to adapt quicker. And they've looked to be positive, which has made a big difference.
Yeah, I think it took an hour until the first real cover drive was played as Southey's in again. Fuller swinging away, Markram lashes it through the covers, and what a lovely way to get off the mark for him. That's 4 runs all the way.
Yeah, that should do his confidence early in his innings very good. He loves that cover drive. It's something that you can, if you think about a cover drive, that's probably the first shot you'll think of when you think of Markram. So that'll give him some confidence. Nice big stride in there, getting that one out of the middle.
Yeah, picture perfect stroke by Aiden Markram. Everything looking good there. Southey in again to him. Back runnings this time, and Southey defends back down the pitch, no run. Just what stood out for me with the South African batting was a totally different mindset today. A lot more intent, both in defence and attack. You mentioned, Werner, how much straighter they played, which always helps when the ball is moving around a bit. And they left very well. So a wonderful opening partnership between Elgar and Erwee, as Saudi is in again now to Markram. He's batting out of his crease. Short Markram punches off the back foot. Not much timing though. And it looks like Matt Henry has got around quite quickly to cut that off, no run.
Yeah, it was a surprise when Dean Elgar decided to bat first this morning. It's only the 4th time that's happened in, I think they said 45 matches in New Zealand, but it's a positive approach. I like the way he said that he wants to front up and he wants to lead from the front, so he's done that.
Saudi in again to Markram Fuller. Markram defends to mid-on, no run. Yeah, because it was very much a statement at the toss, wasn't it? Everyone expected South Africa's batting to be a bit shell-shocked after the miseries of the first test. A brave statement to bat first, but they backed it up superbly, and so important for Dean Elgar making that brave call to back it up as captain as well. And he was there for 101 balls, making his 41. And to be fair, got a chatter of a delivery from Tim Southee to bowl him out. South Africa 115 for 1 after 39 overs. Rather that Southee delivery, angling and then just nipping off the pitch to hit the top of off stump. Any advice on how to play that one?
I don't think there's much you could have done with that one. That one just shaped in beautifully and just moved away enough.
Carl Jamieson is on to bowl to Sorrel Erwee. His first ball is outside off stump and just left alone.
And when you get that type of delivery and it's on Nelson, the odds are stacked against you. But it's a big innings for Markram here coming into this test. He's definitely playing for a spot in his team. Erwee with this innings has probably cemented his spot now with Dean Elgar at the top, and Keegan Peterson will be back most likely in the next series. So it's now or never for Aiden.
Indeed, Jamieson into Erwee, outside of stump, foolish left alone. Erwee not being tempted to drive there. He has driven the ball really nicely, allowed himself to get in the first hour, and since then has punched straight down the ground and through the covers off both front and back foot very nicely. Yeah, Markram just 97 runs in his last 10 innings, and as you say, Keegan Peterson, man of the series against India, has got to come back. Can Markram get a big score and shift that pressure onto someone else? Jamieson in again to Erwee. Fuller. Erwee just punches this away into the covers, no run.
Aiden will have never had this type of platform at test match level, having been an opener until the previous match. So coming in at over 100 runs, the new ball has been seen off. The bowlers are into a second spell. This is definitely his best opportunity to make a score of substance here. And I'm sure he backs himself to do that, and he knows he needs to step up now.
Yeah, he could not have asked for anything better, to be honest, as Jamieson is in the game to Erwee. 3 slips, back of a length, outside of stump. It's a good leave by Erwee. That wasn't too far outside of stump. Then I've been impressed as well by how well the Proteas batsmen have left on leg in this innings.
Yeah, it's been very important. I think it's something they've improved coming up from the first test to the second test. The pitch has been very true in its bounce. You haven't seen any up and down movement. It's been very true. So you've been able to leave on length the moment the ball is back off a length. So it's been good.
Jamieson in again to Erwee, back of a length, a bit of an inside edge which squirts behind the square on the leg side, and they will get a single. Erwee will go to 68, and South Africa 116 for 1.
I've really enjoyed Sorrel Erwee's approach today. Not only has he left well, but he's looked to be very positive. Anytime any loose delivery has been offered, any slightly overpitched or slightly wide deliveries put away to the boundaries, also clipped the balls off his legs very comfortably. So he hasn't shied away from taking the positive approach. which is the right approach on this wicket, and also the right approach to put some pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers. I think it has really made a difference in this test so far.
Yeah, he got going with some nice clips off the pads, and then started driving through the covers once he was well set. Jamieson in now to Markram full on the stumps. Markram just pushes this to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, no, Sorrell has looked very solid. He's come off the back of some good runs for the Dolphins. He's been with the squad for a couple of years now almost, so he's been accustomed to the environment. He's talked about feeling very comfortable, not being nervous at all. Going into that first test match, just feeling a little bit of goosebumps striding out to the crease, which is normal for any batter. Big occasion, but it's good to see the calmness, and he's batted with a lot of composure in this test.
Yeah, as a 32-year-old, he certainly does seem to know his game and how to construct an innings, I think, as well. He's gone through the gears very nicely here today. 68 not out, South Africa 116 for 1 after 40 overs. And Matt Henry is coming back into the attack. He's bowled 8 overs for 28 runs today, the fastest of the New Zealand bowlers. What have you thought of him today, Werner?
I think it's been decent. Obviously, the first test, he took 7 wickets by the time he conceded 23 runs, so marked improvement by the Proteas.
Henry's in around the wicket. To edged, and it dropped short of first slip. That's the second one we've seen today that has dropped short of slip. Erwee just hanging a bat out there. I suppose we can give him some credit for soft hands.
Yeah, no, it's good delivery, coming around, angling it in, and just moving a touch away. You can see that he dropped that bottom hand, so he did play that well with soft hands at least. But yeah, you can see the pitch is a little bit slower today, and we'll see how it goes baking in the sun into tomorrow.
Henry full, and Erwee has got this away wide of mid-on, nicely clipped off the legs again, and they'll come through for a comfortable 2 runs. Erwee on to 70 not out, and South Africa 118 for 1. Do you think we'll even see the pitch quicken up a bit today, Werner? There's certainly sun shining on it.
Yeah, it's possible. I do expect it to quicken up throughout.
This is just steered away off the back foot by Erwee to cover point, no run.
New Zealand pitches don't tend to really break up. They do tend to get better to bat on. So an interesting decision to get Keshav Maharaj into the team. But he has always been a banker for us, and I think Algar really wanted that option to turn to if the Pacers didn't quite hit their straps, and maybe on the last couple of days he will get something out of it.
Henry in again to Erwee, full driven beautifully through extra cover by Sarel Erwee, and that's another boundary for the left-hander. He goes to 74 and the total 122 for 1. The run rate back up to 3 and over now.
That was a gorgeous stroke. He just leant into that one. Nice stride into it. Full face through extra cover. Textbook cover drive. You'll be very happy with that one. You can see he's really comfortable at the crease. He's looking settled.
Henry is in again. Drags his length back, but his line is well outside off stump. And Erwee just leaves that alone. And Henry just over pitching to Erwee. Started the over with a perfect length to Erwee that drew an edge. It was a bit back of the length. Erwee pushing forward as the delivery from around the wicket just nipped away. But Henry has struggled a bit since then. Last ball of his first over back now is full. Erwee drives, mid-on comes across, dives, but he's knocked it on. And mid-off will have to scamper across and tidy up. They'll get a single. So a good over there for Sarel Erwee. He goes to 75 got out. South Africa 123 for 1 after 41 overs.
Yeah, it's been very good to see our batters look to hit straight a lot more. It's been a big difference going from the first test to the second test, where we were looking to hit it 2 square when the deliveries were pitched full. obviously when it's shorter, you do want to go square on this pitch with a horizontal bat rather than that in between shot we saw from Markram and Hamza in the first test. You really need to know what you're doing on this pitch. You need to not be tentative outside the off stump.
100% Werner. And Neil Wagner, who there's nothing tentative about his bowling. It's always 100% effort and in your face. He returns to the attack. He bowled just 3 overs before lunch, and South Africa reached 80 without loss in that first session. And since then, they've wrapped it on really nicely with 43 runs in 12 overs since then. So it's been bright stuff by Erwee and Elgar, even though Elgar is out. Wagner in now to. So Erwee left off over the wicket, back of the length, and Erwee just punches this into the covers. No run. Turning into a beautiful day in Christchurch. Lovely blue skies, a few fairly innocuous looking clouds around.
Yeah, I know it's been a beautiful day, and it's good to see spectators in the stadium. Something we've missed back home for a while now, but good to hear that there will be some spectators back for the Bangladesh series.
Wagner in again. This is shortish, and again Wagner Erwee rather just pushes this with a defensive bat. No run. Yeah, seen a few spectators with Springbok jerseys on, and no surprise to see South African supporters in New Zealand, to be honest. Neil Wagner bowling, of course, a former South African.
Yeah, there are plenty of South Africans living in New Zealand, as is the case when we tour Australia as well.
Wagner in again. This is that same back of a length, just outside off stump, angling away. And again, Erwee defends with that nice solid straight bat. No run. 1, 2, 3 for 1.
Aiden Markram hasn't had much of the strike in the last couple of overs, with Erwee taking over. He'll be assessing the pitch from the non-striker's end, trying to get a feel for it.
Wagner in again, fuller this time, outside of some swinging away and left alone by Erwee. Yeah, certainly given how good a start they've had, it's affordable for the Proteas just to take a bit of time now. The last thing you want after that wonderful opening stand of 111 is to lose Erwee soon after Elgar. So they can take their time and Markram can get himself properly in. Erwee stands ready, bat above his hip. And Wagner comes a bit straighter, but Erwee again solidly behind it, down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, I think Aiden Markram is in a battle against himself in this test match. I think we all know the ability he has. I think it really is a mental thing at this stage, just getting over that hurdle. I think once he scores some runs again and just feels some bat on ball and starts to feel comfortable, we'll see him flowing again.
Wagner into Erwee with 2 slips, and this is straighter, and Erwee just pushes it to mid-on, no run. End of the over, 123 for 1. Markram on 4, Erwee on 75. And yes, Aiden Markram, probably so many things going on in his head at the moment, just in terms of technique. And during the India series, he changed his guard and then he lost his off stump. So there is something to be said when you're in that last chance saloon for maybe just freeing oneself up and going back to the basics and just trying to go back to what made you a very good test player in the first place.
Yeah, exactly, Ken. I think he just needs to back his game and try to not overthink it. Just go with what his instincts tell him. That's how he started against Australia and what made him successful at that time.
And not to be drawn into playing it out shots outside off stump, as Matt Henry is into Markram shortish on off stump. Markram defends on the hop a bit, but very solidly, no run.
I think one thing I can say now with Mulder back in the side, even though he hasn't really shown much with the bat yet, he does bring some extra balance to the team with an extra bowling option, and what he does bring is some bucket hands in the slips.
As Henry is into Markram, back of a length, edged. It goes to ground quickly, and it's gone through the slips, half stopped. And Markram will get a single for his troubles. He goes to 5, and the total 124 for 1. Yeah, important that presence of Vian Mulder, and I quite like the selection. I must say, I think you touched on it, that Keshav Maharaj being the banker that Dean Elgar can turn to. There's no doubt that South Africa struggled to stop the run rate in the first test. Henry into Erwee now, angling towards the slips. Erwee defends, no run. And Elgar will want a couple of options in case there are partnerships.
Yeah, he definitely
from getting too out of hand. Sorry.
Yeah, he definitely has those options now, and this pitch does look better to bat on than the first one, so he'll probably require all the options.
Henry around the wicket to Erwee, back of a length, outside off stump and left alone.
I think the one thing Algo would have really talked to his players about and would have asked is a better performance in the field. Just taking the catches that come their way, because on a pitch like this where batters can get stuck in, you really can't afford to let chances go.
Henry in again to Erwee. It's back of a length, and Erwee has punched this beautifully, almost on the up. It's beaten extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4 more runs. Saro Erwee goes to 79, and the total 128 for 1.
Yeah, that's another gorgeous stroke. His timing has really been perfect. He's waited for the balls to come to him. He's not looked to go after it. He's playing it right under his eyes. Exactly the type of thing you would expect and hope for from your opener. And he's really set the tone for this innings.
Yeah, and a bit of a tired fielding effort by mid-off. I think it was Kyle Jamieson. Henry in to Erwee, slanting in. Erwee pushes this to mid-wicket and will get a single. He goes to 80, and the total as the over ends is 129 for 1.
Yeah, Erwee has been going along nicely. He's looked very secure in what he's been doing. He has looked untroubled for most of his innings. It's just those initial period with the new ball where it did move around a bit. Him and Algar had a few close calls, but they have played it a lot better today. Haven't gone chasing it outside the off stump. So it's been good to see the adjustment, and I think it just shows what big a difference it makes having a test match or a match under your belt going into it, because we didn't have a warm-up match going into that first test, and it showed. It showed the quarantine and not having much practice, and then not having a practice match going into it. We looked a bit lackluster, and we've already seen a very big improvement in this test.
Yeah, very true, Werner. It's a drinks break at the Hagley Oval, so a good opportunity if you have just joined us. It's coming up to 3:45 in the morning South African time to run through what's happened today on this opening day of the second test. Dean Elgar finally won a toss for South Africa and then shocked most people by electing to bat first. But it turned out to be a very good decision, as he and Cyril Erwee really backed it up with some wonderful batting through the morning session. They reached lunch on 80 without loss. About half an hour after lunch, Dean Elgar was bowled by a wonderful delivery by Tim Southey, angling in and then nipping away to the top of off stump. He was bowled for 41. Cyril Erwee has gone to his maiden test half century and well beyond. He's on 80 not out. He's faced 145 balls and hit 11 fours and batting very nicely indeed. Aiden Markram, the man under pressure, has come in and gone to 5 not out. In case you missed the changes to the South African team, Zubair Hamza ruled out due to a fractured thumb. He's been replaced by Vian Mulder, the all-rounder, and 2 changes to the bowling attack. Keshav Maharaj, the spinner, and Luto Sapamla, the pace bowler, come in for Duan Olafia and Glenton Stearman.
Yeah, Arwen saying in the comments section on YouTube, if the SA openers get 100 wicket stand, this must be one of the flattest test pitches.
I think there was quite a lot of movement, especially in the first half. Not as much as in the first test, I don't think, Vanna, but it was testing in that first half.
Yeah, I do think it's been a little bit slower than the previous match, and that does give the batters a bit more time to adjust and maybe get out of the way, and a couple of the edges haven't carried. So I do think that makes a difference, but I also think we played a lot better. We just a lot more compact in our approach, playing it close to our body, not chasing the balls outside the off stump, which has made a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And just running through those New Zealand bowling figures, Tim Southey, the only wicket taker at the moment, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 32, the usual quality stuff from him. Matt Henry has struggled a bit, 10 overs, 9 for 41. Kyle Jamieson has got decent figures, but I don't think he's been quite at his best, 13 overs, 6 maidens, none for 29. Colin de Grandhomme, 4 overs for 14. And Neil Wagner, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. I would imagine it's going to be Neil Wagner who will continue bowling as the drinks break comes to an end midway through the second session of this first day. Aidan Markram just sharing a little joke with the umpire. Looks fairly relaxed despite the immense pressure he must be under. Wagner will continue bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Cyril Erwee. 2 slips now as Erwee bustles in, Wagner rather, and Erwee just defends this into the covers, no run. I suppose inevitable, Vanna, with the ball 43 overs old, only 1 wicket down, that Captain Tom Latham has to start taking people out of the slips.
Yeah, a change of approach might be needed. Maybe getting a few close-in catchers in front of the wicket instead of in the slips, especially seeing a couple of the edges not carrying.
Wagner in again to Erwee. That nice shape again, just swinging towards the slips, but Erwee has it well covered, pushing forward defensively, no run. Neil Wagner did have a short leg in place shortly before lunch, but no sign of any close catches in front of the wicket at the moment.
Yeah, he did try a short ball barrage against Algar for a while, coming around the wicket, aiming at his shoulder with a leg slip and a short leg, but he's come back over the wicket now for Erwee.
And he's in again full, driven handsomely by Erwee, but he can't beat the man who's at a deepish extra cover. No run, 129 for 1.
Must say that it hasn't looked like Erwee's second test is looked very comfortable at the crease. You can see how calm he is. He's been very organized in his technique and his approach today.
As Wagner is in again to Erwee, full this time, and Erwee pushes it down the ground. He's got it between the bowler and mid-on, just a push, beautifully timed, and that's going to be 4 runs again to Cyril Erwee. Here he goes to 84, a total 133 for 1. And Vanna, that shot just exemplifies exactly what you've just said.
Yeah, I always feel on drive is an example, and it shows how informed a batter is and how good he is going in an innings. A perfect on drive is not easy to execute, and it shows how good the balance is of the batter if he does.
Yeah, absolutely. Wagner in again to Erwee, again pitching it up. Erwee pushes this on the onside, this time to the left of mid-on, and they'll scamper through for a signal. Good cricket there. He goes to 85, and the total 135 for 1. It was very interesting to hear Cyril Erwee speak this week before the test match about how he didn't feel nervous at all before his debut test, which I found quite extraordinary. He said there were no heart spikes, and He said he had visualized everything beforehand, as Wagner's in to Markram, pushing forward a bit of the outside half of the bat, but it goes straight to ground and to backward point, no run. So, Vanna, can you imagine having no nerves at all on your test debut?
Yeah, no, I would have been nervous. I think the reason is probably he is a little bit older now. He is 32, and I think having been with the squad for almost 2 years now, I think that has eased a lot of nerves. He did say he had some goosebumps.
As Wagner in again to Markram, he's staying over the wicket, angling back into the right-hander, and Markram just pushes this towards mid-wicket. No run, end of the over, 44 gone, 135 for 1. Erwee on 85, Markram on 5.
It really has been a very good performance so far from South Africa on this first day of the second test. In stark contrast to where we were in the previous test, where the first innings we were bowled out for 95. This has made getting up or staying up at this time of the hour in South Africa a lot easier.
It has indeed. South Africa were bowled out in 49 overs and 2 balls in the first test on the first day. So unless there's a incredible collapse from here, it's already going a lot better. Matt Henry into Sarel Erwee, back of the leg to Erwee, clips this off his hip towards a deep square leg, and they'll get a comfortable signal. He goes to 86, 136 for 1 now.
And Markram has only faced 15 deliveries so far. Erwee has had the strike for most of this partnership so far, and he has also hit most of the boundaries. So Markram will finally get more of the over to face here.
As Matt Henry is at the top of his mark. Right from over the wicket to Markram, back of a length. Markram defends very solidly on middle and off, no run. 3 slips in place, as you would expect for a man who's still in the early stages of his innings and under pressure. Played that last delivery with a much straighter bat, did Alan Markram, than he did in the first test. That is showing his dismissals from the first test. Henry in again, back of a length, and Markram turns this away on the leg side, no run.
Ken, what have you made of Steerman being dropped after just 1 test?
I think it is one concern about Lenton Steerman that has followed him around a little bit so far in his promising career, is that he's wonderful with a new ball, very dangerous, as Henry is in again to Markram, shaping towards the slips. Markram defends nicely, no run. But where Steerman perhaps has some work to do is in third spell, fourth spell, when the ball gets a bit older. He started promising in that first test, but it just looked a bit flat, I thought, thereafter. And I'm quite excited to see what Luto Sipamla can do as Henry in. This is slanted into leg stump. Markram stands tall and punches it to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, Sipamla had quite a good start to his test career, actually. I believe it was against Sri Lanka. And he was particularly good in dismissing the tail, which is something the Proteas have struggled for quite a long time, and also it showed up again in the previous test.
Absolutely. Henry in again, back of a length, just outside off stump. Markram defends again very solidly. No run. That's the end of the over. 45 gone, 136 for 1. Yeah, I mean, it was horrible after the batting collapse to then see New Zealand's last wicket pair put on almost as much as the entire South African first innings. When the tail wags, it really is the most demoralising thing for not just the teams, I think for all their supporters as well.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think that that 10th wicket partnership ended up being the biggest partnership in the match.
Quite extraordinary as Wagner's into Erwee, who just defends this into the crease in front of him and then away on the offside, no run. Just Cyril Erwee's wagon wheel showing how well he has driven the ball through the covers and straight. There are at least 8 boundaries in that area, a couple behind square on the leg side and one behind square on the offside. As Wagner will be in again to him, left arm over the wicket, back of a length, angling into his pads, and he turns this away behind square on the leg side. They're coming back for a second. The throw is wayward though from Matt Henry, and Erwee safely through, goes to 88, not out. Total 138 for 1, and he just seems to suggest that he didn't hear Aiden Markham call.
The wind does seem to be blowing, so it is possible that it's hard to hear each other.
No harm done in the long run. As Wagner's in again to Erwee with 2 slips in place. Shortish, Erwee goes back and just defends us back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to see all Erwee's drives. It's been a while since we've had a left-handed opener who's actually proficient at driving. Graham Smith never really had the technique for it. Only when he was in his greatest form did he really get the drives out. Algar is the same. He likes to punch it, but never really full flowing drives. Erwee has really showed his repertoire here.
Wagner in again to Erwee. Short Erwee pulls this, but he hasn't timed it at its best. And he'll just get 1 run through the mid-wicket area. He goes to 89. South Africa 139 for 1. I'm trying to think who would have been our last flowing left-handed opener.
We did, I remember now, we did have for a short while, we had Stiaan van Zyl do that job. And he had a pretty good drive, though. He was more of an upright driver. He didn't really bend that back knee.
Wagner in to Markram, who pushes forward into the covers, no run. Yeah, Stiaan van Zyl was a very attractive stroke player, but his test career never really flowed. He was pressed into opening the batting, really. He probably would have been more comfortable at 3 or 4.
Yeah. We did the same for, I think it was Tiennis de Brain. We did the same thing. We had him open for a test or 2 when we had an injury. So it's not an easy position to be thrust into. It really is a specialist position.
Wagner in to Markham. Full drives nicely, but that's a good piece of fielding by the man who's quite close in the offside ring there. So no run. End of another over. 46 gone. 139 for 1. We will just quickly get Stiaan van Zyl's test record up for you, for those who have perhaps forgotten the former Cape Cobras left-hander. He is signed for Boland at Warnock Rocks at the moment, but hasn't been playing the T20 stuff. Stiaan van Zyl played 12 tests and scored 395 runs as Matt Henry comes into Cyril Erwee outside of stump and left alone. Van Zyl 395 runs and an average of 26.33 with the 100 that he made. His test career was between 2014 and 2016. And Stiaan van Zyl's 100 came in his very first test innings against the West Indies. So this is outside of stump again from Henry, no run. And he did not pass 50 again.
Yeah, and I believe that 100 was also lower down. I think that 100 was about at 6.
Yes, number 6, indeed it was. When Hashim Amla made 208 and AB de Villiers 152. So
not a bad,
really,
not a bad platform to get in.
Supersport Park. as this is angled into Erwee by Henry, and he just defends it on the leg side, no run.
It's the same platform Themba Bavuma got when he made his 10th century.
That's right, on a really, really flat Newlands pitch, one would have to say. Wasn't that the game when Ben Stokes made 250 and Jonathan Bairstow got a big 100 as well?
Yeah, they really put us to the sword in that game.
Outside or stunt from Henry, and through it goes to the wicket keeper, no run.
Almost the end of our shift here. Guys who will be taking over is Chepo and Tim. They'll be the ones taking over from us shortly.
So just a slight drop in the run rate as Henry bowls full outside off. There we go, just as I said it. Sar on Erwee has driven that imperiously through the covers. Not quite as well timed as I thought it was, and it is pulled back via a relay. Bit of fielding by Kyle Jamieson there right on the fence. So they won't get a boundary, but they will get 3 runs.
Yeah, they seem to come off the lower part of the bat. Just not quite the middle, but still very well placed.
Yeah, big Kyle Jamieson just getting down in time to pull that ball back. Erwee now into the 90s, 92 not out. Markram on 5, he's facing Matt Henry. Good delivery, nicely drawing Markram forward, shaping away. But middle of the bat by the South African batsman, defensively played, no run. That's the end of the over, 47 gone, South Africa 142 for 1. Erwee 92 not out, Markram on 5. Thanks very much, Werner Erasmus. And we'll hand over now to Seppo Tayela.
Thanks, Ken. Just waiting for them to get on. We still keep you company. We will just carry on describing whatever happens. It's in between overs at the moment, as we see a nice crowd enjoying the sunshine in Christchurch. Some of them just in t-shirts, others with a light jacket, 1 or 2 in heavier sort of bomber jackets. I believe the temperature's around 19, 20 degrees. Pretty good for Christchurch. It's going to be Neil Wagner who will continue. Looks like he's switching to around the wicket now to the left-handed Erwee, and there's a forward short leg in place, so we know what's coming as he comes in short. Erwee pulls, and again, didn't get all of it. It's gone down to fine leg for a single. Erwee into the 90s in only his second test match. He'll have nothing more than getting 100 here. And Markram just starting his innings, so it's quite a contrast. Erwee almost on 100, Markram fighting to get some form, getting innings going here.
Yeah, Erwee got that pull shot very high on the bat, and just a single. This is outside or stump from Wagner, and Markram leaves well. No run.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's a bit of a mental fight here for Markram more than anything else. Trying to get himself going and trying to make an innings of substance here. But a good platform to do it.
Yeah, I like that. He seems to be positive. The body language is good. He's not totally gone into his shell as Wagner in again. Shortish, angling back into the right hander, and Markram defends it back down the wicket. No run.
A comfortable run rate here by the Proteas. I think 3 and over for day one is pretty decent, and obviously only being 1 wicket down is ideal, and so refreshing coming from that first test where we lost wickets in clumps.
Absolutely, just need to build a partnership here again. As Wagner into Markram, who's poking a bit outside on the stump. It comes off the outside edge of the bat and goes along the ground to Gully, no run.
Yeah, I think
Wagner's been shaping the ball back into Markram predominantly, and that one just went on with the angle.
Markram can learn from Erwee, who has let the balls come to him and let it under his eyes. Markram still tends to push out in front of himself and play it with hard hands.
Indeed, as that's been it from Aiden Markram. Again, outside off stump from Wagner, and this time Markram is very definite in his decision to leave the ball. 143 for 1.
As I see Chepu and Tim have joined us and will be taking over from us. Thank you, gents.
Hello.
Morning, Tim. Morning, Tepa. Should I just finish this over while you guys get settled? One ball left. Wagner into Aiden Markram. Full edged! And it has dropped just short of first slip. Then lets the ball go through his legs.
And on that bombshell, we will leave you guys.
You guys can pick up the pieces. Thanks, Werner. And over to you, Tim and Tepa.
Cheers, guys.
Sure, Tim. Hey, we came in with a thick outside edge from Aiden Markram, just bouncing short of the man at first slip, giving him a quick shibobo, getting him through the legs. Aiden Markram is on 6 now of 28, and Sarel Erwee, he's done well, 93 of 161. Much better showing this time around, right, Tim?
Much better showing from South Africa. They played the right way. They've left well today. That's been the difference. In the last test match, they were playing everything in that fourth stump channel, but they left well today so far.
I definitely agree. We have Matt Henry coming in. This one, a short delivery outside off stump. Down that corridor of uncertainty, just blocked back to the bowler. Still 144 for 1 after that dot ball.
But as they're just showing the edges that they've seen this morning, 3 genuine edges from South African batters, none of them have carried.
The hand's a lot softer as this one. This delivery, it's full and straight on that off stump, block back to the bowler, no run there. And you can literally, Tim, see the amount of deliveries faced here by Aiden Markram. 30 deliveries, only 6 runs. This isn't exactly what you'd say Aiden Markram would be comfortable doing, but he just needs to bat time. You feel that the problem with Aiden Markram, he has the technique to go big, but didn't have the ability to bat long. This one was short and wide, well outside off stump. Aiden Markram tried to carve this through the offside, but hit straight to the man at cover. He still has 3 slips and a gully, so still 144 for 1.
I'll come back to Markram at the end of the over.
There's a lot to say, right, Tim?
Yeah.
I find it very interesting that he's batting with the person that is challenging him for his spot at number 2. This delivery, back of a length, going towards that leg stump. Aiden Markram tries to chip this to leg side, got a leading edge to the ground, no run there. Still 144 for 1. Matt Henry has bowled 4 balls, no runs conceded yet.
Well, the fan base wanted Markram at 3, and that's exactly what they've got. They want him to come down the order.
And he's still struck. Well, to be fair, it was only one test, and it was the test that shall not be named. As Matt Henry continues outside the off stump, back of a length, even shorter than before. And Aiden Markram gets on top of that, blocks it back to the bowler, no run.
But yeah, South Africa should be very happy with the start, with this performance so far, particularly after lunch. They've been very proactive after lunch. Okay, they've lost Elgar, but they kept going. They kept the rotation of strike.
Good length delivery, very straight and blocked out once again. So it's a maiden over here from Matt Henry, but another over well blocked out by Aiden Markram. Still 144 for 1. Markram on 6 for 34. Erwee on 93 of 161.
Right, so let's just have a look at Markram. I personally think he's very lucky to be playing this test. And this is why. his scores, 10 scores before this test match. 2, 15, 16, 8, 31, 7, 1, 13, 4, and 0.
So I hear nothing over 31, that 131.
No, and to be fair, it was a very important 31, but you're right, nothing over 31 in 10 innings.
Oof, that is very much concerning. He is very lucky. I think he was even lucky to go on tour and be playing in this game. Keegan Peterson, he'll have to definitely buy Keegan Peterson something for having COVID. As Neil Wagner continues, he comes around the wickets to the left-handed Sadal Erwee. This one well down the leg side, shoulders, arms from the left-hander.
But I'm delighted for Sadal. He's playing exactly how he plays first-class cricket. Very compact, very solid. And when it's a bad ball, he punishes it. So he plays within that, and he's played with the maker's name for the majority of his innings. It's been a very good innings from Sadal so far.
Another short delivery, angling into the left-hander from the leg side. It was short, and he just ducked under it, did Sadal Erwee. And we're just looking at some interesting fielding positions here. There's a short leg, a square leg, and a deep square leg, literally in a line square of the wickets of the batter. So you can see that what the New Zealand bowlers are trying here, trying to come in from around the wickets and get him to play square of that wicket with three fielders there just ready to gobble it up. He plays it square of the wickets, but just in front of square. Colin de Grom home at square head leg does the fielding, no run there. There's even a leg slip for Sadal Erwee. So tough to get runs from the leg side, but putting it right there in that channel. So he's going to have to consolidate this quite smartly.
He's just going to have to see out Wagner with the spell. He's going to try and bounce him out. It's Wagner. And Sadal's just going to make sure he doesn't do anything silly.
Doesn't want to take the bait. This one goes well down the leg side. Would have been a short wide delivery. A short wide delivery. Didn't bounce that much for a right-hander, even on their offside. So, yeah, definitely a wide ball there. 144 for one. Oh, sorry, in one-day international cricket, that would have been a wide ball. 144 for one.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be nervous. I'm sure he'll be a little bit nervous, Sadal. But he certainly isn't showing it at the moment.
Another short delivery, ducked under by Sadal Erwee, and that looks like the umpire's given the signal for another one. That should be the last one of the over. We're just seeing Colin de Grom home. It's a square leg warming up, and the rest of the fielding positions on the offside, a slip, a backward point, and also a man at cover.
Certainly, yeah. Very interesting session at the moment.
This one down the leg side, almost strangled, but Sadal Erwee decided not to offer a shot there. That ends the 50th over. South Africa sitting relatively pretty here, especially compared to the last game, at 144 for one. It's Sadal Erwee who is leading the charge at the moment with his 93 off 167. Aiden Markram still in there. 6 off 34.
He's asked for a new pair of gloves. I'm sure he's sweated through the last pair.
No doubt about that. He has been there for quite a long time. From the opening of the innings, 50 overs into this, and is doing well. Sadal Erwee. And most South African fans will just be hoping that he keeps up this form. He is challenging Aiden Markram for a spot, and we did see not a speculative, a very eye-catching headline talking about spots won't be held for batters out here. So Sadal Erwee knocking on the door, knocking quite firmly with this innings.
He certainly is. We interviewed him recently on our podcast, and he said how much he was enjoying being in the camp. This was obviously before this series, and how much he was desperate to actually get a crack, to get his opportunity, and he's certainly taking it at the moment.
No doubt about that. Colin de Gronholm with a out-swinging delivery, pitching well out or just outside the off stump. Aiden Markram shoulders arms this one, still 144 for 1 as the Gronholm continues. The second ball now is further outside the off stump, still an out-swinging delivery for the right-hander. Almost goes in front of that first slip the way it swung out.
Colin de Gronholm is going to bring one of those back just now. He's going to try the sucker punch. He's going to bowl the away swings as he's done. One of these balls is going to come back in to Markram.
This one back of a length now. A little bit of outside swing, a little bit of a nip there. Markram gets behind it. Sends it square of the wicket on the offside with a block. Still no run there. It's been relatively quiet here from the South Africans, but truly anything is better than a wicket right now. And it could be frustrating for the bowlers as well, as we see Aiden Markram has 2 slips, a gully, man at point cover, and a mid on. This one full straight on that off stump. Aiden Markram drives this to the man at mid on. No run there. 120 kph, that last delivery.
One thing that Markram is doing so far is he's leaving well. He hasn't been doing that for a good couple of months, but he is actually leaving those balls on that 4th stump channel. Like that.
Yep, like this delivery here. Well, definitely not on the 4th stump channel, but closer to maybe even a 7th stump channel. Swinging out from the right-hander. Still no run. And I think that's the key, Tim. As I said when we started, lots of people do admire the beauty of Aiden Markram's shots, and I'm sure he does too. But something that we've constantly heard about him is that he enjoys feeling that bat on ball. 4th stump delivery here, a good length, blocked out by Aiden Markram on the back foot to end the 51st over, 144 for 1. And he does enjoy feeling bats on ball, and that was his downfall very often. As we see, is this the end of the session? The players walking away? No, just a drink session. But yeah, now what I think he needed just to do was just stay in as long as possible, frustrate bowlers, wait for those gimme deliveries, the ones that he could really dispatch, and just keep them under pressure. So we'll see if the amount of time he spent at the crease does actually translate into a big score this time round.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that he's got 6 or 40 at the moment, just as long as he doesn't get out for that. If he gets out for it, it's a problem. But if he makes it count, he makes a solid start count and makes a sizable score from here, then it's very important.
Wagner continuing, coming around the wickets to the left-handed Sadal Advia, who plays this off his hips. It was a back of length delivery and played it to square leg for no run there. And I couldn't agree more, Tim. He does need to convert. But another thing that these long innings do for South Africa, who haven't not had a result, who haven't drawn in a long time, is that it does make the draw possible, as this one well down the leg side. What I felt is that we either dominate the game or get dominated, or not just that, it could be a neck and neck game, but wickets are falling at regular intervals. And to be fair, South Africa is a tough place to bat. But with that said, we do need to try to bat long, and take it to the wire more often. As one of the slips for Sadal Advia moves to leg slip, does also have a fine leg, a mid wicket, a square leg, deep square leg, and a short square leg, who he's just played it to, back of length delivery on the hips to short square leg for no run.
Look, we need to bat until tea tomorrow. If we're batting until tea tomorrow, we're in a very good place in terms of the test match. We'll be right about the 400 run mark, which will be a huge plus considering what we've done over the last 2 years.
Wagner coming around the wicket now, whipped off his pads. It was airborne for quite some time. The man at leg slip diving to his left, but couldn't get there in time. Leg by, so it wouldn't have been a catch anyway. Finally, the scoreboard ticks over. 145 now for 1. Sadal Adria still on 93 and Markram still on 6 of 40.
The plan from New Zealand is very clear. Wagner is trying to frustrate Sadal Adria with his round wicket in at the body, and de Grandhomme is trying to frustrate Markram with those wide of the off-stump deliveries.
This one just outside the off-stump. He's coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Blocks this down, and the person at Gully does the fielding. Got this behind square. Is that Henry Nichols? Yes, it is. This is exactly what the New Zealand team did to South Africa in their first innings. Just took the game away right there in that first innings batted long. Yeah, there were quite a few drop catches as this delivery outside the off stump, blocked by Aiden Markram to end the 52nd over, 145 for 2. Yeah, they did very well to bat long and absolutely bat South Africa out the game in their one innings. And that's what the South Africans will be hoping to do here. Just break open the game in the first innings and then control it from there.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. That's why the toss was so important to win. It was perhaps, I think, overblown a little bit in the first test match. I didn't think the toss was that important. It turned out to be in the first test because of how things planned out. But it was helping bowlers throughout the test match. This one looks a little bit flatter. This pitch definitely looks as if it's offering a little bit less than the first test. So it is slightly different. But with us being one behind, we definitely needed to win the toss.
Around the wicket comes Colin de Grandhomme to the left-hander Sadal Adria, angling into the left-hander. This delivery blocked back past the bowler to mid-on for no run. Still 145 for 2 after 52 overs. As Colin de Grandhomme continues, he has 2 slips and a gully. This one well outside the off-stump. Adria gets behind it. Blocks it to the bowler, no run there either. So Sadal Adria has a person at cover, mid-off and mid-on that are on screen at the moment. Doesn't look like he has anyone behind square on the offside. We'll be able to confirm with you a little later on as de Grandhomme delivers this one into the legs of Sadal Adria. He's taking a jog just to get some life back there. Might have a wee bit of a dead leg. Still no run there. Still 145 for 1.
Well, I was just about to say, de Grandhomme with his pace, although he's bowling round the wicket, he won't be hurting Sadal Adria, but that one definitely hurt him.
This one blocked out by Sadal Adria. No run there as the fielder at cover does the fielding.
But of course, it was just more about where the ball landed rather than the place of de Grandhomme. It hit him in an awkward position, sort of slightly above the knee roll.
Just on top of the pad there, as de Grandhomme continues around the wickets, generating that angle. You'd expect that, you'd hope that it straightens up. This one on the off stump, blocked back to the bowler, no run there. Hoping that he get a little bit of outswing to the left hander, just straighten it up, get a leading edge. He does still have the 2 slips in place. Also has a person at deep square leg, mid on and mid wicket. Mid wicket does the fielding as this full delivery blocked out to the onside. Still no run there, so it's still 145 for 1 after 53 overs. Aiden Markram is still in. He's sitting at 6 of 42, and Sadal Adria 93 of 177. And Run rate has definitely slowed down now. When we entered at the 50th over or the 49th over around there, the run rate was still at 3 and over. Now it's 2.74. So foot off the gas a little bit here from the South African batters.
Yeah, they won't mind at the moment, but you're right. New Zealand are at least keeping things economical, if not creating chances.
Now staying outside that off stump as Aiden Markram on that fourth stump line gets a beautiful off drive, a cover drive. It was actually straight bat. You could see the maker's name, but it went out to the man at cover for no run, straight to him, 145 for 1.
But of course, when you're up against the pump as a bowling side, that's what you need to do. You need to put a stranglehold on the run scoring, and that does sometimes make the batsman make errors.
Forces the batsman into making mistakes here. This one on top of that off-stump line and back of a length, blocked out by Aiden Markram, still no run there. And if there's anyone that you'd probably frustrate, it would be Aiden Markram, who does enjoy scoring runs, but uncharacteristically slow innings here from the right-handed top order batter. Just needs to wait for the right delivery to score off, and he did drive the right delivery, and the rest of them have been blocked. This one, he tries to whip to the leg side, only gets it to mid-on for no run there. Not under too much pressure now, probably just waiting for the period when the South African batters would probably try to take it to the bowling attack. But maybe just trying to wear them out. Oh, it's a no ball. A no ball delivery here from Neil Wagner. And that's exactly what the South Africans will be looking for. The pressure taking its toll here on the bowling team where errors come in. That's the ball. That one again, a little bit of a in-swinger, but it was on the leg stump. So Aiden Markram gets some runs off the bat as he just guides this down to deep square leg for a single, 147 for 1.
If he'd missed that, that was cannoning into leg stump. He got very much across his stumps there. You could almost see middle, he was so far across. It wasn't a quick delivery. However, if Markram had missed it, if he played too early, he would have been in all sorts of trouble.
Steve Smith-esque type of shot, getting across and making it a leg side delivery so that he could squeeze it to the leg side. Neil Wagner, a bumper delivery here to Sadal Erwee, who's looking a little bit frustrated at the bowler, getting quite a few body balls here. That one did sort of jump off a good length.
That's a great bouncer from Wagner. Hits him in the grill. Erwee was swaying away, but he wasn't swaying away quickly enough just at the last minute. I think he hit him in the grill of the helmet. The ball really followed him there.
Continuing now, Sadal Erwee places this one nicely past the man at leg slip, but there is a fielder at fine leg who does the fielding there. 2 runs off the bat this over so far. So the South Africans just opening the tap just a little bit, scoring runs here and there, 148 for 1. Wagner coming left arm over the wicket to Aiden Markram. It's a half volley outside off stump. He drives this on the onside, closing the face of the bat, beats the man at mid-on and goes all the way to the boundary. So Aiden Markram has his first boundary of the innings here as South Africa 152 for 1. Markram on 11 and Sadal Erwee on 94.
Lovely shot there from Markram. Let the ball come to him rather than chase the delivery. Wagner's trying to get an edge through to the slips and gully, and Markram just got over the delivery, hit more of the inside edge of the bat, Nicely timed shot, though. Well played.
Yeah, Markham does get some criticism from time to time for closing the face of the bat. But this time was necessary in placing it on the onside as Colin de Grandhomme continues. Comes right arm around the wicket to Sadal Adria. Good length delivery, blocked out by the left hand opener. The left hand opener, yes. Still 152 for 1.
Sadal's going down very slowly, but he won't mind.
This one outside the off stump, it looked like it nipped into the left-hander just a little bit, but Erwee was wise to it, blocked it back to the bowler. That last delivery, 117 kilometers per hour. So not really hoying khas at these deliveries, relatively slow, hoping for a little bit of movement as this one well outside the off stump and shoulders arms from Sadal Adria. The New Zealand bowlers would be hoping for some movement. They do generally get a lot here, but this deck already on the first day looking a lot drier, or a lot not as green rather as the first test pitch. The Grandhomme around the wickets outside the off stump left, 152 for 1.
You wonder if this was a ploy by New Zealand, whether they said, right, we're 1-0 up. We want a nice flat track to draw the second test and get a series win against South Africa. I wonder if that was a deliberate ploy.
Now that I think of it, that could have been the case. A pitch not really offering too much. De Grandhomme did get some movement at the beginning of the spell, and there is some here as well as this delivery. Pitched outside the off stump, but Sadal Adria got behind it, just making sure that he didn't mess around there. So they definitely, there is something in the pitch, but not that much. Definitely the movement isn't as prodigious as it was in the first test. De Grandhomme continuing this one a little bit too straight, played through, literally through the man at mid-wicket. It's a misfield there. So Sadal Adria will get 2 runs as Kyle Jamieson does the chasing all the way down to the cow corner boundary. The pressure taking its toll here for, is that Tim Southey? It looks like it's Tim Southey who did the misfield. Sadal Adria moving to 96 now, and Aiden Markham on 11 after the 55th over, 154 for 1.
It's just, yeah, on the pitch itself, it's not a flat track at the moment because there is, as you say, there is something there for the bowlers. It's just that if somebody said this was 2 different venues, you could say, yes, it is. It looks like a different venue. It doesn't look like the same pitch that was played at the first test. That's all. You know, there is something there, just quite a bit less at the first test.
As Neil Wagner continues over the wickets, left arm over to Aiden Markham, pitching this one well outside off stump, left by Aiden Markham. Still 154 for 7. As we're talking about this pitch now and how it's a dry pitch and it won't really offer too much, where does Keshav Maharaj come into the equation here? Looking at how relatively dry the pitch is compared to the first test, you could say that potentially some cracks could open up. There is a little bit of greenery as this one. Back of a length on the pads for Aiden Markham. He whips the square of the wicket and whips it to the boundary. Another boundary here. He's doing well. Aiden Markham, 15 now or 49, putting a little bit of impetus now into his innings with that boundary.
Yeah, too much leg side there from Wagner, but it was well played. The wrist movement from Markham made sure it was too far away from the fielders. Again, the timing was good. Markham early doors, but he's still looking good at the moment.
And Aiden and Neil Wagner sprays this very wide outside the off stump, just inside the wide line. In fact, Tom Blundell literally caught that at second slip as it was swinging away. But this is good batting from Aiden Markham. It's good to see that he knows when to dispatch it to the boundary. We literally spoke about it earlier, how loves to get bats on ball, but the shot selection from Aiden Markram has been impeccable in this innings, as this one, a back of a length on top of that off stump, blocked out square of the wickets to the man at point. Still not ending the over. 2 balls left in this over.
I don't anticipate Maharaj to have a huge say at what happens in this test match. I have to say that. I mean, I was a bit surprised that he's playing, but who knows? It is a slightly different pitch to the first test, and who knows?
Outside the off stump, Aiden Markram tries to drive this, gets a thick edge. It goes square of the wickets again to point. No run there. Yeah, Kish. We'll have to see.
The Hackler Oval is not known to take spin as well. In all its time, it's not known to be a spinning wicket. So we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe not getting wickets, but he definitely will be holding up an end as usual. As this one on the pads of Aiden Markram plays this to the onside in front of square between cover and mid on. Between mid wickets and mid on to end the 59th over, the 56th over, 159 for 1. Yeah, but expecting to have Keshav Maharaj at least holding up one end, building the pressure that way, keeping the over rate ticking as well. So that's potentially we get a result out of this game.
That is a very good point. Because that was the one thing South African bowlers were unable to do, is to hold up an end while somebody else at the other end was getting the wickets. None of the fast bowlers were able to do that. So that is actually a very good point. If he is able to do that,
no one. Literally no one.
Literally nobody.
And the problem was that who would you choose to hold up the end? As Colin de Gronholm pitches this one outside the off stump, punished through the covers, but straight to Tim Southee at cover. Aiden Markram showing us his specialty here of playing stroke playing. Sorry, I have a few technical difficulties. I've just left the DSTV stream.
This one's
with my TV feed, so I just missed the ball by ball.
Yeah. No, it was just a forward defence for Markram. Came forward to the delivery and covered it. Have you got it now? You're good?
I am all good. I see Colin de Gronholm at the top of his run-up for the third delivery, coming right arm over to Aiden Markram, outside the off stump. A little bit of a way swing here from the right-handed medium pacer as it goes to the keeper. No run there, 159 for 1.
It's nearly tea time. I'm sure Erwee will want to get a few more runs before the tea break comes.
Probably 4 more runs, sitting on 96. This one, a little bit of an in-swinger, just a little bit of in-swing, as it's on that fourth stump line, the corridor of uncertainty. Shoulders, arms once again here from Aiden Markram, leaving well in this innings, 159 for 1.
I said a few more runs because I want to talk about it as little as possible.
Oh, I see.
No mention of actual numbers. Yeah.
Say again, Tim, sorry?
No, just no mention of what he's on and that kind of thing, or what he's trying to achieve.
Okay, sharp, Tim. You can keep that to yourself, but I'm going to say it. It's good to be on 96 in your second test match, as this delivery also outside the off stump, blocked by Aiden Markram to end the 57th over. 159 for 1 here. Sadal Advia on 96. I'll say it again. He's on 96. 4 runs away from a century, and Aiden Markram is 4 runs away from a 20.
This should be the last over before tea, if I have my times right.
Yeah, and you don't want to be sitting on 96 so all through the break, having to start fresh. But at the same time, you don't want to force it either. I think Sadal Adria has done very well here for his 96 and just has to wait for a bad delivery. And the pressure has taken its toll a little bit here on Neil Wagner, who continues coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Shorts, he ducks under it. No run there.
Interestingly, when he replays the position or replays the shot earlier, at no time is he replaying a pull or hook. So I think he said he's putting that in the locker. He's not going to be pulling and hooking until he gets to his milestone.
There's no need to force it. Literally with 3 men square of the wickets on the leg side. As this one, back of a length delivery, it sailed past the chest of Sadal Adria, or maybe even the hip or the torso, as it bounced quite prodigiously. Got the keeper no run there, 159 for 1. Now the ploy is relatively obvious here from Neil Wagner. And Sadal Adria saying, I'm not going to fall for it, not now. There's no need to play any rash shots. So hopefully he just continues this and puts the pressure on New Zealand. Oh, he does pull out the hook and he places it perfectly in between the man at fine leg and deep square leg to bring up his maiden test century. He is elated, and he really should be after that beautiful shot.
Magnificent effort from Sadal Adria. A real seasoned campaigner for South African cricket. Been around a long time, been waiting 4 tours to get his chance to play Test cricket. Got his chance the last Test today. Got his second cap, got 100. He has really played outstandingly and well-deserved 100 for Sadal Adria.
Some free-flowing cricket, 13 boundaries. As this one, a slower ball Yorker from Neil Wagner. Well kept out there by Sadal Adria. So just changing it up a little bit here, Neil Wagner. You could see how pressure sort of builds on the bowlers. This is how it happens. Literally, when they're not getting wickets, the lengths start to change, the plans start to change. And that's how you sort of know that the batting team are in control here. So a very well played innings here from Sadal Adria. Back of a length, back to the original plan here. Neil Wagner ducks under by Sadal Adria. Still 163 after that boundary. Sadal Adria on 100 of 90, and Aiden Markram 16 of 59.
It just shows you're never too old to play for your country. It's been around a long time. Sadal Adria is now 32. But it's a huge, he really does deserve his 100.
Around the wickets again, outside the off stump, played straight to the man at short leg for no run. As it looks like it will be tea. The batters are gloving off at the moment. Markram making his way to his batting partner. It looks like everybody walking off. Handshake, shakes all around here from the New Zealanders. And a big hug from his batting partner. Sadal Adria getting his very first Test century in his second Test match. He'll be feeling good. 4 and 40, walking side by side, Aiden Markram and Adria, as this session ends. 29 overs in it, 83 runs, 1 wicket at a rate of 2.86 here at Hagley Oval.
And we'll see you after tea.
Yes, we will. Cheers, everyone.
Right. Well, very good morning to you, and welcome back after tea. My name is Simon Gear. With me is Ken Borland. So we might be joined by Otto Simon a little later once his alarm eventually goes off. In fact, I suspect his alarm has gone off and he's slept through it. Ken, good morning.
Morning, Simon. Hi.
Are you? Yeah, thanks, man, and likewise. I've set my screen to a minute late to match the guys who were in the previous shift. Are you on the live DSTV feed? As Saadi bowls the first ball, out swinging a full ball, and it's just defended into the offside by Markram, no run.
Yeah,
sorry,
right on the same time frame.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, it's been I think a pretty much astonishingly surprising first two sessions of cricket, considering what happened last week. I'll ask for some of your analysis on that in a moment. There are 3 slips and a gully in place as Saadi continues to Markram, who just smashes this one off the back foot, but it goes straight to the man at point and no run. He's on 16, but Sarel Erwee, if you have just woken up, is on 100. We've actually got a Centurion within our midst, within the Proteas lineup. Erwee's maiden Test 100 came up just before tea, and South Africa are 163 for 1. Saudi away from us and is just hoops it away from the right-hander, left alone, goes through to the keeper, and still 163 for 1.
Yeah, Simon, you called it amazing, and it has been amazing first day, starting with the toss. Dean Elgar surprising everyone by electing to bat first, and it looks like he's got it dead right, because the pitch is a bit browner than in that first test. The first hour was really tough batting, but South Africa well placed to cash in now.
Beautiful green surroundings of the Hagley Oval, and Markram just plays this into the mid-off region, and no run, still 163 for 1. Now, I was certainly amongst those last night who, when I heard that, firstly, the only changes we had made was really to our bowling lineup, and that we had decided to win the toss and bat, that South Africa had decided to punish 95 and 111 all out by replacing bowlers. Markram, Saadi rather, straight a ball, and Markram just defends this into the onside, no run. He's on 16, Erwee is on 100.
Yeah, interesting selection, certainly. And I guess South Africa deciding to get back on the horse straight away after their dismal batting in the first game. But I think they just showed that it was all about mindset, and they just came out with a much better mentality today.
Yeah, it was a curious one as we come in for the final ball of the over, defended into the offside, no run. I tended to agree with Telford Vice at the end of the previous test that the Proteas camp has become so enamored with the idea of no excuses in the last 3 to 4 years that sometimes that also means no reasons. And then when I saw the selection this morning, I was very critical. I thought, I really thought that maybe continuing to give the batting lineup a chance, to prove themselves, was doing an enormous disservice to the guys sitting on the bench. But so far, Mark Boucher and the selectors and Dean Elgar have shown to be incorrect.
Yeah, I suppose it was always going to be difficult to make too many changes to the batting. Elgar's obviously your captain. Erwee, look, you don't want to choose a batsman for one game and then drop him after his debut. I guess Markram was the really big question. That was the big selection, and it still is. He's really dug in here, 16 or 65 balls, but hasn't quite answered the questions yet.
It is going to be Kyle Jamieson to continue from the other end to Erwee. He just pulls us across the left-hander who lets it go. And so Erwee stays on 100. I mean, what a perfect way to start an afternoon session with your maiden 3 figures behind your name.
He'll be feeling so good. He's done so much hard work through today. Was very watchful in the first hour when the ball was moving away. I think it took him about an hour before he played his first real cover drive. He's played beautifully straight. He's left well. And then he really had to deny himself in the last hour of that second session as New Zealand bowled very tightly.
Big, tall figure of Jamison just bangs it in and defended off the back foot into the onside. No run. Just a reminder to everyone, you can tweet us at Guerilla SA. That's Guerilla SA, Guerilla SA. Please do drop us a tweet. It's always nice to hear from folks. And I'll tell you a little bit about our Patreon page in a moment as well. Essentially, I mean, we love what we do, and if you would like to support us to be able to get us to grounds and to bid for rights and all of those sort of things, please go and have a look at our Patreon page. It's patreon.com/1, I think it's 1WSR. I'll give you that in a moment. Left outside the off stump through to the keeper again. And so after 59.3 overs, South Africa 163 for 1.
Just on the selection, Simon, I'm not too unhappy with it. I must be honest. I think, again, it looks like South Africa have read the conditions very well by including Keshav Maharaj, the spinner. The pitch is getting browner by the hour, it seems. And even if there's not too much turn, he can hopefully do a good holding job for Dean Elgar.
Defended into the onside, no run. Yeah, I thought that was actually probably the boldest of the selections was to put Keshav in.
Yeah, I think Elgar knows that even if there's not that much turn, he can still rely on Maharaj to hold up an end, maybe, which was lacking in the first test, where they just couldn't really get a lid on New Zealand's scoring rate.
Yeah, I mean, I watched quite a lot of Glenton Stearman in during that SAA series. I actually saw the worst of him, to be honest. I did the first match with Dave, and he played in that, and I think went for 17 in his first over. He did bring it back a little bit, but there wasn't anything to really suggest that this was a guy who was going to tear his way into the test ranks. Kyle Jamison to continue it's the fifth ball of his over, and this time to Markram, who just rides it into the offside. No run. They did actually take a single off the previous ball. Sorry, I didn't call it. So Erwee is on 101, Markram's on 16, and South Africa 164 for 1.
I am looking forward to seeing Luto Sapamla bowl. Pretty happy that he's getting a chance in this test match. And he was a guy who did pretty well towards the back end of that SAA India series you spoke about, Simon.
Yeah, I like him. He's an athletic-looking guy, which is always helpful for a fast bowler. Final ball of the over, just left alone outside the off stump, and no run. Gets a bit of gas every now and again. I think probably maybe lacking a couple of inches in height, but he's therefore able to skid it through a little bit. So yeah, I'll be very, very pleased to see him bowl later. Hopefully not later today, but later this weekend.
Unless we declare on 450 with 5 overs to go.
Yeah, that would be a hectic next hour and a half, I think.
No one ever told Malcolm Marshall he was a couple of inches too short, Simon. So I don't think it's too much of a problem.
That's also, although I think Marshall, Sapamla still gives Marshall about 15 kilograms in muscle as well. He's Sapamla very much built like an 800-meter runner, but seems like a nice guy. Seems like he enjoys his cricket, and this is his test match debut. Is it though? I'm actually not sure it is his debut. It's not. It's played before, yeah. Sali to continues to swing it into the left-hander, and Erwee just blocks that back to him. Saudi had some that really jagged back in the first half hour of today, and indeed it was one of those in-swinging balls that did for Dean Elgar. Beautiful ball that came in and just hit the top of off stump. So the in-swing from Saudi has caused some problems today.
There's been movement consistently through the day.
As this time it swings even more. In fact, maybe slightly straighter as well out of the hand, and that resulted in it swinging down the leg side, and it was just worked off his pads by Erwee. In fact, came off the pad And so Erwee stays on 101, but South Africa go on to 165 for 1.
So Luto Sapamla has played 2 test matches. They were the 2 games over Christmas and New Year against Sri Lanka.
Wow, that's right, yes.
21, and he did quite nicely, 10 wickets in those 2 games.
Saudi now bowling to the right-hander and just the conventional away swing, but it's a straight ball and defended forward defensive by the very, very under pressure Aiden Markram, I think. Can't actually recall a moment in Markram's career where he wasn't under pressure, it feels like.
I suppose that first year when he got 1,000 runs and life was sweet, everything was going well. He was punishing the Australians, and it looked like we had a great batsman on the way.
Yeah, he just looks the part. I think that's the most frustrating thing. As he works this into the onside, there's a tumbling stop at mid-on, and he jogs through for a single. So he goes on to 17, and Erwee stays on 101, 166 for 1. I mean, he really does look like, South Africa's next test captain, and has done since he was 18. Almost a sort of Alistair Cook vibe about him at times.
Well, I was going to go even better. I was going to go Jacques Kallis, which I'll explain a bit further after this delivery.
Right arm around the wicket, and Erwee has a bit of a sweep, a swish at this outside the off stump. It goes harmlessly through to the keeper, no run. Carry on.
Yeah, I can understand the frustration people feel about Aiden Markram's form over the last 10 test matches and the fact that he's still in the team. But some of it is because he looks so good. And Jacques Kallis as well, when he started his test career, just looked so damn good that people were willing to give him a long time to actually get settled in test cricket.
Now, that's an interesting point of comparison. I always think it's the kiss of death to compare any South African player to Jacques Kallis. And it's something we do with frightening regularity. As this is defended into the onside. That is the end of that over. Saudi 1 for 33 of his 14, and South Africa 166 for 1. But yeah, it must be the sort of thing you stand at, the back behind the bowlers as a coach, and you listen to the sound off the bat, in the nets. And I'm sure Markram is one of those guys who just, it just sounds fantastic every time he hits it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen his talent at international level before in test matches and recently in T20s and ODIs. He's played really well. Yeah,
I mean, in fact, I have no analysis to provide for Aiden Markram any longer, as he just punches this beautifully back past the bowler for 4, a really, really classy shot. One of those on drives that it can look so effortless in the hands of a really, really quality batsman. And he certainly made it look so easy as he goes through into the 20s now. He's 21, and South Africa moves on to 170 for 1.
A lovely controlled shot by Aiden Markram, not overhitting it, just a punch, as you said, straight down the ground. Beautifully played.
Yeah, I mean, again, forward defensive into the offside, no run. I've every single analyst in South Africa has spent many column inches and hours talking about what is wrong with Aiden Markram, and I genuinely haven't seen any theory that really sticks. Other than that, he might possibly be good enough that he's able to edge balls that other guys miss. I don't know.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah.
So he's on 21. Erwee is on 101, 170 for 1, and just defended off the back foot, no run. I was telling you at a moment ago about our Patreon account. So this is something new we've started. So essentially, if you want to support us, just as an ordinary listener, and we'll certainly give you shout outs on air, and even if you want to get your small business promoted. You can follow us on Patreon. So you go to patreon.com/OneWorldSR, which is the same as 1WSR's Twitter handle, OneWorldSR. Go to that. Minimum monthly donation of €5, but it would really, really make a huge difference in terms of our ability to get to grounds and to promote the station and do all of those sort of things, pretty much all that money gets plowed straight back into the station. As much as I would love some of it to repay the credit card debt that I've incurred setting up One WSR, pretty much all of that money goes into actually running the station. So please do consider going to our Patreon. That's patreon.com OneWorldSR. Fifth ball of the over, Jamison running in and bangs a shorter one in that Markram just works into the onside, but there is no run. 170 for one.
Just on that Callis figure, Callis only scored 57 runs in his first 7 innings in Test cricket. So thank goodness the selectors persevered with him. Not saying that Markram is as good as Callis, but you never know where his Test career could end up.
Yeah, I often think that Callis stat is a bit of an Einstein Bill Gates stat, as well as this is banged in, and Markram does just get behind it and pulls it in front of square away for 4, and he's looking very, very good. Often does look very, very good until he gets out, but he's moved on to 25, and generally, I think if Markram can just scrabble his way out of the single figures, into his teens and beyond, then things begin to look quite good for him. And so he moves on to 25, and South Africa on to 174 for one.
Although he does have that annoying tendency to get out suddenly out of the blue, just when he's done the hard work and looking very good.
So, yeah, I mean, every single parent who's ever had an idiot child will tell themselves, well, Einstein couldn't read until he was 6, and Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard or whatever it was, So I often think that when we point out, guys who have a really, really poor run of form, and then everyone always brings up Callis and sometimes Hashim Amla as well, as guys who went through very, very lean patches. Not often always the same. Banged in, and Erwee just shrugs underneath this one, goes through to the keeper. Stays on 174 for one. This is, the beginning of the new over. Saudi to continue bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Sadal Erwee.
There's a stat to prove anything, Simon, I think just about. So, yeah, tend to agree with you on that.
So there's a catch and cover in place. There's 2 slips, a gully, a point for the left-handed Erwee. Stands nice and tall as he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Saudi still swinging it into the left-hander, but he started that one well outside the off stump, and it was easy to leave alone. Did you watch much of the early morning sessions this morning? I mean, I did see a few mentions that I think 4 balls were nicked to just in front of first slip. Have South Africa been lucky? Have they been more dedicated?
More dedicated than lucky, I would suggest. There were 3 edges which dropped well short of first slip. Some credit to the batsman for soft hands, I guess, but the pitch certainly has been quite slow today and expected to speed up.
We see a change of action. Saudi now comes right arm over. He's now looking to swing the ball in to the left-hander and maybe look for the LBW. This is the setup that I hate umpiring the most, is when you've got either left arm over to the right-hander or right arm over to the left-hander. You have a lot of variables to deal with for LBW, and they always look fantastic because a ball that pitches just outside leg and goes on to hit you below the knee roll looks absolutely dead plumb, and it's so difficult not to give it. As this goes past the outside edge, he definitely played at that to Erwee, but it goes through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I was going to ask whether, as an umpire, Simon, do you constantly, ball by ball, have a line in your mind that you're drawing from leg stump in those circumstances? Because it obviously is such a vital margin call there.
What I almost do is I say to myself, you're not going to give an LBW here. You're not. To just slow down the decision. And sometimes you'll get a guy who, especially off spinners, who really turning it into the right hander a lot. And I'll start thinking to myself, okay, well, what would it look like if this guy did get him out? And invariably it's one that has to go on with the arm rather than turn. So you do begin to And sometimes this results in mistakes. Is where you do start thinking, okay, well, I'm either not going to give this regardless, or this is getting closer and closer and closer. Sooner or later, he's going to get one, as this is defended off the back foot and no run. The problem with guys who bowl, let's say left arm over to the right hander, is that you often end up getting the right hander playing across the line in front of his pads, and it just looks like any moment you're gonna get one here. That you're going to have to give. And so you become very vulnerable to giving an LBW that's got a bit of an inside edge onto it. And then, of course, the ones that pitch outside the leg stump that's, no umpire ever wants to get caught giving one of those out. Signs of a schoolboy cricket match, which is being played within sight of the Hagley Oval. I always do love sights of New Zealand scenes around the cricket grounds right the way through the country. They always look absolutely idyllic, sort of what England would imagine itself to be in an England summer.
Yeah, Hagley Oval. There's a botanical gardens close to the field as well, part of the greater sort of park area in Christchurch. And it does look a very beautiful sight today, and indeed, under beautiful blue skies.
Now, I think we'll see more and more cricket grounds go this way of grass embankments. And, I think that the days of, as this is again just punched down the ground, another of those on drives from Markram looking so good. I hope I don't jinx him by saying that. He's on 29 now, and South Africa 178 for 1. But, I think particularly Test match cricket played in these smaller grounds, places like Paarl, like the Hagley Oval, like Hobart, I think is where Test match feels the best for me. Obviously New Year's Day or at Newlands or Boxing Day at the MCG, slightly different events. There's fuller balls played into the onside, no run. But I like the scale of these grounds for Test matches.
And I do think even at those big grounds, I mean, you think of Supersport Park, you think of Newlands, even the Wanderers, the grass embankment section, even if it's quite small, is often a great one for providing atmosphere and often very popular in terms of where spectators look to seat.
Yeah, certainly. I always used to go and sit there as a kid, get dropped off by my folks, and I used to go and eat salt and vinegar crisps on the grass embankment, mostly so that I could get autographs as the players walked on and off, because, of course, that's right in front of the players' dressing room. And I used to get a huge kick out of going and finding players as they were lurking around the dressing rooms. And also I got to have a look at the players' children. I was fascinated by, I suppose, guys who must have been people like Stephen Cook and Neil McKenzie who were playing in front of the dressing rooms in those days. Of course, I didn't know they were going to go on to test level, but they must have been the kids that I was watching at that age. Kyle Jamieson in again, bangs us one short and left alone by the right-handed Markram goes through to the keeper, 179 for 1.
So, Simon, I'll take it you have the entire Mean Machine autograph collection. Would that have been about the era you were at the Wanderers?
Yeah, you know who I don't have, and I've hated him ever since, is Graham Pollock. So I once went and queued for I was the second guy to get in front of Graham Pollock. And other kids pushed in front of me, and I just was very polite, and I waited and I waited and I waited, and I was the last guy in the queue, and Graham looked down at me and said, "Oh no, I'm busy now, I need to go," and didn't give me his autograph. And I never really forgave him. And years later, and I mean I'm talking like 20 years later, I was in a hospitality box, and I was there as a guest, and Graham, I think, was going from box to box, where he was being sort of shown around and introduced to people and whatever. And someone said, "Oh, do come and meet Graham Pollock." And I thought, I really don't want to. I was still so angry about this thing that happened to me as a 10-year-old. And I sort of rather begrudgingly did. And it wasn't a particularly nice meeting. I mean, he was still rather grumpy then. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not going to bother meeting Graham Pollock again.
I suppose I'd also be grumpy if I was being marched from hospitality box to hospitality box to meet people. Yourself excluded, of course, Simon. Anyone should be happy to meet you, of course.
It's always, look, I've been on the other side of that, where I've been marched around tables at events and so on, back in the day when I was quite well known from TV. And it is a weird sort of thing, because you're aware that at least half the people you're meeting didn't really want to meet you. People who specifically want to come and say hi often come up, and then it's quite nice. But to be sort of foisted on people for photos and so on. And I was at a Wanderers Sports dinner, and God knows why I was there as a guest. I remember feeling very sort of fish out of water at the whole thing. And as Saadi comes in for the first ball of his 16th over, swinging it into the right-hander there this time, and defended no run. And there was one of the girls' hockey teams were all having a photo taken. It's like a team photo. And I think the woman who had been my host was part of this team, and she said, "Oh, do come and get a photo taken with us." So I sort of went and stood in the group, and I felt a little bit odd because I didn't know any of these girls. And the woman standing next to me, the girl standing next to me, turned to me and said, "Who the hell are you? Get out of our photo." Worked into the onside by Barkram. He's going to jog through for a single. He goes through to, is it to 30 or to 31? I think it's to 31 indeed, and the score to 181 for one. And there we said, South Africa actually looking very, very slightly, it may be too early to say in the driving seat, but certainly with their noses in front this first day.
No, I would go driving seat. I think it's been a very commanding performance. Banning first in Christchurch should be 181 for one. They really need to capitalise on this now.
Now, run rate's still at 2.8, which is pretty bog standard test match run rate. A straighter one by Saudi. I think this is why he's been bowling left arm around to the left-hander, right arm around rather to the left-hander, because that time he was just too straight. In fact, drifting down leg. It was easy to work him around to find leg. They jogged through for a single. Erwee has only added 2 runs in the last half an hour that we've been on air. But Markram has been charging along. I think he's, when I say charging along, he's added about 15 in that time. So he's looking good. He's looking solid. Plenty of catches in the offside for Markram, though. 2 slips, a gully, and a man at a catch and cover, and a fuller one where Saadi's trying to get him to have a bit of a drive at it. And I think this is going to be part of the plan by the New Zealanders. Try and find that little brain fart chink in Aiden's armour and see whether they can't get him to make a mistake.
Yeah, you do sense Markram likes to feel bat on ball, especially when things are going well. So let's just hope that if he does reach out and drive, he either gets it up the middle or misses it.
Another ball just shaping perfectly away from the right-hander and left alone. No run, 182 for one. Have you been to New Zealand, Ken? That you were talking about what the grounds are like in terms of botanical gardens and so on.
Yeah, a few times, but for rugby tours actually, not for cricket
Oh
tours.
wow, okay.
Strangely enough, obviously would love to go at some stage and do the cricket experience in New Zealand. Beautiful country though, and a very egalitarian society.
Defended off the front foot, no run. I mean, it certainly. I often wonder what it would be like to be there. I know a lot of South Africans who've moved over, including a fair whack of my family, have moved there, and they certainly love it. But they, certainly within my family members who I know love the African bush so much, they, come back for 2 to 3 weeks at a time every couple of years, and they spend all of that time in Kruger. And I think that's pretty much what my lifestyle would become if I moved to New Zealand. You and I are both into our birds, and I think if you're into seabirds and into weird flightless parrots, then New Zealand is fantastic. But I think that might pull after a while when you're realizing you're looking at another sedge warbler for the 15th time that weekend. Erwee, left-handed Erwee just driving into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think they only have about 150 birds in total, New Zealand. So, but the best description I could give of what New Zealand is it's a bit like going back into the 1980s. Yeah, probably not everyone's cup of tea, but I always rather enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think it's an easy lifestyle. And, as you said, very egalitarian, as is Australia in many ways. Pitched up, and this time Erwee drives it beautifully through the offside. That's the first time we've really seen him flow the bat after tea. And so he hits a 4 through the covers. Erwee onto 106. Markram is on 31, and the score now is 186 for 1 for South Africa.
Yeah, Carl Jamieson is just missing his length a bit today. I guess being such a big man, 6'8", sometimes it is quite difficult for him to not bowl too short. But he's erring on the other side today, 2-4.
I'll be honest. I mean, both Jamieson and Southee have looked fairly innocuous in this first half an hour after tea. Southee's looked most dangerous when he's been swinging the ball back into Erwee, but has lost patience with that and is now going right arm over. And I think almost swinging it too much to ever get an LB when he's right arm over. Yeah, I thought the ball that got Dean Elgar and a couple that nearly have got Erwee might be his best chance for getting the left-hander, as this is wide outside the off stump, and Erwee has a bit of a swipe at it. You could very, very easily have nicked that to one of those slips. But he misses it, and he survives for another day. So Erwee is on 106. Markram's on 31. Jamieson, no wicket for 48 of his 16. Nearly 17, 16.4.
Well, it would have been a great pity if Erwee had got out to that delivery, a real wide half volley from Jamieson.
Yeah, I mean, that's, often exactly how these things end if you're not careful, defended off the back foot and no run. And he really does need to check himself here a bit, I think, which I think he might have done. I think part of the advantage of getting to 100 just before tea is that you really can come back and reset your innings. And considering that he scored just 6 runs in the 35 minutes since tea, shows that's exactly what he did. It was like he was opening his innings again, and mentally, I think he might be in quite a good space for a big one if he just shelves that ball that he has, that shot where he has a go at the one wide outside the off stump. This time he does. Shoulders arms, and that is the end of Jamieson's 17th over, 0 for 48. 66 overs bowled, 186 for 1 are South Africa. That's always weird to see RSA instead of just SA on the scoreboard. So the run rate 2.8, and as I said, that's a sort of solid 90s, early 2000s run rate as far as a first day is concerned for South Africa. Markram's on 31, and so far South Africa will be feeling very, very happy with themselves indeed.
Yeah, Cyril Erwee is a guy who does score big hundreds in domestic cricket, so he knows how to go about it. And with this pitch not really being expected to deteriorate too much, I think South Africa will be thinking the best way to put New Zealand's batting under pressure will be through weight of runs. So they'll want to go really, really big in this first innings now that they've given themselves such a good platform.
Exactly. You do know this New Zealand team can bat for days as well. Matt Henry is to join the attack, and he immediately hoops one away from Markram. There's been no shortage of swing today from either Henry or Southee, so that has not been the problem. But Markram leaves it alone. Just noticed, it looks like such a beautifully perfect day in New Zealand, but a couple of the people in the grounds are wearing parkas, very thick jackets. So I think it's a bit chillier in Christchurch than we realise.
That wind, I think, is causing a few problems on the South Island.
I mean, you've only been there during the rugby season, which is, of course, in winter. I mean, have you ever had a New Zealand day where it didn't rain, Ken? 2 slips and a gully as Markram plays this with soft hands on the bounce to the gully. It jagged away from him a little bit, and it was the sort of ball that could very easily have caught that outside edge, but Markram covered it well. I think Markram was almost leaving it, and it allowed it to just run off the face of his bat. In the end, very, very well played by the erstwhile South African opener. Markram to face the fourth ball, and this is far, far too straight and just played away off his front pad, a square of the wicket on the onside. Beautiful shot by Aiden Markram, and it runs away just a couple of bounces and away for 4. Markram to 35, South Africa 190 for 1. That was a glorious shot.
That was pretty ruthless by Markram. A more sedate batsman might have just tickled that off the hip for a single, but he made sure that he really, really put that away to the boundary.
Yeah, he played it hard. It was a safe shot. I think there was no man there, and he felt very, very confident with it. And with the pace of Matt Henry, if he does stray too straight, he's going to travel. Certainly from a guy like Markram, and I think he's looking more and more confident. And I think if Aiden could have a really, really big day today, it's going to cause a real pain in the arse for the South African selectors, isn't it? Because this is what he does: is he waits until everyone in the entire country is cut full of him, and then pulls out a just a good enough score to play in the next series.
Yeah, it does raise the question of who will miss out against Bangladesh. Keegan Peterson surely has to come back man of the series in the last encounter with India.
I forgot about the Keegan Peterson problem as well. Yes.
Just on the New Zealand weather, Simon. South Island, Christchurch and Dunedin had a bit of experience with rain, but it was generally just overcast and icily cold. Wellington is the place where you tend to get 4 seasons in one day, and all sorts of weather: wind, rain, sunshine. It's really difficult stepping outside of your accommodation in Wellington and making sure you're wearing clothes to cover every eventuality.
Right, so we're going to, I think, let's do one more over you and I, while we just allow Tsepo and Werner to collect themselves a little bit. It is going to be Neil. We had a debate on our WhatsApp group, Wagner or Wagner, as the New Zealanders call him. I think we decided we're going to go with Wagner, as this is worked around the corner by Erwee straight away. It's a shorter ball but from Wagner, and they go through for a single, and Erwee moves on to 107, 191 for 1. My view on this, in terms of South African pronunciations versus local pronunciations, is that Neil Wagner spent plenty of time at Affies being Wagner, whereas modernist Labuschagne, spent all his life in Australia, and I think Labuschagne is probably fair enough. Left arm over the wicket is Wagner, and this time played by Markram through the onside. That is going to run away for 4. Markram goes through to 39, South Africa 195 for 1. And Wagner so far has looked aggressive, but maybe just slightly cold, slightly not quite getting the venom into his balls that he normally relies on.
Yeah, his third spell of the day, so maybe taking a little while to get properly warmed up, but that was a long half volley, beautifully put away.
Markram leaves this one alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. He's on 39. Erwee is on 107. The partnership, 84 runs now. It's been cautious, 2.7 runs and over. And the only man out, Dean Elgar, today, he was bowled by a beautiful in-swinging ball from Sali, which caught the top of his off stump. And he was gone for 41. Other than that, it's been all South Africa, which is, I think, something that none of us would have betted our houses on. Left arm over, back into the right-hander, and just defended back to the bowler. Wagner has something to say to Markram. Markram ignores him, and no run.
I think what I've really liked about this South African batting display, and especially these two in this partnership, is how they've gone with the ebbs and flows of innings. So the run scoring is good now, but there was a period of sort of half an hour, 45 minutes before tea, where New Zealand bowled 5 maidens in a row, and the Proteas still did not give it away.
Oh, and this time he does get the outside edge. It was jagging back into the right-hander, and it went on the bounce to a tumbling Saudi. For a moment, I thought he was gone. I thought that Saudi had managed to get his fingers underneath that, and I think that was very, very close indeed. If he hadn't got the bat on it, the LBW shot would have been in the money here as well. But as it is, it actually bounced a fair way in front of Saudi. So not really a chance. But and maybe the soft hands saved Aiden Markram there. Final ball of the over, angled across the right-hander. That is the end of our sessions, the end of Wagner's first over. He's not for 43 off 13. South Africa 195 for 1. Markram is there on 39. Erwee is there on 107. The partnership is 84. Ken, thank you very, very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Simon. Yeah, thank you. And good luck to Werner and Seppo.
Cheers, guys. Very good morning to you too. And we will leave 1WSR in your capable hands.
Thanks, gents. It's a good time to take over. Hello,
Yes,
Chepo, how are you?
Lekker, Werner. How you doing, my brother?
I'm well. A lot better than in the first test match.
I was literally thinking of that first session we were doing together, just watching wickets tumble. A different story altogether now. South Africa 195 for 1. Sadal Erwee is on strike at the moment.
Yeah, and Matt Henry is running into him here over the wicket, and he leaves that alone as it's on a length outside the off stump. I'm trying to think, when was the last time Markram faced almost 100 balls in an innings? And it'll probably be that first innings against the West Indies last year. Just good to see him spending some time at the crease, and he looks to get better as it goes on, as Henry pitches this full length outside the off stump as Erwee drives this straight to cover for no run.
Yeah, you're talking about free-flowing with Sadal Erwee earlier, and that definitely was one of those shots, but straight to cover. And yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Aiden Markram just needed to start batting time more often.
Yeah, as Matt Henry runs in again here. Back of a length as Erwee just blocks this off the back foot to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it really has been a while since he's just batted time. I think this pitch has also allowed him, and just the platform he came in with, that opening partnership of 111 really set the tone, saw off the new ball, and made the bowlers come back for a second spell before Markram came to the crease. As Henry runs in again here, full outside the off stump, almost a Yorker length, as Erwee digs this out to cover for no run. It's 195 for 1 after 68.4 overs. South Africa going at a run rate of 2.84.
Out there as long as possible.
Yeah, so Henry runs in again. Another full-length delivery just outside the off-stump as Erwee squirts this away to point on the boundary. They take a single as South Africa move up to 196 for 1. Henry has now conceded 50 runs in this innings without taking a wicket, in stark contrast to his 7 for 23 he took in the first innings of the first test match.
There is a contrast indeed, and a more resolute South African team he's facing at the moment as well. Oh,
definitely. As Henry runs in again, short ball. Markram latches on a pull shot here. Doesn't quite time it, but is running towards the boundary. It will be hauled in. They will pick up 2 runs. It's a beautiful outfield here at the Hagley Oval. Markram hasn't timed everything, but he has had a couple of boundaries through the leg side of the inside half of the bat, just showing how quick this outfield is.
No, it is quite quick. Sorry.
No. End of the 69th over as South Africa are 199 for 1.
And just a quick advert, if you will. We love what we do here at One World SR, One World Sports Radio, and we want to keep doing it. So please do consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on air, get us to the venues, buy us broadcast rights, and help grow the game that we love. So yeah, I'm glad that we actually got ourselves a Patreon now. Gets people contributing, helping us stay on air and do what we love and grow this lovely little venture we have here with Simon.
Yes, please do. As Wagner runs in here to Aiden Markram over the wicket, he gets that on a full length outside the off stump as Markram leaves that. It seemed to move in a bit after it pitched, but it didn't trouble Markram. 199 for one.
A bit of movement here. It has looked a little not as green as the first test, but it's good to see some movement still on offer here, because it means that the South Africans have been batting quite well, negotiating that movement, not playing anything outside the off stump unnecessarily.
Yes, Wagner runs in here back off the length just outside the off stump as Markram blocks this down to mid off for no run. 199 for one after 69.2 overs. The batters have really looked a lot more settled today. Not as much movement, and the pitch has been a bit slower, but they've been a lot more cautious outside the off stump and have looked to hit the ball late.
We did see that this pitch is a little bit slower in some earlier, not pitch reports, pitch maps.
As Markram flicks this short of a length delivery on his hips to square leg for no run.
And that's the 100th delivery that he's faced in this innings. And I can't think of a time when Aiden Markram has faced over 100 balls since that West Indies knock that he had. It's been a long time coming. He really does need to find some form, and this would be good for him. It's good to see that both these guys knock you on the door for that opening spot.
Wide delivery by Wagner and left alone by Markram. Way too wide to tempt him into a shot there. Yeah, it is an interesting tussle between the two. Erwee has now already scored a century, and I do feel he has cemented that spot. So Markram might be playing for a different position in the team, but it will be difficult with Keegan Peterson coming back to find a spot for himself.
Good problems to have for the selectors. Not bad at all.
As Wagner runs in again on a length outside the off stump, Markram gets across and defends this into the ground to the gully region for no run. Wagner's speed, or however you'd like to pronounce his surname, is a bit down. He isn't that quick these days anymore, but he's bowling at the low 120s at this stage.
Yeah, I saw most of the New Zealand team, and even we were bowling at the, well, not low 120s, not as low as this in the last test. Oh!
As Wagner takes this across Markram, he plays a big loose drive outside the off stump, and he edges this to first slip, just as we were talking about Markram finally crossing that 100 ball mark, finally being able to spend some time at the crease. He goes for the big booming drive, and Wagner dismisses him for 42.
Yeah, that's the Aiden Markram we know and do not like to see. Fishing for one well outside the off stump, getting that outside edge, and getting, well, not quite New Zealand back into the game, but definitely getting them reared up. He did do well for his 42 of 130, but at the same time, you would have hoped that he would have gone on and gone big. And now with Sonal Erwee still in, you definitely feel that his place is now secure. You know, he has warranted being given more of an opportunity here. And there is a lot to be said about two lefties opening the batting together. So Aiden Markram will be very disappointed with his dismissal. It looked like as soon as he got to 100 balls, he was like, okay, I'm going to go back to normal now.
Yeah, he walked off very slowly there, very disappointed, slumps shoulders, not looking up. You can see he knows where his position is in Test cricket at the moment and how important that innings was, and to maximize it. So he'll be very disappointed to get out there. Not really a threatening delivery, just a nice half volley outside the off stump that he couldn't get the middle of his bat to, just edging that 1-2 first slip. With Rassie van der Dussen now the new man at the crease, another batter in the lineup who's looking for some runs only averaging 32 at this stage, yet to score his maiden Test century, as Erwee has now showed him how it should be done.
Yeah, best of 98 here. And the batter with the best one-day international average in international cricket at the moment. I believe it's 70, somewhere in the 70s, could be 75, 72, around there.
As Matt Henry runs in over the wicket to Soro, Erwee bowls it full outside the off stump as he drives this to cover fielder for no run. Looking at this wicket again from Aiden Markram, playing that wow outside the off stump. Just the typical Markram booming cover drive. He gets an edge and immediately his head drops in disappointment.
Oh, just thinking about Aiden Markram. Oh my gosh.
As Erwee also falls in the very next over as Matt Henry gets this on a good length, going across him. He just feels for it outside the off stump. And that's 2 quick wickets in succession. Both set batters gone. South Africa 199 for 3 after 70.2 overs. And it will be 2 new batters at the crease without having faced a delivery.
Once again, another booming drive that didn't find the middle of the bat. Not a good shot selection here. Not leaving as well as they did in the first few sessions, just showing a little bit of impatience now, trying to get a little bit of impetus now in the innings. There was probably something said during the break about, okay, guys, we haven't really scored too many runs. Let's try get the run rates up, because both these batters are falling with trying to play not necessarily expansive, but aggressive shots.
Yeah, South Africa will be disappointed here, giving New Zealand an opening to try and get back into this game. They'll feel if they can get another wicket or 2 here, they can really put our middle to lower order under pressure. With Temba Bavuma is striding to the crease now. He has been in very good form, but will want to make more use of his good form to put on some bigger scores. Get past that pretty 50s he has been making, those solid fighting 50s, and convert them into some big scores.
Yeah, Temba Bavuma is an interesting case. Does come in quite low down the order and doesn't really have a lot of partners to back him up. There have been 1 or 2 occasions where he's gone close or looked like he would have gone on to maybe get a century, but ran out of partners. I can remember one time, I believe it was in that infamous Australia series, where he almost got one with Morne Morkel at the other end going out before he could. He was looking good. Was it in Centurion when he carried his bat all the way through against India? I could be wrong in the first innings. Looked good there as well. But yeah, 2 fresh batters at the crease now. Over number 71 is the over we're in now. So what is it? 9.4 overs away from the new ball. Not ideal for the South Africans, but New Zealand back in the game now. 199 for 3.
As Matt Henry runs in here to Temba Bavuma, gets that on a length, just angling into the off stump as Bavuma blocks this one out to the cover region for no run. This is probably one of the better platforms that Temba has come in over the last while. He's had to rescue us from some perilous situations, being 2 or 3 down early in our innings. So coming in at the 199 should feel new to him. As Henry gets this one short, and it's fended off by Temba Bavuma, and it just manages to go through a gap between 3rd and 4th slip, neither going for that catch, and a lucky escape there for Temba Bavuma. That was a real snorter of a delivery by Matt Henry.
How on earth did that go through the slips? Colin de Grandhomme just giving the what happened? Didn't you want that? The I don't know shoulders to the fielder at first slip. A little bit of confusion there. Tim Southey, it's not Tim Southey. Captain Latham missed that one.
Matt Henry again. Oh, Temba Bavuma tries to leave this, but is late in withdrawing his bat, and it takes the bottom edge and bounces just in front of second slip and goes off to the boundary for another lucky boundary.
Nothing that he could do there to stop that, Mitchell. It looked like it was actually a very well-placed shot as well. Didn't really come off that much of an edge. It was very low on the bat, and soft hands there made sure that it didn't go to hand.
Matt Henry in again on a length just outside the off stump. Bavuma just blocks us into the covers and they take a quick single, a well-run single as Rassie comfortably makes his creases. That's the end of the over. South Africa are 207 for 3 now after 71 overs. 2 new batters at the crease. Bavuma on 9 of 4 deliveries, and Rassie van der Dussen yet to face a delivery.
Yeah, I know those 2 fortunate boundaries took South Africa over the 200 mark. 200 for 3 now, and it's vital that these two build a partnership here. The top order did quite well, 41, 108, and 42 from Alga, Erwee, and Markram. But unfortunately, Erwee and Markram both losing their wickets in quick succession. Both of them not able to go on and go through and continue partnerships down the order. So, yeah, we'll have to see how these guys do.
As Wagner runs in again over the wickets, wide outside the off stump. Temba leaves this alone, no run. Yeah, both will be very disappointed in giving their wickets away there. We were just talking about how well the South Africans have left the ball today. And then both proceeded to play loose shots outside the off stump and nicking off.
No, that's the timing. It's the timing and the fashion of both of those dismissals that could be a little bit concerning.
As Wagner runs in again and gets this one on a length just outside the off stump. Temba defends that one for no run.
Because what South Africa has been guilty of is losing wickets in clumps of late. So you'd hope that, as a South African fan rather, you'd hope that that doesn't happen again, or doesn't happen as often as it usually does.
As Wagner runs in again here over the wicket to Temba Bavuma. Full length delivery outside the off stump. Temba just watches that one go past into the keeper's gloves. Yeah, I think both will want to string a partnership together here. They have made some good and telling partnerships in the past, especially in that India series. So they're looking to make another telling contribution here.
Those were in one days though.
Wagner runs in again, full length outside the off stump, left alone. I'm thinking of those second innings, that second innings victory at the Wanderers where Rassie made quite a vital contribution, and then in that last innings at Newlands as well. I think these were the two at the crease who hit the winning runs in the end.
Oh yes, I can remember that shot from Temba Bavuma. It was a big shot over the infield to end it on a boundary as well.
Beautiful punch down the ground. Good diving stop by the mid-off fielder rather, to stop that from going to the boundary. Temba moves up to 10 of 9 deliveries. Rassie will now only be facing his very first delivery as South Africa are 209 for 3. One ball left in the 72nd over.
I'm just thinking of Rassie van der Dussen and Aiden Markram as well. Something that I was thinking of when I watched his dismissal. Do you think that Aiden Markram has come into Test cricket too soon? So when Sadal Erwee got his century, Tim said it's never too late to make a Test debut. Sadal Erwee, 32 years old, but some would argue, as this delivery just left by Rassie van der Dussen to end the 72nd. Sorry about that bad man. But some would argue that, like most South African batters, really peak after around 30, around 29, around that time, that age, where they play less brash shots, they know their game inside out. And do you think Aiden Markram is getting to that, still in the process of finding that out and working his way there?
I think he started off really well. He broke into the Protea setup because of the runs he scored at the Titans and the hundreds he made. And he started very well against Australia and India. I think his debut was against Bangladesh. Bangladesh, Australia, India, he looked very good. Before tapering off, he really struggled against the spin in the subcontinent. As Matt Henry runs in again here to Temba Bavuma on a length, he just defends this back down the pitch to Henry for no run. Yeah, so Markram looked very good in his first couple of series. Then he went to the subcontinent to Sri Lanka and India, where he struggled against the spin. He was found out. Went back to domestic cricket, and then he got another opportunity against Pakistan, just as Henry runs in again here on a length outside the off stump, left alone by Temba Bavuma. So last year against Pakistan again, Markram looked very good. You could see he had a very a big improvement against spin, and he made that beautiful 100 against a strong Pakistan attack, and then made that 60 against the West Indies, and it looked like he had turned the corner as Henry runs in again here to Temba Bavuma. Oh, beautiful length delivery, shaping away. He just feels for that ball, but it misses the edge and goes through to the keeper. Beautiful delivery there from Matt Henry. So
yeah, he did sort of buy himself a little bit of a life. Did Aiden Markram there in that Pakistan series, but the problem with these performances is that they're too sporadic. He isn't able to string them together as he'd hoped to.
As Henry bowled that one on the length back into Temba, who blocks out to the covers. Yeah, it's since that beginning of the West Indies series, he's really tapered off. He's really struggled, as we said, up to this innings where he finally looked better again, but it might be too late to save his Test career for now, with KP coming back in the next series. As Henry runs in again full length just outside the off stumpers, Temba pushes this back to Henry for no run. So it might be a little too late right now, with Erwee having scored a beautiful century in this innings to basically cement his spot as Dean Algar's opening partner. Henry runs in again just outside the off stump, good length delivery, and Temba leaves that alone. South Africa are 209 for 3 now at the end of the 73rd over. Last batter to be dismissed was Sorrel Erwee, nicking off from Henry.
And just continuing this Aiden Markram chat that we're having, I don't really know South Africa to go back to their exes that often, but you know, his Test career might end here, and if he goes to domestic cricket and makes a lot of first-class runs, then he could probably, potentially, maybe come back a little bit later. It would be strange, it would be weird. We would all remember this Aiden Markram from before, but hopefully he does sort of grow and improve as time goes on as a batter, so that by the time he peaks, he could probably make it into the international team, the Test team, that is.
Yeah, as Wagner bowls this one full and wide outside the off stump, and Rassie van der Dussen leaves this alone. Yeah, I think what the good thing for Markram is he's still part of the Protea setup, seeing as he is part of the T20 team, so he won't be a forgotten man. I do think that if he goes back to the Titans now, he should probably look to bat in the middle order for the Titans, maybe at 4 or 5, as Wagner runs in again on the length, on off stump. Rassie comes forward to defend that one to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, so I think he'll probably struggle to find a spot as an opener for a while now with Erwee there. I think Erwee will get an extended run. The next series coming up is against Bangladesh, where Erwee will look to capitalize, and then the next series will be in England. So it'll be a while before an opening spot becomes available again, as Henry runs in full length outside the off stump. Rassie van der Dussen leans into a punch to cover for no run.
And Aiden Markram is well established, in my opinion, at least. in white ball cricket. That's for me the perfect place for him, and maybe he should go the whole David Miller route. Just become a white ball mercenary, make big bucks, score big runs, and stay away from red ball cricket.
As Wagner angles this across Rassie on a length, almost tempting him into playing a shot, but Rassie withdraws his bat just at the last moment. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. It might end up happening that way, but I do feel that Markram really wants to play the longer format and he wants to excel there. So we'll see how his career progresses as Wagner runs in again on a length outside the off stump. Rassie just leaves that alone as it goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, Test cricket, that definitely is the top level of cricket, as close to the original thing as you can get in this day and age. And yeah, it would be an honor to do so. But just thinking of David Miller, now Quinton de Kock, who are now white ball mercenaries, as this one blocked by Rassie van der Dussen to end the 74th over. I was hearing a discussion or point made by an individual I was doing commentary with in Bloemfontein for the SAA series, talking about how we're just seeing a break here in play, probably going to be a drinks break. But they were talking about how we need to start moving towards having specialists in formats. We need to avoid players playing all three formats because that could be a detriment to international cricket. There's more space for more players now in the international space, and maybe by making room, by choosing your format, you make room for the next generation. Now Quinton de Kock's gone in Test cricket. Carl Verreynne has an opportunity to get an international cap because he probably wouldn't dislodge Heinrich Klaassen within the one-day international setup. He has done it from time to time, but yeah, you'd expect that this is now Carl Verreynne's time to shine,
Yeah, Kyle has his opportunity now with Quinny gone, and he'll need to take it. He hasn't had the greatest of starts with the bat, which is a big part of a keeper these days. You can't just be a good keeper. You need to be able to contribute quite heavily with the bat as well. And we know he does have the potential. You don't have a first-class average of over 50 if you are not a good batter. I think in his short stint, his main problem has been his lack of foot movement. He has been caught in the crease quite a few times. So it's something he'll work on, but he does have the talent to come through, and he's still very young as well. So definitely one for the future.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking of that T-word, talent. Carl Verreynne saved many an innings for his local Cape Cobras team. As we quickly take a look at the scorecard here, Algar was the first wicket for the New Zealanders. He fell for 41 off 101, bowled by Tim Southey, an in-swinging delivery. Aiden Markham was the next one to fall after a big partnership with Sadal Advia. He got to 42 before getting an outside edge. It's the bowling of Neil Wagner, caught by Mitchell. And as we're looking at Sadal Advia's 108 off 200.
I think we just lost you there, Chepu, unless it's me. But yeah, we're looking at Advia's 108 here, a beautiful knock. Really a classy knock. He'll be disappointed for getting out the way he did, but he'll look back to this innings with some fun memories.
Sorry about that. Did I fall off the stream for a second?
For a second, but you're back.
Oh, awesome. Good to be back. But yes, he fell, got an outside edge, the bowling of Henry. Henry has a wicket, Southey has a wicket, and Wagner has a wicket. De Gronholm and Jameson still without, as we see Wagner. It should be Jameson now. And I haven't actually seen, not that I haven't seen Kyle Jameson bowl in highlights, but I haven't seen him bowl live. Somehow I never caught any of his spells. So it'll be good to see one of an exciting new prospect in Test cricket.
The reason is probably because he's mostly played in New Zealand, and you would be sleeping this time if it weren't for South Africa playing.
Fact. I would be sleeping.
Jameson run in here to Themba Bavuma. He gets one on a length to dip back into him. It goes off the inside edge, loops for a short while off to the mid-wicket region, but it doesn't carry to the fielder.
Before the series, just doing a little bit of research, checking out some averages or just looking at some stats. Kyle Jamieson, at the beginning, I think had the 5th best bowling average in Test cricket on 40-something, just behind KG Rabada, in fact.
Jameson runs in a short delivery outside the off stump. Themba Bavuma punches this beautifully off the back foot through the covers, and it just about makes its way to the boundary as the fielder is unable to hold that in.
Oh, I just love Themba Bavuma's punches. My word. There are a few things I enjoy more than looking at him in full flow, and his form of late has been pretty good. I wouldn't say impeccable. If he gets that century, that elusive Test century, then we can start talking about impeccable. But he's been looking fantastic with his drives of late.
Yes, he has. As Jameson runs in again here to Themba Bavuma, full outside the off stump. He comes forward but just leaves that one alone. South Africa on 213 for 3 after 74.3 overs, going at 2.86 to the over. Themba Bavuma now on 14 of 18 deliveries. Rassie still to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries.
Themba Bavuma is an interesting player in South African cricket. If he continues like this, he may end up being a legend in the SA setup. Ooh.
That's a beautiful length delivery. Jameson. Themba just feels for it outside the off stump. Plays it with soft hands, however, and it goes one bounce to the 3rd slip or 2nd slip there. Didn't carry. We've seen a few of those today that hasn't quite carried to the slip fielders. The pitch hasn't had quite the same pace that the first test had.
Definitely, that's a good-ish sign that South Africa aren't going out to these outside edges.
Jameson runs in again, short and wide, and Themba Bavuma throws his hands at the cut shot there. Doesn't middle it, but they do come back for 2 runs. That was a very, very wide delivery, and Themba almost did quite well to reach that one.
Literally the toe edge of the bat, and also somehow placed it in between the man at gully and backward points. A tough gap to sort of get just behind square of the wickets. I would have loved for that to have been a boundary, but that's just the way it is.
As Jameson runs in again here to Themba, and another exquisite back foot punch by Themba Bavuma through the covers for another boundary as he moves up to 20 of only 21 deliveries. Another positive start here by Themba Bavuma as South Africa move up to 219 for 3 after 75 overs.
He's actually scoring at quite a rate here. He did have 2 fortunate boundaries at the beginning of his innings, but he's not batting very slowly now, as you said, 20 off 21 deliveries. So keeping the pace up, keeping the impetus of this game going, as we're just seeing some scenes of Christchurch here, some New Zealand sites there, sites that we won't see ourselves live for quite some time until we do get the chance. You could take us there. Patreon. Get off that Patreon.
Yes, Wagner just bowls this one full and wide outside the off stump, and Rassie leaves it alone, as Chipper will tell you about our Patreon.
Yeah, no, just wanted to remind people that we love what we do, and if you enjoy it as well, please do support us. Hop onto our Patreon. Just find One World Sports Radio, and you'll help us fund these streams, help us get to stadiums, and help keep the dream alive, the cricket commentary dream. We keep it going and make the circle bigger for new faces.
Yes, please do support us. We're looking at that back foot punch from Temba Bavuma in the previous over. Beautiful execution. He gets that one right off the middle of the bat. And that race to the boundary. A very, very fast outfield here at the Hagley Oval. You get real value for your shots here. As Wagner runs in again to Rassie van der Dussen, who's yet to get off the mark. Full and wide, and Rassie latches onto a drive through the covers here, not quite off the middle, but they will scamper back for 2. Oh, they get back for 3 runs. Very good running there by Rassie, putting the fielder under pressure.
A quick running between the wickets is something that's a characteristic of Temba Bavuma when he's in the middle. And these two as well together, they'll know each other's games, both playing for the Lions domestically. So it's good to see that they're adding another run where some would feel they shouldn't be.
Indeed. Another length delivery outside the off stump that Temba Bavuma just lets go from Wagner, who's picked up 1 for 47 in his 16.4 overs. Workmanlike effort again by Wagner, who made use of some short balls again to Erwee and Algar earlier in the innings. And Wagner is running in again here to Temba Bavuma over the wicket. Gets that one on the length, angling into the stumps. Temba comes in and defends that one. It squirts off the outer half of the bat to the gully region for no run.
The South Africans have done well to put Neil Wagner under a little bit of pressure from time to time. A few deliveries a bit wayward, some half volleys that we've been seeing here that the South Africans have pounced on, and the pressure just coming from not taking wickets.
Wagner runs in again here to Temba Bavuma, and it's wide, short and wide outside the off stump. Temba just watches this one go past. It's the end of the 76th over. South Africa on 222 for 3. As it's almost time for us to hand over to the next team.
You'll be joined by Otto Simon and Tim Dale Lace, very seasoned campaigners, very knowledgeable commentators, and pretty exciting as well. Really do enjoy hearing them as we see them jump onto the stream now. Gentlemen, please keep steering the ship. Take us home here, and we will see you tomorrow.
Morning. I'm awake this time. Thank you.
Go on, gents.
How incredibly embarrassing. I missed my first stint after tea, but I'm here. That first delivery of the over was no run through to the keeper, as Bavuma is facing Jameson now over the wicket. It's Van der Dussen facing, and lets this one go through as well. Second ball of the 77th over. 222 for 3. South Africa will see the second new ball in New Zealand. Morning, Tim.
Good morning, Otto. Good morning. Let's hopefully we can stop those too early. There's wickets that New Zealand just got. Hopefully, those will be the last of the day.
Jameson over the wicket to Van der Dussen, full on off stump, and just flicked out to mid wicket, and they go through for a quick single. And Van der Dussen moves on to 4. Bavuma facing Jameson now on 20 is the captain, and I can put my feet down. It's 223 for 3. Yeah, this is much better. Much better than waking up to 76 for 5 on day 1 of the first test. 223 for 3 as Bavuma takes strike with 2 slips in. Jameson over the wicket on off stump, defended by Temba Bavuma out to the offside for no run.
This partnership is only 23 of 36 balls. It feels a lot faster. I think maybe they started slowly at the beginning, but it feels as if they're going a lot faster. Bavuma has certainly been very proactive since he's come to the crease.
Yes, it's it's a good opportunity here for these two to really get under the skin of the New Zealanders. This time Bavuma swats this one off the back foot. Excuse me, that was, yes, it was Bavuma into extra cover for no run, straight to the fielder. Good looking shot there. He is looking a bit more positive than what we've seen in the series so far.
Very interesting last hour and a bit for both teams.
There's a gully in place as Jameson goes to Bavuma, defended off the front foot by Bavuma into the pitch. No run, 77 overs gone, 223 for 3.
If New Zealand can get a couple of wickets, then they can say that the things are fairly even. They can get a couple of wickets before the close. In a day where they've been second best for most of it. But if South Africa can hold on, if these two can hold on, then it's going to be very much South Africa's day. So still lots to play for.
Yes, and it's, as you say, the run rate is the thing that will keep New Zealand thinking that they are in the game. Wagner now over the wicket to Van der Dussen, and this time beats the outside edge. It's a ball that pitches on, middle and off, and Rassie goes forward to defend, and the ball just nips away from him. A bit of a scrambled seam, beats the outside edge. Van der Dussen hanging his bat a bit outside off stump there.
But he held it, Rassie. He didn't push at the delivery, which was his saving grace.
Yeah, no, he's facing Wagner again, full outside off stump, and this goes through to the keeper, beats the bat again. Wagner with his hand over his mouth, looking at Van der Dussen there, as we see a replay now, that goes across the batsman. Van der Dussen driving at this one this time. Definitely a win there for the bowler. How did that miss, says Wagner. Ball goes through and beats the outside edge of a drive by Van der Dussen off the front foot. 2 slips in. Wagner left arm over the wicket to Van der Dussen, left alone this time. That's the classic going across kind of delivery that Wagner almost got the wicket there for of Van der Dussen.
Yeah. The second one, Wagner beats Rassie, all ends up. Rassie's feet were plunged in the crease, didn't get across to the ball, and he played a full, expensive drive. Very fortunate not to get an edge.
Indeed, as he faces Wagner once again, and this time he gets back to ball, goes to cover for no run. Just defended there by Rassie. 223 for 3. 2 balls to go in the 78th over. So the last 10 overs, South Africa have lost 2 wickets for 28 runs. The run rate achieved is 2.8, but this partnership going at 3.3, now 24 runs off 7 overs as Wagner goes to Van der Dussen. This time it's defended into the ground, out to Gully for no run. So packed offside field here for New Zealand. Both Jameson and Wagner bowling to the same field with 2 slips, a gully, and then cover, extra cover, mid-off. So definitely bowling to their field here, outside off stump. Wagner comes in again. This time Rassie defends a little bit more convincingly to cover, no run. 78 overs gone, 223 for 3.
Outstanding over from Wagner. He had Rassie on a tight rope for much of that over. Very fortunate for South Africa not to lose the wicket.
Yes, indeed. So the white ball captain with Rassie van der Dussen out there trying to make it through to the end of the day. 2 overs to go until the new ball is available as Jameson continues now to Bavuma. Right arm over the wicket to the right hander. 2 slips in, left alone outside off stump no run. That's a little bit wide there, but Bavuma is not tempted to chase after it. And that's a good sign. In the first innings of the first test, only one delivery that dismissed the South Africans would have hit the stumps, and that was Kyle Verreyne's LBW, which was referred. So here we go with Gully and a backward point in now for Bavuma. And to cover fielders, Jameson into Bavuma, left alone, outside off stump, no run.
South Africans have left outside the off stump a lot better in this test match, when the New Zealanders have tried to tease them into playing wide of the off stump. South Africans, for the majority, have not been interested to play there.
Yes, as I mentioned, I haven't seen much of the match so far, but I'll take your word for it, Tim. Bavuma facing Jameson now, left alone, outside off stump once again, not chasing after the wide one there. He knows the job that he needs to do. Bavuma is on 20. He just needs to make it through to the end of the day and reset and go again tomorrow. So the run rate achieved is not great by South Africa, but that doesn't matter. There's only three wickets down on day one for the Proteas, which is a huge improvement. And this time it's defended by Bavuma, straight to Gully, all along the ground, no run. 2 balls to go in the 79th.
If you saw Erwee and Erwee's wicket in isolation, and who else would, if you saw the last 2 wickets in isolation, you would say it was from the first test match. But they did a lot of work, they did a lot of good work before they got out.
Jameson into Bavuma, over the wicket now, and left alone once again through to the keeper, no run. 1 ball to go in the 79th over.
Yeah, as I was saying, they both played expansive drives out of the off stump to get out. But before that, in their innings, in their entire innings, they did a lot of good work to get South Africa into this good position.
Oh, that's true. With Markram and Algar supporting Erwee, Algar lost his wicket for 41 as Jameson goes to Bavuma. This time he's forced to defend on off stump, no run. 79 overs gone, 223 for 3. And Jameson has just finished bowling his
20th over.
20th over. Thank you. Yes. So, both of them would feel that they missed out, but Erwee, 108 of 221 balls in his second test, that's a real plus for the Proteas. And once again, Markram confounding his critics. What are they going to do with him, Tim? Wagner outside off stump, left alone by Van der Dussen. Yes?
They shouldn't have played him in this test match, in my opinion. He had his 10 scores before this innings. One of the highest was 31. That's not 10 scores, and his highest was 31. I wouldn't have played him in this test match. Ryan Rickerton should have played.
I agree. Van der Dussen facing Wagner, and he punches this one off the back foot, past cover. They're coming back for the second run, and this won't reach the boundary. And they're going to go for a third, are they? No. Van der Dussen stays there. Good running there, and good shot. Back foot cover drive, all along the ground, beating the fielder at backward point, where a conventional point would have been. And 2 runs goes to Rassie van der Dussen, 225 for 3. Third ball coming here in the 80th over. Van der Dussen facing Wagner, left arm over the wicket, and defends this one no run, into the covers. Yeah, I think it was time to give somebody else a chance at number 3 for South Africa. I don't think that 40 odd by Markram was enough. He should have scored that maybe 8 or 9 innings ago. And yeah, I saw your tweet there at or your message that you sent out about that, and completely agree. It's time to give somebody else a chance. Wagner to Van der Dussen, just defended into the covers, no run. 225 for 3, because I think that kind of selection sends the wrong message to the fringe players, and indeed to everybody else in South African cricket looking for those spots in the national team that you can be selected on. I don't know why Markram is still there, but maybe reputation or talent or something. Wagner left arm over the wicket to Van der Dussen, and this is a bouncer that Van der Dussen just ducks underneath, no run, through to the keeper. 225 for 3.
Look, if he makes another 40 in the second innings, it just complicates things. Because then he can say, you know what, I've made 80 in the last two in the last test, average of 40 in the last two. It would complicate things. Either he makes 100 or he goes out cheaply. As I say, I think Wagner should have played.
Yeah, Wagner onto leg stump. Rassie just flicks this off his pads. It goes down to fine leg. Nobody there to collect it yet. And they come through for 2. Taking a second run there with some lazy fielding by the New Zealanders. And 80 overs are gone. It's a no ball. So 80 overs are not gone. And it was a leg bye. So one more ball to go to the end of the 80th over. And no doubt New Zealand will take this new ball.
Yeah, I think that's not in doubt.
Wagner tries again to end the 80th over, and this one is left alone outside off stump. No run. 80 overs gone. 228 for 3.
As the fourth umpire is coming on with the new ball to give to the umpire, as I assume New Zealand, yes, yeah, they have taken it straight away. So they've taken it straight away. Taking the new ball straight away. No looseness with the old ball. So, New Zealand pinning their hopes on the second new ball after a good performance by South Africa. And South Africa winning the toss, putting themselves into bat, and they'll be happy with that result. It will be Wagner, it will be Matt Henry, it looks like. No, Tim Southee.
No, Tim Southee. Tim Southee is going to take the new ball. So he's bowled. Let's see here. He's conceded 35 runs. He's taken a wicket, Tim Southee, and he's taking the new ball now, bowling to Bavuma. Full outside off stump, and that ball moves away prodigiously off the seam, and it's through to the keeper for no run.
Very, very wide though. We're happy with the amount of swing, but that really was a loosener with the new ball.
It's very un-Southee-like to waste deliveries with the new ball. Can't expect him to do much more of that. And Southee is bowling his 17th over. This one hoops through the air, pitches on off stump, and very good leave there by Temba Bavuma as the ball leaves him and goes through to the keeper for no run. A brave leave there, I would say.
Yeah. It's going to be very important that South Africa continue to leave well in these final overs before the close of play.
That ball looked like it was straight on its way to off stump, but somehow Temba saw the movement and left it alone. This one again pitches on off stump and passes Temba Bavuma outside off stump and left alone. Geez, if Tim Southee can get one of those to duck back in, Bavuma is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's certainly he's going to be his plan. They just showed the old ball briefly there. It certainly doesn't look like a ball that's 80 overs old.
Very gentle outfield here at the Hagley Oval in New Zealand, in Christchurch. This time, Temba defends this one. And it goes into the covers for no run. 228 for 3. 2 balls to go in the 81st over, the first over with the new ball. And let's see here. There are 9.9 overs to go after this one, officially. Not sure what New Zealand's over rate is like today, as Temba Bavuma facing up to Tim Southey with 3 slips in now. This one on off stump, whooping through the air. Temba gets behind it, punches it to long off, and it will be collected, and they come through for a third run. So that's 231 runs it should be now. Did they go for the third? We'll just check that for you in a moment. But a very confident shot there by Temba Bavuma off the front foot, and watching the swinging ball and getting behind the line. Good shot there.
It's also what happens when you bowl just a fraction full on this pitch particularly.
Just 2 runs there. This one again, a brave leave by Temba Bavuma, full outside off stump, swinging through the air, and it's 81 overs gone, 230 for 3. So they just took 2 runs off that shot to long off, and 230 for 3, 81 overs gone. Temba Bavuma on 22, Rassie van der Dussen on 6, and Tim Southey 1 for 37 off 17.
Temba will want to make a sizable score. He's been very good, consistent of late. If you look at his last 10 innings, he's been very consistent. He's got 3 50s. So that'll be a slight concern of his. That he's got to 50 3 times in recent times, hasn't kicked on.
I assume this is Bavuma that you're talking about.
Did I not say Temba? I said Temba Bavuma.
Oh, sorry, I was breaking. The feed was breaking up a little bit. Matt Henry into Van der Dussen. This one looked like it troubled Van der Dussen a little bit, squared him up, but he managed to keep it down to the offside, no run, 230 for 3. This is going to be very tough for the South Africans to negotiate this new ball. It looks like it is really swinging around prodigiously. So we see the replays of Van der Dussen's dismissals in the first test. He faces Henry now. Again, this one slices him in half through the bat and pad gap over the wickets to the wicket keeper for no run. What a delivery here by Matt Henry. Straight up, seam position, perfect. And it just beats the inside edge, flicks off the upper thigh of his back leg and through to the keeper for no run.
Almost identical to his dismissal in the first test. Only this one had more bounce.
And this one on to the pads. There's an appeal for LBW, and the umpire is unmoved. Van der Dussen tried to flick it off his pads to the leg side, and the New Zealanders are consulting here to see if they should refer. A lot of bounce in the wicket that saved Rassie van der Dussen that time.
Rather frustratingly for us, we didn't have the time clock, so we weren't able to tell whether New Zealand were out of time in terms of if they did go with the review. But I think it was the right decision. I think
it was high, going down leg and hit him above the knee roll. Matt Henry causing more problems here for Van der Dussen. This one is another attempt to flick it to mid-wicket. But there's no run, and strong appeal by the bowler. Nobody else joined in. 230 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 82nd over. As we see Latham there, just sensing A little bit of vulnerability here from South Africa. And this one is defended full on off stump by Van der Dussen. No run.
Problematic for Russell is he's playing from his crease. He's not getting forward. He's not getting across. So he's really susceptible to the RBW, which is what Matt Henry is trying to get him out with. Ball coming
Van der Dussen looking all at sea. This one he leaves outside off stump. 230 for 3. Maiden over by Matt Henry. He's on 1 for 62 off of, let's see, 18 overs. So that is 82 overs gone and 230 for 3. Good over there by Matt Henry. New Zealand will be buoyed by that. Rassie van der Dussen not looking comfortable at all.
You should know how important it is to get at least 1 wicket before the close, preferably 2. If they can get both of these guys out, then they are really back in this game.
Southee continues. 3 slips a gully to Bavuma. This one on off stump and defended by Bavuma for no run back down the pitch to mid-off. So if you are listening to us and you don't want to be on Twitter, I completely sympathize with that. I've also been staying away from the news. So I don't know how you will let us know that you're listening to us, but maybe just let somebody else know that you're listening to us on a private message, and then you don't have to deal with all the doom and gloom that's on social media at this point in time. Southee over the wicket to Bavuma, left alone. What a good leave there by Bavuma. That is, he's either just decided to leave everything, or he's really got his eye in them. I'm
not too sure about that particular one. He said, well, that one was too close. That one was too close for me.
No, definitely too close there for my comfort as well. He just lets it go, and it goes over the off stump. I think he's leaving on length. That has to be the plan here for Bavuma. This one is full outside off stump. Big appeal by New Zealand. It looked like it got an inside edge onto the pads out to gully, and they are considering a review. We don't see the review timer, but it must be ticking down to about 5 or 4, and they are going to up this one to the third umpire. Bavuma was struck on the pads, and the ball squirted out to off stump. He might have been outside the line, might have been going over the wickets. As I said, the length, the bounce on the wicket today looks like it's enough to carry the ball over. Oh, that is the one that goes back into Bavuma, and I can only think height or going down leg here for Temba Bavuma as the ball strikes him on the knee roll. He's not the world's tallest batsman, so that's not a problem in terms of height.
That's
very confident appeal.
I think umpire's call, I reckon.
Over the wickets, going over leg stump. The bounce saving Temba Bavuma just fractionally, not even umpire's call, and review lost for New Zealand. But looking at the screen, there must be at least 2 pixels between the ball and the bails there, just shaving past the off stump bail, the leg stump bail, excuse me. Good appeal, and really they shouldn't lose a review for that.
Wow. I'm not sure. You know, look, we know it could have gone either way. So yes, that's a fair notion. It could have easily been umpire's call.
And Southee into Bavuma, again defended on middle stump line by Bavuma to the offside for no run. Still 230 for 3. No thought of scoring here for Van der Dussen or Bavuma, just surviving this new ball, and New Zealand trying to make this new ball do something for them, losing a review by the faintest of margins. So as I said, thank you for listening wherever you are. And if you're brave enough, do tweet us in. Tim Southee outside off stump. This time it's well left alone by Bavuma, way outside off stump. 1 ball to go in the 83rd over, 230 for 3. And Armchair Cricket Podcast, braving the torrid seas of the day's news on social media. Great to hear Guerilla SA covering the New Zealand v SA test. Tough fight on SA's hands, eh? Still, they have wriggled to a position of comfort. If they can get to stumps with no further losses, they can capitalize on day 2. Indeed. Southee to Bavuma, defended outside on off stump and no run. 83 overs gone, 230 for 3. Do let us know where you are listening from. I know we can maybe catch some comments on YouTube as well. And please do support us. Go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Go to patreon.com/1WSR. We are hat in hand asking for your support on Patreon for as little as €5 per month. You can make sure that we stay on air, that we can cover our costs and get to the grounds. And maybe if we get enough support, we can actually pay for the broadcast rights. And this one is outside off stump from Matt Henry to Van der Dussen, defended, no run, 230 for 3.
Russ is making sure he's getting just a little bit more forward now, I think. Making sure that he doesn't get so clogged up in Crockby and stuck in his crease.
He goes again, does Henry to Van der Dussen. This one is defended into the offside for no run. Getting bat onto ball here is Van der Dussen, facing up to Matt Henry, the hero of the first test, the first innings at least, with 7 for 23 it was, hey?
Yeah.
Putting himself right up there with Sir Richard Hadley. And making inroads for New Zealand. And this time, Matt Henry onto off stump, a little bit full, and Van der Dussen just drives this down to the onside for no run. So we see some replays here of the first over that Van der Dussen faced, with Henry making him look extremely uncomfortable. But looking a little bit better so far for Van der Dussen. Facing Henry over the wicket, and this one is defended. Tries to flick it off his pads. Appeal from Matt Henry. No, says the umpire. Also going down leg there. So let's just check here. Yeah.
He's bowling really well, but he's bowling a little bit too straight. And it's always drifting down leg at the moment. Matt Henry is trying. He needs the ball straight rather than drift down towards the leg.
Yeah, that ball hit Van der Dussen outside leg stump. This time, Van der Dussen does get a little bit of bat on it. We'll see. But they take a single. It is a leg by. Yeah, he's going for the stumps. He's attacking the stumps, is Matt Henry. And Van der Dussen is surviving simply because the ball keeps sliding down leg. And New Zealand have got 2 reviews left of the 3 on offer. 231 for 3, and Bavuma will now face Matt Henry with the new ball over the wicket, and it goes down leg side, well down leg side, no run. And that is the end of the 84th over, 231 for 3. The first run scored since the end of the 81st over. So 3 overs gone with 1 run added to the score. The past 10 overs, 21 runs only, with no wicket, of course. And this partnership has slowed down. 31 runs partnership now, 2.3 runs per over. The wind is pumping there in Christchurch. It's now blowing across the field. And we see Tim Southee with ball in hand. It's going from leg to off across the pitch. And it's left alone outside off stump by Van der Dussen. 231 for 3, start of the 85th over. So there will be 4 overs scheduled in the day after this one. But
what's been most impressive of the South African batters in this test is that there've been very few playing across the line. The majority of the batsmen have played with the maker's name. They've played as straight as they can. Like that.
Henry, Southie goes to Van der Dussen full on middle and leg stump defended to mid-on for no run. Yes,
in the first test, the batters the majority were playing across the line. And the Hamzas, the Carvarenas, the Markrams, they were all playing across the line to what were pretty straight deliveries.
Yeah, and trying to attack balls that they could have left. As mentioned, the only one that would have hit the stumps was Varena's delivery. This one is full on leg stump, flicked off his pads by Van der Dussen. They take a single down to fine leg, 232 for 3. Yeah, and I think that the talk from the camp, I saw the comments on our WhatsApp group was quite calm and quite sedate, but I can only imagine what discussions would have been going on behind the scenes. And, guys, what the hell were you thinking? What the hell were you trying to do? Those type of things. Bavuma facing Southie. He flicks this one off his pads to mid-wicket for no run. 232 for 3. Because really, I can't imagine Boucher being like, hey, guys. There must have been some harsh words spoken. .232 for 3, 2 balls to go in the 85th. Run rate so far by South Africa, 2.7. But only the 3 wickets, 3 slips and a gully as Bavuma gets this one on middle and leg. Just defends it out to mid-wicket for no run. And the first 2 overs with this new ball were horrific. The ball was whooping all over the place. And now it looks a little bit more sedate and not so much movement through the air. So probably the wind, I would say, that maybe is taking the swing out of this ball. But it seems to have died down a little bit now again as Southie goes to Bavuma outside off stump driven, inside half of the bat to mid-on for no run. 85 overs gone, 232 for 3, 232 for 3.
Yeah, it's still doing enough, this new ball. New Zealand will be thinking that they can still get that elusive wicket before the close of play. They're certainly bowling well enough to get it. If you were giving wickets for good bowling, they would at least have one.
Indeed, keeping it in the right areas. As we see some cricket being played in the stands as well on the grass banks here, is defended by Van der Dussen, facing Matt Henry. First delivery of the 86th over, and there's no run. So we see a replay here of the wickets. Good delivery to get rid of Algar, and then, as you mentioned, Markram and Erwee driving at deliveries that they probably could have left alone. As Henry goes to Van der Dussen, this is defended. It almost beats the man at gully, and there's no run.
Been a good sort of 20 minutes from New Zealand. The bowled well. The fielders have made sure that South Africa have not got away, not scored quickly with this new ball.
Henry goes right on over the wicket to Van der Dussen, onto the stumps, flicked off his pads, and just a diving man there at forward square leg. I think there was a hand on that. Might have been a catch chance, but they come through for 2 runs, 234 for 3, as we see a replay here. It was full on leg stump, and yes, the man at mid-wicket threw his hands, dropped there. Van der Dussen dropped on 7. Not sure who the fielder was there.
Shouldn't have dropped that. Got his hands, both hands to it. Got behind the ball. Very catchable height.
So Van der Dussen is on 9 now. 234 for 3. Yes, it was. Who is that there? He's wearing a freaking jersey. We can't see his name, and I don't know who that is. But he's standing at mid-wicket in that catching position, and the ball just burst through his hands as he dove away to his right, and the ball just went through the thumbs there of that fielder. And this one is full on off stump, defended by Van der Dussen. No run. So Van der Dussen dropped on 7. Make a note.
In theory, both these batsmen have been dropped. Bavuma edged the ball on naught, right between second and third slip, and nobody dived for it. It was very catchable height. So both of them have actually been dropped.
This time Van der Dussen works it off his pads, manages to get it to the backward square leg boundary where fine leg runs around to field. They go through for 1. 86 overs gone. 235 for 3. Yeah, I mean, that is just a little bit of luck going the way of the Proteas in New Zealand, fighting to avoid a series defeat. What would be the first time ever that South Africa's lost a test series to New Zealand if New Zealand win this one. So a draw.
Yeah, quite something.
We'll give it to New Zealand, and a win by South Africa will keep their record intact as Van der Dussen faces Southie. This one is on leg stump, flicked down to fine leg, fielded on the boundary. They'll come back for 2, and it's 237 for 3. Van der Dussen now on 12.
Southie, and I think, Henry, they should both be bowling off stump to middle stump to Rassie. They're actually bowling middle to leg. It's fine margins, but it's a difference between getting Rassie out and Rassie getting singles and 2s off his legs.
3 slips in as this one is outside off stump and left alone by Van der Dussen off the bowling of Southie. And there's no run. Wind has picked up a little bit again. You can see the shirts of the players flapping in the wind. It's once again from this end. I'm not sure which end Southie is bowling from, but it's going from the leg side to the off side to the right-handed batsman. Replay of that drop catch. It was straight to that fielder. He's in that position exactly for that shot by Van der Dussen. And this one on leg stump, flicked off his pads, get some bat to it. Did he? They go through for a single. Yes, indeed. No signal there by the umpire. 238 for 3. Van der Dussen is on 13. Bavuma will now face Southie. He's on 22.
So they're not quite getting it right at the moment. So as I said, Sarah like a strike record, bowling too much drifting down the leg side on a consistent basis at the moment.
Bavuma facing Southie. This one is on off stump. They're listening to you, Tim. Thick inside edge out to square leg for no run. I think they're looking for that hooping delivery. They're looking for that ball that hoops through the air and leaves the batsman, as it was when they first took the new ball. And then it's as we so often see, once the bowlers start looking for that line that will hit the stumps, instead of missing the stumps, the swing just goes away. This one is outside off stump, defended by Bavuma, back to the bowler, no run. So
fine. So I was just going to say, it's fine margins here for New Zealand. In the first test, they didn't drop anything. They caught all their catches. South Africa dropped plenty. In this test, New Zealand have dropped, or definitely one, and one in between second and third slip of Bavuma. It's a difference at the moment.
Back foot punch by Bavuma, straight to the man at cover, no run. This was a bit short and wide, and Bavuma went for it, but got some decent bat onto it, and there's no run. Who is that guy that they're showing on the screen now? I don't know cannot tell you who that is by looking at him. but it's the fielder that dropped Van der Dussen. He's now standing at cover.
I'm not sure. I think it could be Henry Nichols, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, so apologies for that, folks. If you're just listening to us, let's see. They should just show it here in the commentary somewhere. Let's see. As Van der Dussen gets ready to face Matt Henry, start of the 88th over. This one is defended by Van der Dussen to the offside for no run. Dropped that square leg. Young is that
Paul
fielder.
Young. Paul
Yes.
Young. Opening batsman.
Yes. So he's the one that dropped Rassie. And I must have been talking about him on the TV comms because they showed his figure. This one is defended by Van der Dussen, outside off stump to the leg side, no run. Van der Dussen is on 13, Bavuma still on 22, standing at the non-strikers end is Temba. Van der Dussen facing Matt Henry, third delivery to come in the 88th over. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Van der Dussen. And this one is on middle and off. Rassie thinks of a run to mid-on, but there's nothing there.
No need for take silly runs in this situation.
No.
The run rate is not important. The wickets in hand is. We've got another 4 days left in this test match.
Indeed. Van der Dussen facing Henry, and this one is just punched out to mid-off by Rassie Van der Dussen. No run. He's getting forward now. It's Van der Dussen. Foot movement looking a little bit better to this new ball. 238 for 3.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is looking a lot better.
Another delivery by Henry to Van der Dussen, defended, no run. 238 for 3, 1 ball to go in the 88th over.
Much more proactive from Rassie, which is important. Not so much stuck in his crease, being much more proactive. Even if he's not scoring, his movement is better.
Yep, this one is on a good length. Outside off stump, defended, back to the bowler, no run. 88 overs gone. 238 for 3. Temba Bavuma on 22, Rassie Van der Dussen on 13. And at least 2 overs to go in today's play. And we see some images of the crowd there. Somehow that gentleman's managed to get himself sunburnt. So well done for that. So it's so nice to see at least some crowd in. Yeah. Southee into Bavuma, defends this to the onside, no run. Yes, Tim.
No, nothing. I was just going to say the sun does shine occasionally in New Zealand.
Indeed, and it's this time of day when the sun defeats all your umbrellas and just comes in from the side and just whacks you on the face. As Bavuma is facing Southee, inside edge, defended, outside off stump, no run. And it's still 238 for 3.
The sun behind the clouds is the worst because you're out there, it's a sun tanning, thinking it's weak and it's not very strong. But if you stay there long enough, you can get burnt.
That is so true. And then you don't even think about defending yourself, and before you know it, you're cooked. As Southee goes to Bavuma, full outside off stump, defended by Bavuma. Ball just bobbles off an inside edge, looked like, and there's no run. This is much better test cricket batting by the South Africans, at least by these two. No, that one struck Bavuma on the pads, but it was way too high. It struck him on the thigh pad and bobbled into his ribs there, and no run. No chance of a wicket there either. As Southie continues to Bavuma, and this one is on middle and leg. Squared him up a little bit there. Bavuma looked to just defend this to the onside. Got a bit of a leading edge, but no chance of a catch. And there's no run.
Talking about playing straight for the majority of the innings, there Bavuma tries to work straight ball towards the leg and gets a little bit of a leading edge.
That was
needs to play straight.
Yeah, it's a funny shot. That's Southie into Bavuma, left alone outside off stump. The swing has gone away, pretty much. Little bit of movement still, but nothing like we saw in the first 2 overs with the new ball. But that's good news for South Africa, and New Zealand will be scratching their heads. Who was the one that touched that ball with sweaty hands or rubbed it on their pants with the wrong fabric softener in the material there, in the cloth, and got rid of the swing somehow? Southie continues to Bavuma. Final delivery of the 89th over, and it's left alone outside off stump by Bavuma. No run, 238 for 3, 1 over to go in the day's play. So it is 10 past the hour, just coming up onto 10 past the hour. So they will get another over in. So they must be well within the over rate here. Or are they just letting New Zealand bowl out the 90? I wonder what would be the scheduled end of day's play? It should be 30 minutes past the hour, isn't it?
From memory, I thought it was we finished about 7:30 the last tests. If I remember correctly.
Van der Dussen defends this one on off stump line, no run to the onside. Start of the 90th over, 238 for 3. So even though they've got a full-on pace attack, they managed to keep the over rate well within the limits, it seems. See if we can get some info on that. But this one is also on off stump, defended by Van der Dussen, back of a length, no run. 3 slips in for Matt Henry, bowling to Rassie van der Dussen, who is on 13.
There's been very little faffing about, if you get my drift. Very little movement of fielders in the middle of an over, that sort of thing. Very little of that.
Okay. This one well left alone by Van der Dussen, outside off stump, wide outside off stump from Matt Henry, no run. Just goes to show it can be done.
Exactly. Just because it isn't done doesn't mean it can't be done.
Yes. You can bowl 90 overs in a day with 4 seamers. So Matt Henry goes to Van der Dussen, driven, full ball to the onside. And Van der Dussen wants the run, but is sent back, and rightly so. 238 for 3, 2 balls to go in the day. Yeah, I mean, if you've got your plans clear, and there's an umpire's referral here, as Van der Dussen was out of his crease, and the stumps were disturbed by the wicketkeeper. So we'll just see, because that would be. Let me just check here. Yeah, Van der Dussen got his bat down. Yeah.
You were never really that confident with the appeal.
So run out appeal there, and just having a look, but Van der Dussen got back to his crease, got his bat down as the ball came in, and dislodged the bails. Not out, says the Dulux dog on the screen. Henry over the wicket to Van der Dussen. This one is just jumping up surprisingly Anderson there with the bounce, but he manages to defend this to the offside, no run. 1 ball to go in the day's play.
There's still plenty in there in the wicket for the bowlers, just as that delivery shows. It wasn't. It was a back of a good length, but it wasn't that short, and it really rose up.
Yeah, this one is Fuller and on leg stump, just defended by Rassie van der Dussen. He tucks his bat under his left arm, walks off, takes his gloves off. That's the end of the day's play. Well done, South Africa. And a good session for both teams. 2 wickets in the session from New Zealand. 32 overs bowled. 75 runs at 2.3 and over, and over rate of 14.4. So that's why they managed to get all the overs in with about 17 minutes to go.
Yeah. I'll just quickly take us through the South African batting lineup and how they did.
Thank you.
So the scorecard, shall we say. So
yes.
The opening partnership of 111 was the first 100-run partnership for the first wicket for the Proteas away from home since 2012. Outstanding effort for South Africa. Got themselves off to a good start. Dean Elgar was bowled by Southey for 41. Then Elder Markram was caught. Mitchell bowled Wagner for a well-played 42, but he'll be disappointed that he didn't kick on after starting. But the star of the day is Saul Erwee's 108 before he was caught Blundell by Henry. A real seasoned campaigner in South African domestic cricket. Been playing cricket here for a long, long time. Finally getting his test debut in the last test at 32 and really taking his chance in this test, making 108. At the moment, Rassie van der Dussen is 13 not out, and temper performer is 22. For New Zealand, the bowlers, Tim Southey, 21 overs, 1 for 41. Matt Henry, 21.4 overs, 1 for 65. 22 overs. Kyle Jamieson, 20 overs, nothing for 59. Colin Granholm, 8 overs, nothing for 16. Neil Wagner, 19 overs, 1 for 50.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you for your support, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for listening. We are back at midnight tonight, South African time. That's Greenwich Mean Time, plus 2 hours. So at the start of play on day 2, it will be Bavuma and Van der Dussen at the crease. And the start of the 91st over will be later tonight, South African time. Let us know what you think on Twitter at Guerilla SA, Guerilla SA. On YouTube, we are One World Sports Radio. And we'll chat again tomorrow.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.